Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story part 3. Chapter 110, Catastrophe 11. Master, did you come here through the narrow door? Are you working with any of renowned families or lords? Jaehwan tried to explain, but it wasn't easy. There were too many stories to unfold to explain everything. Right, that is your limitation. Jaehwan then used his final powers to control the video to deliver a final blow. Defying. Impossible. People shouted angrily. They were raged. Some even ran directly at the person that was shown in the video. Jaehwan, what is that? What have you done? Jaehwan glanced at the video as people started grabbing him. He knew the scene very well. It was showing the Palace of Reincarnation where Jaehwan destroyed all remaining fruits. Why did you do that? There was no way to calm the crowds. Even Jaehwan and the other clan leaders seemed to be in shock. Nobody knew what had happened at the palace, but it was too late to explain. If he explained that he destroyed it because it would fuel an unnecessary fight over the fruits, would they believe him? It's done. Jaehwan closed his eyes. Maybe it wasn't because of lords that their expedition failed 900 years ago. It was because they were human. Heh. Jaehwan smiled silently. His plan failed, but at least one thing was a success. He had successfully destroyed chaos. But then, I ordered him to destroy it. Someone spoke up. I ordered Jaehwan to destroy those fruits. People turned at the voice. Jaehwan quickly whispered to Jaehwan, Master, what are you? But it was too late. What is that? Why? People began to shout in protest. James then asked, Is it because you are alive? Silence fell. It was short, but had enough impact to be transferred to everyone. Then, it was followed by a question. He is alive. He does not need the fruit. Then why? Master, what is your real purpose of going to the depth? Changha closed his eyes and Carlton bit his lips. Jaehwan clenched his fists. They knew the answer to that. That's why they wished Jaehwan would not answer the question. They knew people will not accept his answer. Fortunately, Jaehwan did not answer. Then came another question. Why did you give the order to destroy the fruits? Jaehwan did not answer. He couldn't answer. He silently raised his sword and a few members backed away in fear. But what Jaehwan was after wasn't them. The darkness began reaching out from him and his unique world filled the area. What is the meaning of this? People then realized they were inside Jaehwan's unique world. What was he up to? People looked around frantically. But Jaehwan was looking from the top. Soon, people too saw something above Jaehwan faintly. Wait, is that? There was a thin line on top of his head. The link that was connected to somewhere. Connector. Jaehwan spoke in shock and people began their rage. But the rage turned into shock at Jaehwan's action. His sword moved against the connector. And with it, the link was broken. With that, on the video, they saw Jaehwan's body inside the video losing life. What did he just do? How could a human do that? Jaehwan then put his sword away and spoke. This is the real life. The spirit freed from the life defined by the system. The spirit spoke. I am going to the depth to protect this life. Silence fell. Unexpectedly, a man who broke the silence with his laughter. Ha ha, you are crazy, you are mad. Jaehwan was laughing like a maniac. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. Was he still alive? But his spirit was now fading away into a silvery powder. He was at his last breath. I see. So, you have even death. And he disappeared. People then lost energy to stand and slumped down. Mental shock struck them. Their minds calmed down as Saming-hoon's skill was deactivated, and they realized what they just had done. Jaehwan looked at each and one of them. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak up. Some were even shaking. They couldn't bear to even look at the man who had just give up on his way back to move onto the depth. Jaehwan turned back and began walking, limping from the damage he acquired through becoming a dead man. But no one dared to run up and help him. They now knew that it was the way that only a free spirit could walk. Soon, a few members stood and followed Jaehwan. It was those who were not suspicious of Jaehwan from the start. Chung-ha was the first, then came Carlton. Serwin then glanced around and quickly followed Jaehwan at last. Then they saw the door of the Void Factory becoming distorted. Inside was darkness. Catastrophe had accepted their entry to the depth. Clan leaders lowered their head and Jaehwan bit his lips in sadness. Jaehwan was now being helped by Chung-han and Carlton. Jaehwan smiled. At least you are not alone now. Kamen also watched them walk away. He wanted to go with them badly, but he couldn't. Jaehwan had asked him to do something else. And when Jaehwan took a step inside the depth, a voice came from behind. My king. It was Jaehwan. He was kneeling down toward Jaehwan. And with that, beginning with Kamen, the other leaders started kneeling. The leaders were Young, who had lost 2 eyes, Kang Huang, who had lost an arm, Nukyuk, who had lost his right leg, Asa the master of Dryad, and even Huadin, the master of Garyuder. They couldn't follow the path they were walking toward, but they knew how noble it was to walk and be admired. Chaos was kneeling down to him. Farewell, our last king. He did not invade, so he couldn't rule. He did not rule, so he wasn't worshipped. But even then, he was the king of chaos. The last king that chaos accepted. The king had now left chaos. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Kind of a fall one. We still remember him. Urin Chiver, Chancellor of Carpedim Fortress. A woman was dreaming. It was when she was still a product. Countless people died around her as they fought against monsters rushing in. You witch, you killed us all. You lured those monsters. Hidden skill lure. Her cursed passive skill made people around her dangerous. She didn't want the skill, but there was no use. Life didn't change even after she arrived at Great Lands. Why do I have to go through this? She thought countless times of killing herself, and she really did die eventually. She just didn't know there was another life after it. Why am I here? What did I do wrong? And after 10 long years of training to become a 3rd stage adapter, she finally found out. The world was twisted. Becoming more powerful didn't help her at all. It was during the day when she woke up. Warm sunlight touched her through the window and she felt numb. I should get up. She tried hard to get up from her bed. She felt like she would not get another chance to get up next. She began to feel the pain, and the first part she felt was from the right hand. She thought she was going to cry. She had been waiting for this feeling, the feeling of movement. Then she felt something weird. There was something in her right hand. It was the feeling of a cold, durable object. A stone. She felt something familiar, but a longing feeling overwhelmed her. In the next moment, when the door to the room opened, people rushed in. Doctor, she's awake. And with the excited shouts, the machine made an announcement. Treatment is now complete. Corruption level below 1. And her heart began to pound. She began to remember all that had happened. When all doctors nearby rushed into the room, the windows to the room were opened. "You're awake." She was sitting on her bed. Mino, with her long strands of hair moving about on the breeze coming through the window, her beautiful eyes turned from the window to the doctor. "Where am I?" It had been 3 months since Jaehwan left Chaos. The first woman he met when he arrived had finally opened her eyes. A few moments later, Mino was allowed to leave the hospital. It was Claire, her assigned guardian, waiting for her outside the hospital. "Are you kidding me?" "No, I'm not. You are the head of the finance department. How many times do I have to tell you?" Claire sighed. Mino had been sleeping for over 6 months. "What has been going on?" "Ugh, so." It was hard for Claire to explain all that had happened. "What do you mean there's a king in Chaos now?" "Yeah." Claire regretted bringing that up to begin with. "Who's the king?" Upon hearing the answer, Mino looked at Claire dumbfoundedly and began to laugh. "You think I'm a fool? He is the king." "He was the king. Not anymore." "Har. Why don't you just say dead man and horned monsters are now our friends? That would be more believable." Mino laughed, but Claire sighed. In next moment, Mino suddenly stopped. "CC Claire WWH, what is that doing here?" Mino began to shake. She seemed terrified, and Claire looked at the direction where she was looking. There was monster walking calmly through the city. It was a monster with 7 horns. Mino was beyond terrified. She was within the fortress and it was under bright daylight. How was a dead man walking in the city like it was nothing? "Whoa, relax." The one-armed man who was dragging the horned monster quickly caressed the 7-horned monster a few times as if it was his pet. Mino couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Claire, tell me I'm looking at an illusion. Am I being drugged?" But it was only the start. After the monster disappeared, Mino then found tentacle monsters following her from behind. She felt like she was going to faint now. Dead man. The tentacle then touched her left cheek and hours after she woke up, she fainted again. 2 hours later, Mino was sitting down on an outside bench and was talking with Claire. "So, tell me if I understand this correctly." "Yeah. A man destroyed the Palace of Reincarnation 3 months ago." "Right. And the 4 fortresses of Gorgon were united." "Right. And the United Chaos then built a new fortress at the place of the old Void Factory." Mino then looked around the streets and continued, "The name of the fortress is Carpe Diem, which is here. And in this place, there were dead men, horned monsters, and humans." Some excited dead men were giving high fives to passing humans. Mino continued, "Humans, horned monsters, and dead men are living together in harmony. Like fair friends. Right, you got everything right." Claire nodded, and Mino became silent. Then she stood up and yelled, "That's not even possible." And it took her a day to understand it was exactly how she understood it. Chaos was now an entirely different place. With the Carpe Diem fortress as its symbol, the 3 races of Chaos were now united under one. It was all thanks to the treaty between the King of Humans, the Overseer of the Void Factory, and the Soul King Catastrophe. 3 races will undergo a peace treaty until our war against the Lords is finished. And between all that was the man in the center. "What have you done?" Mino thought as she looked at the statue at the center of the fortress. It was a statue of Jaehwan with raising his sword up into the sky. The statue was created by the vice chief of Twilight's Fall. The man had become stronger than all those clan leaders, masters of fortresses, and even killed the generals of great lands and became the king of chaos. "You're now stabbing at the sky." Mino smiled. There was some writing beneath the statue. The last king of chaos. There were no more kings in chaos. Chancellors of Carpedim, Uran, and Cayman refused to appoint a new king. To all of the people, the only king was the one who left. Some even started calling him a soul king. Wasn't that supposed to mean catastrophe? It isn't anymore. It means him now. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Kind of a Fall too. During 3 months after Jaehwan left, a lot of things changed outside of chaos also. As Carpedim grew in strength, there were forces that opposed Carpedim. These were the generals and underlings of the lords of the great lands. Mino was shocked to hear this. Isn't that a problem? How can we beat them? They are at least 4th stage adapters. We can beat them now. Mino understood why Claire was so certain after she saw the Tower of Awakeners. That tower had the same name as the fortress. People were training day and night within the tower. Most people of chaos did not walk the path of becoming an adapter anymore. Awakening. It was the present that the king had left for chaos. And we can even fight 9th stage adapters. Yeah, she thought ones at the 5th or 6th level were untouchable, and now the 9th were considered like they were nothing. She couldn't even guess what kind of power it was. We can't defeat any adapters though. The 9th is just a start. There are a lot of generals who are over the 9th stage in Great Lands. Some are coming over even now. After Jaehwan killed hundreds of generals, the 9th region was now in a fierce war due to the destroyed power balance. There were hundreds and thousands of dead spirits transferring over to chaos. Some were great generals. What stage are they great generals? 10th or sometimes 11th stage. How strong are they? I heard they can destroy a mountain in one strike. God. Mino became pale. What if they attack this place? We can't defeat them. Yeah, at least the humans can't. Mino flinched. It seemed she was too calm for saying that it was impossible. Impossible for humans. It seemed like someone other than humans was helping them. Then she realized something was off. It had been 3 months since Jaehwan left. It was enough time for those generals to attack this place. But how was this fortress still safe? You know, the place where the generals are sent to when they die is different, right? A bit. I heard they are summoned into the Palace of Reincarnation. Higher stage adapters were summoned to the palace so they could be revived quickly. Claire nodded. Right. You knew. What about it? Well, the overseers of Void Factory fixed it. The place that they get called into is different now. Was that something that could be changed? But where to? Here. Huh. Generals are called to Carpedim when they die. Mino screamed in shock. Here. Yeah, but we can't fight them, they're too strong. Mino became pale, but Claire didn't seem to be concerned at all. Well, it's further inside to be exact. Claire was pointing toward the inside of the fortress, deep within. Deep inside Carpedim, a summoning circle shined brightly and a naked man appeared from within. He looked around as he was confused and then nodded. Damn it. So I was killed. It was one of the lesser generals of the 9th region. See, I told you it was no use being loyal. The general was surprised by another voice and turned around. It was one of his comrades who was on the battlefield until a while ago. Wow, you're dead too, Jake. You're dead too, Drake. What would make me different? Drake frowned. It has been 400 years since he lived as a general of 9th region. He fought and fought for the darkness, but he was abandoned like a dog in the end. Maybe I should go to the 5th region next time. As he was thinking, Jake opened up. By the way, Where is this place? I'm not sure, Drake mumbled as he looked around. This place wasn't familiar. I thought we were summoned to the Palace of Reincarnation. It doesn't look like it. Drake nodded. So the rumor was true. The palace is no more. There was a recent rumor that a powerful force had appeared within chaos and destroyed the Palace of Reincarnation. Drake did not believe the rumor to be true, but even then chaos couldn't have defeated the generals of the palace. I guess those generals fought against each other for the fruit or something. I heard it almost ran out. Drake stretched himself and spoke to Jake. Jake, so what will you? But he couldn't talk any longer. Jake's face wasn't there anymore. Instead, blood was pouring out from his neck like a fountain. Jake. Drake was so terrified he couldn't even make a move. An insect is here again. A voice came to him with a power that beyond anything he had felt before. Explode. And that was the last word he heard. After a week, Minnow made up her mind. Claire was looking at her with a concerned look. Are you really going in? Yeah. You might go mad and die. Minnow shrugged. She was looking at the Tower of Awakeners. I'm ready. The tower wasn't big or tall. It was small and crude compared to the real Tower of Nightmares. But Minnow wasn't concerned. She then looked at the people going into the tower. She heard that the training inside was like hell, but the people didn't seem to be worried at all. I want to know too. Claire understood, even if she didn't specify what she wanted to know. All right, go ahead. You damn girl. Claire turned back. But her back was shaking a bit and Minnow smiled. I'm sorry, Claire. Then she took a step toward the tower. As she joined the people going into the tower, she reached into her pocket and felt the stone. She knew what it was. Returning stone. Claire said that Jaehwan visited her before he left for the Void Factory and gave the stone in her hand. Why did he save chaos? It was one question that was not answered. Jaehwan, as she knew him, was cold and uncaring. He didn't seem like he liked humans very much. But he saved the world. He saved the world of dead men that he wasn't related to. Minnow remembered her last words before she fainted a long time ago. Please don't give up on this world. Minnow then shook her head. I doubt it. Then she stopped at the entrance of the tower. She felt something filling her heart. She realized why the expression on people's faces wasn't dark as they entered. It was hope. There was hope that there was something in this world, something she could do. She smiled. The man who was trying to make this world fall left hope in this world. Then she thought, maybe, just maybe, this too was kind of a fall in itself. She then looked up to the sky. Beyond the sky, at the depth, Jaehwan was surely somewhere, fighting against the world. Maybe I can see the same world as you. She couldn't understand the kind of world Jaehwan pictured, but she could imagine. And within her imagination, the world was a small tree, a lone tree with no leaves or land to grab onto. But Minnow didn't think the tree was lonely. Even if the whole world turned its back on it, the man was surely beside it to protect it. It was the world that the one man protected and will protect. It was the world after the fall. Chapter 113 Naked God 1. Chapter 113 Naked God 1. Have you become a new god? Congratulations, you are in the top 0.0000001% of all beings. Sorry to spoil you though, but there's bad news. There are just too many like you in the depth. Most are losers who are out of competitions and idiots who can lose divinity at any time. Are you afraid that you'll become one of them? Don't worry. If you are reading my message, That means the blessing of the goddess of fortune, Minerva, is upon you if you heed my advice. You will not have a hard time in depth. I guess you have a lot of things in mind that you want to do. Maybe you want to show off your newly created world, or work on settings, or want to collect parts in your world. Settings parts. That's all good. But before you go for those luxuries, there's one important thing you must focus on. What is that, you ask? It's to collect followers. It's very important, so I used 2 exclamation marks. You, who are a newbie god, might not know why it's important. Why do you need followers? That is a foolish question. I remember saying this to a newbie god once, when I was asked the same question. Hey, what do you think a god is? Pierre, the god of coquetry. From the 101 Tips for Newbie Gods. Which was the most dangerous site within depth? Gods of the depth once had a heated debate on the topic. These were gods who lived tens of thousands of years, so they needed topics to debate about. Some said that the first site where Big Brother was located at was the most dangerous, while some said the 4th site where the Mad God existed was dangerous. These 2 sites were definitely dangerous. The first site was off-limits for most, and the Mad God was a disaster for ordinary gods to even have the chance to meet. There were easier ways to get to the place where there was more realistic danger. It was the 8th site, Caspian. Caspian was nicknamed as the Forbidden Blue Grasslands. It was the place where all people, vicegerents and followers alike hated to be, had visitors. Through the deep bushes a boy appeared. At around the age of 17 or 18, he had exquisite beautiful facial features that some would mistake him as a girl. He glanced around and sighed multiple times before he spoke. "Oh, goddess." It was strange. He was alone, but it didn't seem like he was just calling out to some random god. "Goddess, can you answer me please?" Then, from nothing, a voice came. "What?" It sounded like an angry girl. "Is it really here?" "It is. But there's nothing here. I don't think there's a fishing spot around here." There were only trees and grass. And the atmosphere. Each time the bush shook with the wind, the boy flinched in fear. "Can I get out of here please? I'm really scared." "What if the lost ones appear?" "Don't start that again." The girl voice, who was called a goddess, sighed. "Ronald, lost ones aren't that common. It's been tens of thousands of years since the 3 ancient gods have fallen. They did have a lot of followers, but they are probably all dead by now, and besides, you don't need to worry one bit even if they appear." "Why is that?" "It's obvious. You got me. Yeah, if I, the naked Anderson, am with you, you are 100 safe." Ronald sighed. "Wait, why are you sighing?" "It's nothing." Ronald just thought instead. To think it was she who appointed me. It had been 3 years since he arrived at the depth. After barely clearing the Tower of Nightmares, the cultivator of his tower spoke to him. "You are not going to the Great Lands." "What?" "I don't know the reason, but a certain goddess said she will buy you. You will become her vicegerent in the depth." A god, not the Lord, appointed him. Ronald was excited. However, the excitement faded as soon as he realized the goddess who purchased him was the lower-rank god, the most common type of god within the depth. "Goddess, I don't think there will be any fishing spots around here." Ronald spoke again. "Even if there were, no spirit who comes up to Caspian can survive." "Do you really have to come all the way here to get the followers?" That was the start of the tragedy. It all started because of the followers. Followers, or spirits who believed in God. All gods of the depth required followers. Unlike vicegerents, who were enough with just one, the number of followers the god had contributed to their power. The more followers, the more power the god obtained. It allowed them to make a more powerful world, or use rare setting or parts into its world. Followers are power. The word was famous among gods. Because of this competition, all spirits within the depth were all followers. In this heavy competition, weaker gods had only two choices to gain followers. First, lure the followers of other gods. This method, also known as headhunting, was widely utilized by mid to higher-ranking gods. It was done by offering followers better conditions to take it away. But it was difficult for weaker gods to use as they had nothing to offer, and there was the possibility of making the opponent gods become angry and start a war. The lower-ranking gods were then given one remaining option. The second option was to find a fishing spot and fish up a follower. This was what Ronald and low-ranking god Anderson was trying to do. Who told you that there was a fishing spot here, goddess? Tell me. Who was it that fooled you? The problem was it wasn't going too well. Come on, tell me. Minerva. Anderson spoke with a squeamish voice. Minerva. Ronald became scary immediately. Are you talking about that damn goddess of fortune who issues the monthly Fortune magazine? Oh, it's her. Yeah. Ronald began shouting angrily. Anderson quickly began defending herself. But Minerva said it today's lucky point was the north of Caspian, blue, forest, and water. This is the only place with blue forest which is northwest of Caspian, and the water should indicate that it's the fishing spot. And so what did that damn goddess say? She said I will meet an important person if I go there. And you think that important person is a follower, right? Ronald stopped suddenly. Silence fell between them. Goddess. Yeah. Will you apologize? I'm sorry. Well, return. Yeah. Ronald sighed and turned back. He seemed tired as he walked through the bush. Anderson was also silent as if she was saddened. Chapter 114 Naked God 2. Chapter 114 Naked God 2. Maybe I overdid it. Ronald felt a bit sorry for Anderson. I'm the only one she has. Other than her vicegerent, no one in depth that followed Anderson. Having just one follower meant that Anderson's world could disappear at any moment. Goddess, are you there? Anderson was quick-tempered and picky, but Ronald liked her. Her voice made him remember his lost younger sister. Anderson's voice was very similar to his sister's. This was why Ronald did not betray the low-ranking god Anderson. She was now the only family he had. Oh well, I'll play along a bit more. Ronald then asked, Goddess, should we look around for a bit more? Really? Anderson's voice brightened up and Ronald smiled bitterly. Anderson was still a god. But gods required followers. She, too, would want to become stronger. And the rumors said that she used to be a high-ranking god of the depth. It was through betrayal that she was dragged down to where she was now. But she wouldn't have picked me if she was at a high rank. Ronald was somewhat thankful for Anderson's unfortunate turn of events. And it might be good if we have one more. The goddess should be less sad. Then, Ronald smelled something. He first thought he was mistaken. But as he tried again, it wasn't mistaken at all. What is it? Goddess, do you smell water nearby? I don't have the nose to smell it. Ronald ignored her and began searching around. They neared where the smell was coming, and Anderson quietly watched. And after a while, they found a small open space in the forest. Ronald screamed as he looked at the center of it. There it is, goddess, it's really there. There was a small silvery pond at the center. It was the place called fishing spot where spirits could be fished up. They had found the place. Most famous fishing spots that had tens of spirits fished up the day had already occupied high-ranking gods. Low-ranking gods were then forced to use public fishing spots. These spots had maybe one spirit throughout a few days, and even those were competed against amongst the gods. Ronald and Anderson had found a new fishing spot. And maybe we can really get a follower. What should I do if we do get it? Anderson also seemed to be excited. It was known that newly found fishing spots had good energy in them, so lost spirits were drawn to it. That was why a lot of low-ranking gods and their vicegerents searched for new fishing spots. Most of them had to either return empty-handed or get killed. Maybe we can fish up a lot. What should we do? I'll get a lot of followers and change setting and buy parts. Settings, you have to change my setting first, right? Of course. And don't forget my personal parts. Heck yeah. 2 of them were already dreaming about living among the high-ranking gods. I can be more powerful and go up the ranks and become top rank too. After a while of daydreaming, Ronald realized it had been an hour since he started fishing. Goddess, does it usually take this long? After 3 hours. Nothing's coming up. Let's wait. I heard spirit fishing is like fishing time itself. Where did you learn that? It was from the monthly fortune. 5 hours. Goddess. And after a day, they decided something wasn't right. Why, how come nothing's coming up? Ugh, that damn Minerva goddess, let's go beat her up. She's a top-ranking god. I don't even have a chance. I know. Ronald became sad. They finally found a new fishing spot, but they weren't catching a mere fish. Maybe this fishing spot was found a long time ago, but was abandoned as nothing could be fished. Ronald. Yeah. Didn't that move just now? Ronald then turned to the fishing pole, and at that moment, the pole suddenly moved and Ronald felt something heavy pulling the pole. Ho. Something was caught. It was caught, but, gee goddess, I think I caught something really big. Most spirits were fished up the moment they were caught, but this spirit didn't look normal. Where did it come from? Is it from that Morim? The spirits of the outer region had a difference in power depending on where it came from. Spirits from Morim were especially powerful and were hard to fish up. Something's wrong. Anderson also felt something off and began using Ronald as a conduit to exercise her world power. This spirit isn't from the outer region. Where's it coming from then? Chaos. What do you mean? A spirit was being fished up from the fishing spot when they were coming from chaos. Ronald had never heard of such a thing. There's no time. Take off your clothes. Ugh. Ronald sighed and held the fishing pole on his mouth and began to unclothe himself. His scrawny body was revealed. You're still as scrawny as ever. Ugh, hurry up with the setting. And as his setting, naked, was activated, Ronald's scrawny body turned to that of a muscled man. But even then it wasn't easy to pull up. What have we got? Ronald used all his might to pull it up. After a while of heavy pulling, something was dragged outside. Gods! It was an unconscious man. He had dark hair, with wounds all over the body and blood turning into a silver powder. He was entirely naked and he has a sword. There was a sword in his right hand, a scabbard on his left hand. Is he from Morim? Ronald swallowed his throat. He was weak, but he still was a vicegerent. Ronald felt the power from within the man. He has a world. Ronald became shocked and quickly asked, what have we fished up, goddess? Is he a vicegerent? That was impossible. There was no vicegerent in chaos. Anderson answered. He's not our vicegerent. How then? Anderson became silent for a while. It was when Ronald realized the silence wasn't a good sign that Anderson spoke. Her voice was shaking. Ronald, we have fished up a god. Chapter 115 Naked God 3. Chapter 115 Naked God 3. He is a god, I'm sure of it. That's impossible. No, he is. At least something close to it. You should trust your god sometimes. Are you serious? Ronald turned to the man. The naked man was still lying on the ground unconscious. He was very well built with his muscular body. He has a beautiful spirit. Within chaos or death, the body wasn't built just through exercise. Having a well-built body was the result of a trained spirit. However, Ronald had never seen a man with such a balanced build until now. This also was proof that this man cannot be a god. He can never be a god. No god has a spirit body. Gods did not have spirit bodies. This was the truth of the death. All gods exist in presence and only becomes themselves through vicegerents. Isn't this the basic rule of the death? Anderson was shocked by the sudden logical explanation. Ronald, are you trying to show off what you know? You taught me this. It was simple actually. It just meant no god could use their power without a vicegerent. This was a fact for everyone who lived in death. Was it? Anderson said. Are you kidding me? You told me that the first day I came here. God, a being that has achieved its status as the higher being ascended from their original self. These gods needed vicegerent to use their power. There was no exception in this. Gods existed through vicegerent. They had a tremendous amount of power but were never allowed to use it on their own. This was what Ronald knew. So, with that said, he cannot be a god. Maybe he's a follower or a vicegerent I can send his world power to. That's when Ronald stopped. His face frowned and Anderson asked, Oh, so now you see. What is this man? Didn't you say that he must be a follower or a vicegerent? No, that can't be. He's from chaos. There's no god in chaos. The only place where gods existed was in death. And this man was from chaos. It didn't make sense for him to be a follower or a vicegerent where there was no god. But Anderson had a different idea. Well, there is one in chaos actually. There was one terrifying god within chaos. One that might be stronger and more terrifying than any of the top-ranking gods from death. But Anderson decided not to spill that part of the information. I doubt he would make a vicegerent. As far as Anderson knew, that god was tied to chaos through an unknown condition and never made a vicegerent. So, with that put aside, there was no way that this man could be a vicegerent or a follower. Ronald continued, Did you say he's a god because of that? Because he's not a vicegerent nor a follower. Well, that was part of it. But that's just a wild guess. You don't even have a logic that befits a god. Ronald, you learned well in insulting your own god. Your logic is like this. There's an animal that looks like a rat, but it isn't. That what is this a new animal? Then let's name this animal. This animal is now a cat. So rat is a vicegerent and a god is a cat. What a pitiful parable. Goddess, isn't it about time to tell me now? What? You said he was a god right the moment you saw him. You know something that I don't, right? A god was still a god. They were beings that had knowledge and information that no human could possibly obtain. If that god was certain, then there must be a reason, even if it was hard to explain. Ronald, have you heard the story called the Strong Mouse story? What? Ronald asked confusedly. Strong mouse story. What is that? Once upon a time, there was a mouse. He was a strange one. But as the title said, he was a strong mouse. He didn't scavenge leftover food, but he went out to hunt. After hunting and eating, he became really strong. He was a mouse, but he refused to stay as a mouse and became something more. Ronald concentrated on Anderson's story. After a while, he was now strong enough to even fight against a cat. He also realized that other mice were afraid of him. He then saw it was those cats who saw him as equals, not the other mice. That's when finally realized. What? Ronald asked. Anderson continued in a dreamy voice. I'm not a mouse anymore. Ronald became silent. You just made that up right now, didn't you? Anderson didn't answer, but Ronald realized something. This wasn't just some old fairy tale. Wait, goddess. The story right now. I call these mice awakeners. Awakener. Ronald felt a sudden jolt. He knew awakeners very well. Rupture, the infamous terrorist group who opposed the lords of the Great Lands, was comprised of awakeners. Those beings broke their limits as humans and became gods. They created their own worlds and became the vicegerent of their own worlds. These are mice that, through their hard work, had allowed them to even hunt the cats. It all made sense now. One that had its spirit body, but also was a god. Only awakeners were able to do that. Is he an awakener then? Probably. And besides, if he's from chaos. Anderson remembered what she heard from the Little Brother network that awakeners were appearing in chaos. She thought it was a hoax, but it seemed like it was true. Ronald asked with a shaky voice, maybe he's from Rupture. No, those ones never travel alone. He can't be from Rupture. The appearance of an affiliated awakener. Ronald wasn't sure what change it would bring to depth. So, what are we going to do with him? I don't know. It depends on if he is a god or not. Depends. Either he will become our ally or... Then Ronald felt weird sensation coming up. It was similar to the urge to eat. After spending a long time with Anderson, Ronald understood where this feeling came from. Vicegerents were beings who understood their gods best. They understood them so well that they were influenced by their gods' feelings. Goddess, Ronald asked. And she answered, Ronald, there's a way to make sure whether he will be our ally or not. Ronald didn't want to know how, and she didn't care. Let's eat him. Chapter 116 Naked God 4. Chapter 116 Naked God 4. 10 minutes later. Damn it. Ronald was topless and full of sweat as he hugged the naked man. It was a weird sight, but there was no other way. This way was the only way that his goddess, Naked Anderson, could eat this man. Eating is a weird word to use. What it was actually doing was just diving into his spirit. Ronald knew why Anderson made this horrible to Ronald of course choice very well. If this man was a real god, then that was good. There were other ways for gods to increase their power rather than gathering followers. If gods had more parts or had better settings, it would allow them to use another method. It was to eat other gods. This was forbidden in many sites, but it was openly done on many illegal sites. Even in Caspian, there were a lot of vicegerents lurking who did this god-eating. Ronald watched the man's face and mumbled, I hope you are not a god. If Anderson determines that this man was a god, she would start eating up his spirit right away. There was no better prey than an unconscious one. Ronald hoped to not lose the chance of gaining another follower. He had been lonely through his time with only his goddess. No, but you won't become a follower so. With such world power, the spirit would become Anderson's new vicegerent instead. There were rare cases where a god would have two vicegerents, but that was for those high-ranking gods. Anderson wasn't one of them. It's okay. Ronald thought it would still be okay even if he was degraded into a follower. If this made his goddess Anderson happy, then that was good enough. Aren't I a good follower? Ronald smiled as he spoke. But it was the next moment when he realized something wasn't right. Something connected had been cut off, and Ronald knew what this was. Goddess. Anderson's link that was connected to Ronald was cut off suddenly. Ronald felt lonely for a second. It made sense for Anderson to become excited, but why cut off the link so suddenly? So, he wasn't a god. If the link was broken, then it meant his goddess had found a new vicegerent. Anderson probably decided to make this man her new vicegerent. But, goddess. Something wasn't right. This wasn't just the link being cut off. She vanished. He couldn't feel Anderson at all. It was as if she had been swallowed up by something. Goddess. However, Ronald didn't know. There was a bigger problem than Anderson's vanishment lurking in. There was vicious energy spreading out from where they were lying down. It was unlucky. That was the only way Jaehwan could describe the situation. It was fine until he defeated those generals and got help from Catastrophe to enter depth. It was also good that he had Chungha, Carlton, and Serwin with him. Two of them were trustworthy and one was good enough. It was a shame that he couldn't take Cayman with him, but that was for the best. It was Jaehwan who ordered Cayman to stay behind in Chaos. Chaos still needed someone to lead them, and Jaehwan thought Cayman was the best candidate. It was all good up to this point. The problem in Chaos was solved and the entrance to depth was open. He wasn't in a good state, but he had Chungha, so it wasn't going to be much of an issue. He just needed to head to depth now. Follow the path, and you will be at depth. As he heard Catastrophe's voice, Jaehwan became a bit excited as he watched the entrance to depth. All the work he had done up until now coming to fruition. But when he arrived at the entrance, a voice came to them. Stop right there. He knew the voice. Jaehwan then realized it was the woman who joined the tournament a while ago. Jaehwan knew who she was now, as Chungha told him before. Rupture. Oh, so you know about us now, the old man told you. Chungha then stepped forward. Sir, why are you here? Second captain of Rupture, you sir. That was her name. She was also infamous in the Great Lands with her nickname, Early Dawn. Serwin, who knew her by the name, frowned. She is at least a commander. Captains of Rupture were at the level of commanders. They were not as powerful as lords, but there was no telling how much stronger they might get through time. Oh, I'm not here to talk to you. Let me talk to him. And with that, a young boy's voice came from behind her. Captain, the firewall installation is finished. It was a boy with headphones and a black hooded sweatshirt with a moon drawing on it. As he fiddled with the small machine, Jaehwan then realized Catastrophe's voice had disappeared. He turned back and he couldn't find his friends either. Some kind of barrier was trapping him. This won't long, we're up against the Soul King. Okay, it will be done quickly. Sir waved the boy off and turned to Jaehwan. I saw what you did. I was curious about your intention, and whoa, it sure was amazing. I mean, I wasn't too keen when you united all those clan leaders and masters of the fortresses. But fighting against those generals, that was something. Even we wouldn't plan such a thing so easily. It made me reconsider you. What is your point? I mean, I couldn't even find a word to describe the massacre out here with the generals. We never thought of doing that. You know, bringing catastrophe into it. How did you even get the idea? I asked. What is your point? Jaehwan knew Sir wasn't friendly when she had set this barrier around them. If she was coming in friendly, she wouldn't have forced it upon them like this. Wow, you sure are impatient. I'm not done with my story, so hear me out, will ya? Anyway, it was all good up to that point. I mean, I thought we could just leave you be like this. It's not what we usually do, but I felt your goal isn't too different from us. As you know, this world is really FC-kid. Don't you think so? Jaehwan did not answer. But the last skill you used. Now that was problematic. Jaehwan thought about what skills he did use for a moment. Where did you learn Perishing Slice? Perishing what? The skill that you used to cut the link. We call it Perishing Slice. It's the skill only captains and the leader of Rupture uses. Is it? Jaehwan was surprised. He wasn't surprised by the name, but that there were others who can use the skill. That is a dangerous skill. It perishes spirits. It's not something that awakeners who aren't from Rupture should be allowed to use. I made that skill myself. I'm sure you don't have a patent on it or something. I'm serious. Sir then began to move. Jaehwan realized she was opening up her own unique world. It was the power of creation. This woman was either equal to or more powerful than Jaehwan. Now, do you know why I'm here? Are you going to kill me? Sir smiled. That's an option, but I have a different idea. Jaehwan then realized why this woman had come all the way here. Join Rupture. Chapter 117 Naked God 5. Chapter 117 Naked God 5. Would it have changed if he had accepted Sir's offer? Jaehwan didn't know. No. With that said, Jaehwan and Rupture's relationship was decided. Second Captain Sir raised her scythe weapon named Thundering Imp, and the fight began. The fight was intense. The pathway to death was destroyed through it. After Jaehwan experienced the power of catastrophe, his spirit gained more power. It wasn't enough to have him move on to the next step, but he was now able to utilize the power of creation at will. If I was in my best condition. With his heavily wounded body, he wasn't able to fight against Sir. Jaehwan had to use his last resort, the skill that Rupture named as Perishing Slice. Sir couldn't attack easily after that. She too had the linkage. If Jaehwan managed to cut her ties, she might be trapped in this part of the world. You'll regret this. Jaehwan's gamble eventually paid off. After time passed, the barrier was lifted and Sir disappeared. But the problem was still there. Damn it. Jaehwan thought as he looked around the area that was now pitch black. The path is closed. He couldn't find Changha, Carlton, or Serwin. It seemed they probably had moved onto depth already. If they were in depth, he would soon meet them again. That wasn't a problem then. The problem was Jaehwan himself. If the path closes before you go through, follow the closest light. If you are lucky, you might get out of depth that way. It won't be a pleasant experience, however. Jaehwan didn't know what that meant, but he had no choice. He swam through the darkness looking for the light. It was completely dark, so he didn't even know where he was going. Nothing's easy. He was too exhausted from the multiple battles and he was now losing energy. He tried to stay awake, but it was no use. After a while, something changed. The surrounding air turned into water and he felt his skin turning into scales. He began breathing through gills like a fish. As he breathed, he constantly swam. It was then that the light appeared from above. The fish, Jaehwan, realized he should move towards it. I must go there. Nobody ordered him to go, and Jaehwan wasn't fully conscious, but he followed his instincts. And then he finally reached the light. He felt he was being dragged up and writhed in pain. So, this was the experience. The feeling of becoming a fish wasn't pleasant at all. And being fished up was another. Jaehwan thought it wasn't a pleasant experience before he fully lost his conscience. Sometime later, Jaehwan realized someone was calling him. A small hand was shaking his body. Hey! A voice. Wake up, hey! It was the voice of a girl. Jaehwan opened his eyes. There was a young girl wearing a white one-piece skirt without shoes, crying and wailing. She was shaking Jaehwan, panicking. Jaehwan wasn't sure what was going on. What is it? What is it? Is that all you have to say to me? Jaehwan frowned. He looked around and only found darkness. But it wasn't like the darkness from the path to death. After he checked the eye of Asura in the sky, he realized he was inside of his unique world, but then another question arose. Who is this girl? It was strange. No being was allowed to come into his unique world without his permission. Yet this girl was standing there as if she belonged there from the start. What the heck are you talking about? You ate me. Ate you? Yeah, do something. He wasn't sure what she was talking about, but it seemed like he did something bad to her. Jaehwan asked, What do you want me to do? The girl then flung on to him. Save. Save what? Save my only follower. Oh goddess. He should run when he realized someone was approaching. Ronald looked at enemies in front of him. They emerged from the bushes. They had a dark cape and tattoos all over their face. Ronald knew he was in danger. You're a fool to walk around the forbidden sites alone, kid. Ronald knew who they were. Forbidden sites of Caspian weren't only dangerous because of the ancient gods' lost ones. The lost ones were definitely dangerous, but there were more realistic dangers lurking around. Hunters. Hunters were those who lurked forbidden sites to hunt newbie vicegerents. Hey, kid. Ronald then realized their elbows were twisted weirdly, like those of a mantis. Followers of Belkane. Mid-ranking god Belkane the Furious Talon. All of his followers were infamous for being vicious and evil. Ronald heard they had moved their base to Caspian, but he didn't realize it was at this blue forest site. Kid, you here? Yes. What were you doing? Ronald grew anxious. He was against hunters and followers of a mid-ranking god. If they found out what he was going through, he would be killed instantly. I was just examining the new fishing spot I found. Ronald thought up a quick lie. Fishing spot. Yeah, it's the one that my goddess and I found. Do you want to see it? The new fishing spot was very valuable to Ronald and Anderson. It held tremendous value, but nothing was more important than their lives. The men became excited. Whoa, it's really a fishing spot. And it's an unregistered one. It's a bit small, but God Belkane will be pleased. The three men looked around the pond and soon, one who looked like he was the leader came up to Ronald. Kid, did you tell anyone else that you found this place? No, not yet. Only me and my goddess know about it. I see. Ronald then realized greed was filling the man's eyes and he quickly explained, if it's all right, I will have you take this fishing spot. My goddess tells me to do so too. Oh, did she? Who is your goddess anyway? It's Anderson. Anderson. The man became confused and turned to his friends. Hey, you know who Anderson is? Anderson, what's that? There are so many of those no-names. Ronald blushed with embarrassment. But it was a common sight, and it was sometimes better this way to be ashamed by someone who didn't know then. Wait, are we talking about that naked Anderson? Ronald frowned. Naked? Oh, you mean the one who was dropped to the lowest rank. Haha, so she still had followers. The men cackled while Ronald silently rose up. Roman, too, better get going then. Ronald then picked up the naked black-haired man and thought, at least we got him. He couldn't feel Anderson's presence, but it wasn't certain that she had disappeared until this man woke up. If Anderson was safe, then it wouldn't be bad to just get out of this situation safely. In the end, Anderson was going to get another follower. That was good enough. Wait, but things weren't going to end up like that so easily. Ronald flinched at the voice. Put that down. What? Don't pretend you didn't hear it. Put it down. That's ours now. The follower was directly pointing at the naked man. Chapter 118 Naked God 6. Chapter 118 Naked God 6. But we fished him out. This fishing spot now belongs to our god Belkane. Any spirit coming from it is now a follower of Belkane. Isn't that right? It was absurd. Drop it and get lost, kid. Consider it lucky that we are letting you go. Ronald looked at the man's face. He couldn't give up on this man yet. His goddess was probably still with him. If he was taken away, then Ronald was going to lose Anderson too. Then I will become like those lost ones too. Ones who lost gods by force would lose their consciousness and become monsters if they don't find a new god to serve quickly. This was terrifying. But what Ronald worried about the most wasn't becoming a lost one. I don't want to lose her. He didn't want to lose Anderson. She was the only goddess he had, and Ronald was her only vicegerent. I said, drop it and go. Ronald carefully put down the man, but he did not make a move. His legs shook and his heart began to pound. Can I do it? He wasn't sure, but Ronald still readied himself. Oh, look at him. He's trying to fight us. Har, it was going to be boring if he didn't want to fight. The men began approaching, and Ronald shouted, I'm a vicegerent. I will not abandon the follower of my goddess. This was the best threat Ronald could make, but it didn't have any effect. You are a vicegerent, har. Good, well, see the setting of the naked goddess, then. Ronald quickly checked on their faces. Fortunately, these people weren't vicegerents. It was lucky that vicegerent, who were able to utilize 90 of his god's power, wasn't here, but followers were still powerful. Followers, too, depending on their powers, were allowed to use 30 to 70 of a god's power. If Ronald could wield Anderson's power, they were easy to deal with. However, he wasn't able to use the power right now. Belkane's followers kicked Ronald away. He was getting ready for the attack, but he couldn't block it. What? Why are you so weak? Are you really a vicegerent? Ronald stood up, and there was a fist in front of him. He gasped. Har, so weak, kid. Start using setting, or else you will die. Ronald couldn't use setting as his link between Anderson had been broken. Ronald felt pain from his organs as he kept getting kicked. But then they stopped suddenly. Hey, take off his clothes. Clothes? Why? I heard Anderson's followers become strong when they take off their clothes. I think that's their setting. Really? Ronald then screamed in a no. Har, stay still. Ronald couldn't resist the force coming from the three men, especially when they had the setting that made them increase their strength. Soon, Ronald was lying on the ground naked like a frog. The followers began to laugh. He's butt naked and still weak. That's weird. I heard Anderson's followers increase in their muscle sizes when they get naked. Isn't this already increased horror? One of the followers laughed as he poked Ronald's body. Ronald cried in shame. He had never been so humiliated. Even if this was depth and he was a vicegerent of a low-ranking god, this was too much. Our goddess. That's when men looked at each other with a different idea. Hey, why don't we take him with us? It's hard to get new followers these days. That's a good idea. Yeah. Hey kid. Abandon your goddess, and we will let you live. Ronald gritted his teeth. They were telling him to abandon his only goddess, Anderson. Ronald stood up. Betray his goddess? That was impossible. Ronald still remembered the moment when he first met Anderson in depth. It was through her warm, unique world that Anderson showed him, that made him decide to stay in depth. Ronald was young, but he was old enough to choose the most valuable thing to him. Without that world, there was no Ronald. He knew this very well. I won't betray my goddess. It was almost an outcry, but the men scoffed. So, the naked goddess trained her vicegerent well. Then we will beat you up until you change your mind. A man then threw his cape and revealed a blade from his elbow. Ronald realized it was Belkane's setting. Scythe of Belkane. It was the symbol of mid-ranking god Belkane. It was a common setting amongst strengthening types, as it was just the mixture of an increase in muscle strength and change of skins, but it was still a huge threat to Ronald right now. The ground and trees around were destroyed as the attack was unleashed. Ronald closed his eyes, thinking it might be good to rather die. The only thing that was sad was that he couldn't see Anderson's face yet. If he was a stronger vicegerent, maybe he could've seen her face. Goddess. Ronald curled himself, preparing for the incoming pain. But he couldn't feel any pain even after a while. When he opened his eyes, he saw something unbelievable. He also heard the screams of those followers. What are you? I heard. The entire forest was being blown up and men were being thrown away with naked bodies. Defying man. There was a naked man standing in front of him. He was covered in muscles and Ronald knew what the setting was. Naked. It was surely Anderson's setting. Ronald stood up. Was he dreaming? Was it like the fairy tale that Anderson always told him? God. He then saw the world power shining from within the man. The man's face wasn't the one Ronald was waiting for, but the man did look like the naked god that Anderson told in her story. She had told him before. What, you want to know how I made the naked setting? It's not my own actually. Then, where did you get it? I got it from some weird god. He was one of the ancient ones. Very powerful. Weird. Why was he weird? Well, he was violent and unmerciful. But he hated clothes. He always said the beauty lies within the bare body. So anyone standing in front of him was unclothed. They had to run with their clothes in their hands. So people screamed, "The naked god has appeared," whenever he was there. Ronald thought the cloth could have been some kind of a symbol, but he shook his head and asked, "Isn't he just a pervert?" Well, he had his reasons. He just truly believed that the clothes were just a fake image. Like a mask. He said the most important thing starts when you throw away everything else. Ronald couldn't understand what it meant back then. But now, he thought maybe he kind of understood. Something was stirring inside him as he stared. The naked god was in front of him. The god looked at his body and mumbled, "Damn it. I don't even have any clothes this time. At least I had a rag in chaos." The man ranted for a second, flexed, and then turned to Ronald. "Are you the follower of a girl named Anderson?" The man was clearly annoyed. "Please get her out of my head." Chapter 119 Naked God 7. Chapter 119 Naked God 7. Jaehwan looked at his muscles. I feel like I've gotten stronger. His muscles seemed to be at least 10 times more powerful than he remembered what he was like back in chaos. He knew that such power existed through Mulek's memory, but seeing it in front of his eyes was a different thing. It's as he said. There's no more spirit power, Jaehwan thought as he realized the spirit power that permeated the air around chaos was no more. The depth was an entirely different place from chaos. Unlike chaos, where spirit power allowed one to use skills and powers, depth had very limited resources. It was only through the unique world that borrowed the world's power that one was able to use a skill. That was depth. Jaehwan looked at his body again. After using suspicion, he realized the world power was forming a complicated formula. This power was called setting in depth. It was through setting that the world power was allowed to form. Increased muscle strength, so is this the nakedness something setting? Then, a noisy voice came to him. It's called naked. Jaehwan remembered it was Anderson's voice. You should get the name right. Jaehwan ignored what she said, but she continued shouting. Listen to me, are you listening? He felt like he was getting a headache. This girl who was hellbent on accusing him of eating her or something didn't seem to want to leave his head. But there was another problem. God. Jaehwan had to peel the boy off him by grabbing his head as he kept trying to hang on to him. God, why are you refusing me? I told you, I'm not your God. You are now. Jaehwan was confused. Ugh, what have I been put into now? Jaehwan sighed as he glanced at Ronald. Ronald was astonished by the new god's grandeur posture. Big and beautiful. Powerful world power was coming from the naked body, and he had the power to wipe out the mid-ranking god's followers with one strike. As far as he knew, that power was beyond the Andersons' limit. The new god said his name was Jaehwan. So Ronald decided how to call this new god with the name. God Jaehwan. I said, I'm not our god. Please let me be your follower. Jaehwan became frustrated and a voice came from his head. Ronald am disappointed. He just said he wouldn't betray me, and look at him now. The goddess will agree on me being your vicegerent. I will never do that. I'm sure of it, God Jaehwan. You are one with Goddess Anderson now. I can see it since you can use the naked setting, so it's not betraying my goddess to follow you. Hey, never take him as your follower, you hear? Jaehwan was frustrated by Ronald on the outside and Anderson from the inside. Hey, you two, cut it out. Ronald and Anderson became silent as strong world power swept over them. Ronald began to hiccup as he was surprised. Jaehwan spoke. Let's start from the basics. If the great lands were owned by lords, the depth was owned by gods. The only difference was that gods were more detailed in their control over their regions. These regions were called sites. The size differed from very large ones to those small ones that were usually equaled the size of a small village. There was a total of 8 large sites, each with different names. The ones that owned these sites were top-ranking gods. Medium sites were controlled by high-ranking gods, and small sites by mid-ranking gods. Low-ranking gods had their own sites, but they were too small to be even considered as sites. Jaehwan then stopped hearing things and asked, so, the site is like the land. A land? No, it's different. Different? Do you not know much about depth? I heard some, but I don't know much. Jaehwan's knowledge of depth was from Mulek's memory, so there were a lot of missing pieces. But he couldn't explain everything to this boy. Sites aren't just divided up by regions. It's like a divine region or divine region. Like you said, sites are kind of like land for the gods. But it becomes something else for the high-ranking gods. They can materialize their unique worlds onto the sites. The site is like the weapon itself for them. Jaehwan then remembered catastrophe from that description. I see. So chaos was his site. It was clear to him that catastrophe using almighty power within the chaos. But that means there are some who can use power like him in this place. Jaehwan's question was quickly answered by Ronald's explanation. However, using world power throughout the entire site is a bit hassle even for high-ranking gods, so they use setting instead. Naked, the one you used, is one of those settings. Burdening, then I guess there aren't much thata like catastrophe. Jaehwan was now reevaluating this boy who was thinking of him as a king. He's useful. At first, he thought the kid was a coward, but he was very knowledgeable and knew how to talk. He used the right words to explain depth to Jaehwan, who didn't know much about it. Jaehwan still couldn't decide if he should take Ronald with him. He had experience of getting into trouble for making a company in chaos. I don't want to make things more complicated. As his thoughts grew complicated, Ronald stopped and asked, God Jaehwan. Take out the God part. Mr. Jaehwan. What? Is Goddess Anderson okay? As Jaehwan looked at his eyes, he felt a weird sensation grabbing him. He realized that this boy wasn't just a cowardly innocent boy. You hear her voice, right? Yeah. Then. What? You're not going to kill her or anything like that, right? Jaehwan then realized his guess was correct. This boy had been saying that he decided to serve him, but all he did was actually for his goddess, Anderson. Ronald was afraid of losing his goddess, but Jaehwan knew the outcome. This boy would lose her. You will kill me, right? Anderson spoke. Jaehwan tried to reply, but he decided not to. Besides, Anderson knew what Jaehwan was thinking even if Jaehwan didn't say anything. Yeah, I expected as much. I felt it when I came into you. To think you were the infamous General Slayer. Jaehwan now shared part of his memory with Anderson. Anderson saw Jaehwan's memory and so did he. That was how he found out some things. And few of them were some things that he couldn't let go. Thousands, or maybe tens of thousands of years of memories. Through that, Jaehwan had read part of it clearly. You were a cultivator. Chapter 120 Naked God 8. Chapter 120 Naked God 8. Before Anderson had yet to become a higher being, this part of history was all the same for all gods. It was a nightmarish time that required them to put a countless number of products into a tower. Anderson admitted to the fact. Yeah, I was a cultivator. All gods are. Everyone doing it doesn't make you less guilty of it. I know. Anderson did not deny her wrongdoing. I don't intend on justifying what I did to become a god. Her voice did not have the slightest hint of guilt. Jaehwan grew angry, but he knew it was no use. He once read the following memory from Mulek. There are spirits who are born with one purpose. Demons and angels are like that. These unfortunate higher beings are born to become only cultivators and nothing else. And unlike humans, they live solely for the purpose and are required to live for that purpose. The choice is not given to them. So, in some sense, Jaehwan knew that there wasn't anything Anderson could do. And Jaehwan had let Serwin, a nightmare, live for similar purposes. He knew it wasn't right to press moral issues on these beings and realized it was the system that was the problem. But knowing it didn't make him less angry. Jaehwan was human. He was a human who was once a product that was cultivated. He couldn't understand why he was angrier against Anderson than Serwin. Maybe it was due to the interaction he had with the cultivator that made him more angry at them than the creator of the tower itself. Anderson continued, "I won't ask you to understand me. But don't let the fact that I was once a cultivator cloud your view on my relationship with my follower. Maybe it's weird for you to see an ex-cultivator that was once so close to the product." That was the most confusing part for Jaehwan. He could clearly feel her feelings toward Ronald as he became one with Anderson. How was this feeling possible? Anderson wasn't lying. The feeling was strong enough to shake Jaehwan's view on them. Anderson considered Ronald as a very important person to her, and she valued him more than herself. "You can kill me, but don't say that my feeling is a lie." That made Jaehwan hesitate. He knew he could kill Anderson anytime, but he couldn't do it. He knew that it would be very painful for the boy in front of him. Ard. That's when Ronald began to twist and scream in pain. Jaehwan quickly grabbed Ronald and found the world power within him storming around. What is wrong with him? Already know Ronald. Anderson's memory quickly seeped into Jaehwan, and Jaehwan knew what was going on. He's becoming a lost one. Lost one. After losing their gods, they would turn into monsters. Jaehwan had heard about them from ENIAC from the Void Factory. Overseers were, in fact, those lost ones. Only the ones who have a conscience as deist followers are us. Most became monsters. You'll meet them once you go to death. The lost ones felt extreme despair through the loss of their world and their gods. Jaehwan knew that this boy would turn into a monster. I see, because his link between his god is broken. Save him, please. Anderson quickly begged him. You can kill me if you want, just save him. Why should I? You're a human, please. That was weird. A goddess who was once a cultivator was reminding him that he was human, but Jaehwan repeated that question to himself. Am I still a human? Is it really okay to consider myself a human? What do I need to do? Take him as your follower. And what do I get? I'll get out of your head. Jaehwan knew what this meant and nodded. Okay. Jaehwan then followed Anderson's explanation to accept a new follower. A faint line between Jaehwan and Ronald was drawn, and through it, Jaehwan felt Anderson's presence fading away. Followers were allowed to see the unique world of their gods with their own eyes. Depending on how the god saw their world, their followers were forced to share their view. When Ronald came back to his senses, he knew he was inside a new world. New world? Is this the god Jaehwan's world? Ronald felt the linkage and looked around. The only world he knew was Anderson's fairy tale-like world. What would be the new world? Young Ronald looked around in excitement, and he was shocked. There was a gigantic bloody eye watching down from the sky. It was the eye of Asura. Black crows circled around it, screeching eerily. Ronald grabbed himself in fear. But it wasn't the end. He looked around and found something else. See corpses. There were corpses with maggots all over their bodies, flinching while slowly moving toward Ronald. They cackled maniacally as they walked. Impossible. And in the new world, Ronald the follower fainted. Anderson spoke as she watched Ronald faint right after he woke up. Gosh, what have you shown him? It's his fault for coming into my world. Eye of Asura, crows, and corpses. Nobody will want to come in. Jaehwan smiled bitterly. He remembered hearing once that his world wouldn't be popular. I didn't ask him to become my follower. Silence fell. Jaehwan grabbed Ronald and picked him up. Anderson also saw everything through Jaehwan's eyes. Her relief was shared with Jaehwan, along with her frustration. Why did you stop me from perishing? Prove yourself. What? Prove that I don't need to kill you. Anderson became silent, but particles of complicated feelings stormed within Jaehwan's head. Appreciation, excitement, it was hard to describe. Anderson then spoke with a small voice. I will prove it. Jaehwan began to walk as if he didn't hear it. He felt like he could see a crying girl in front of his eyes as walked forward. Chapter 121 God and Follower 1. Chapter 121 God and Follower 1. There was a common mistake that most newbie gods who just created their unique worlds made. It was to create a lot of settings. This hit its peak in the second year that those new gods arrived in depth. We're not talking about other gods. It's about you. Let's be honest here. Don't you have all these things going on in your head, like having Superman-like powers, or a magical universe like Harry Potter? No, maybe you already have created them. I will offer my condolences for the shame you will face 2 years later. In 2 years, you will know that there are about 214 settings that are related to having superhuman powers, and about 753 of them that are vaguely similar. This information is from the unofficial setting record from the Akashic Records. And your unimaginative invention of the world of Harry Potter will be the 754th similar magic world. And then, you will realize what you have done during the past years, and blame your vicegerent while you watch other gods scoff and smirk at you, asking why your vicegerent did not stop you. Then, you will change. It is because you have learned a lot during those 2 years. During that time, you probably have learned that your few followers are not enough to create a setting that is powerful enough, and the number of followers is everything in this damned world. You will become a low-ranking god who yearns to increase your followers. You will lose your innovative mind. You will aim to create safe, proven settings rather than create a unique one, and choose something that will appeal to general followers rather than something that will show your own traits. After that, you will spend time and more time creating the same settings just like the other gods, waiting to have more followers. Then, maybe after a long time, you might realize that there might have been something more important than this. But by then, it is too late. Imagination, dreams, and purpose. They will never come back. They will have left you forever. It is the way of a god. To be a god in the depths. God of Mischief, Pierre. Episode 100 God and Follower. At the 84th gate of Caspian, at the border of blue grass forbidden area and red depth desert, a naked man and a boy were standing in front of the portal of the gate. The man looked down at his naked body and asked with suspicion, "Are you really sure that no one will become suspicious?" "Don't worry. The depth respects differences. It's a personal choice." Even though in naked, Jaehwan was staring at Ronald doubtfully. Jaehwan wasn't really fond of any kind of gate. Even when he was at Chaos, he had gotten into a fight with a gatekeeper. But if Carlton was here, he would've told him this wasn't it you who started the fight you breached Gorgon Law, Chapter 27. Carlton must be here in depth somewhere. Perhaps he was reciting those damn laws even now. Jaehwan spoke as he shook away the thought of Carlton's perfectly handsome face. In my world, walking around naked was enough to cause suspicion. What's wrong with being naked? It's okay, don't worry. Trust me. As he heard both the voices of the boy and girl, Jaehwan mumbled to himself that the depth did seem different and shook away his thoughts. Surely, it was wrong to think that the gods would have the same perspective as humans. Jaehwan decided to confidently enter the gate with Ronald. Moments later, Jaehwan was arrested by the gatekeeper. In the detention center of the 84th Gate of Caspin, the gatekeeper Captain and a follower of the high-ranking god Valabar glanced between Jaehwan and Ronald and spoke grumpily. "It's suspicious enough to be naked, and what a setting that makes you stronger the more you're naked. Who uses that kind of setting these days?" As Jaehwan listened to the gatekeeper lecture on, he mumbled quietly, "I'm going to have a talk with you later." "That's weird." "It's only natural. I think that Captain is just stuck up." "You're useless. Don't worry. Just wait." Then, a soldier came to the captain in distress. "Captain, I think what he says is right. There was a goddess named Anderson, who registered the naked setting about 8,241 years ago." The captain's eyebrow was raised. "Are you sure?" "Yes, sir. I heard a rumor of such a goddess too." "You heard?" "Yes, sir. I heard of a setting that makes your muscles grow stronger when you take off your clothes, but—" The soldier then glanced at Jaehwan before whispering to the captain, "She was once a high-ranking god, I see." It was easy to guess what they were talking about. The captain then read through the document that the soldier brought to him and scoffed. "Isn't that weird though? Why such a strange setting?" Jaehwan wanted to ask the same question. "Naked Anderson. So you're her vicegerent, and the boy next to you is her follower, right?" Jaehwan wanted to answer no. "Say that he's right. It will cause trouble if you don't." However, he had to change what he was going to say because of Anderson. "Right." The captain seemed uncomfortable from Jaehwan's confident, arrogant to his eyes attitude. He was the follower of a high-ranking god, and there was an unofficial caste system between followers. Depending on whose god they served was higher in rank. With that said, Jaehwan had to be polite with the captain. The captain cleared his throat. "HMPH. But this is different from the recording. The pattern of the world power is different, and according to the record, Anderson only has one follower." "Oh, our goddess increased her followers recently. We now have two." It was Ronald who quickly intervened. "Vicegerent, isn't it exciting? We can now create a new setting like a Supermanish powers or something. We have two followers now." Jaehwan wasn't sure why Ronald was being this overly excited. However, when the captain heard the word Supermanish, his eyes narrowed weirdly. Ronald turned to the captain and continued, "Captain, you must have had days like us, right?" "Oh, har. Yeah, of course." Was it because of Ronald's cute look or his innocent question? The captain didn't seem to be bothered at all from the sudden change of subject. "Superman, yeah, I used to want one of those powers. I was foolish." "Captain, how was it like back then?" Har, well, when I was your age." The captain then began to recount his story as his mind traveled back to the time of his youth. It seemed that he thought Ronald was a new follower. Half of the captain's story was his own feats, and the other half was unneeded advice. Maybe he was once the follower of a low-ranking god. As he heard the captain's boring stories, Jaehwan turned to Ronald. Ronald was eagerly responding to every detail of the captain's stories. Jaehwan was surprised. This boy knew how to deal with adults. And after a while, the captain finished telling his stories and stood up with a bright smile on his face. "HMPH, I will let you go this time, so don't forget to update your records." "Thank you, Captain." "Yeah." The captain smiled at Ronald and turned to Jaehwan with a cold expression. "Don't walk around naked next time. Enjoy your setting in your own unique world. Don't taint these innocent kids." Chapter 122 God and Follower 2. Chapter 122 God and Follower 2. The door of the gate closed in front of them, and Jaehwan and Ronald stared at it silently. After a while, Ronald spoke. Stuck up. Jaehwan raised his eyebrow curiously from the sudden change in Ronald's attitude. Adults are all like that. They can't live their own life properly, and they still want to lecture you. What's up with all that lecturing? Do this, don't do that. Maybe he doesn't know that those kinds of lectures are forcing his unique world on others. Those were very sarcastic words to be coming from a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Jaehwan looked at Ronald silently, and Ronald thought that he had made a big mistake and looked down as his face darkened. "I'm sorry. I didn't know the captain would be like that. It's common knowledge not to mess with other gods' settings in depth." "Don't mind it." Ronald brightened up a little. "Oh, and you know how to talk." Thank you. But you don't know how to talk, do you?" Jaehwan then felt he would have no chance of winning by talking to this boy. He also thought that the boy would at least do his part through his talking skill. "Oh, but I still have a useless one." "You haven't proved that you're useful, have you? What you got through the gate thanks to me. Let's make it clear. It was because of you that I almost couldn't go through the gate." "Hell no, if it wasn't because of me, you would've ended up in Caspian jail." With Anderson's words, the main gate of the portal opened. It was another door from the small door Jaehwan and Ronald had walked out of. There were lines of people walking through the portal, but they had cuffs on their hands and were escorted by gatekeepers. "Why put me in jail?" "There are countless reasons that they can put you in jail. For example, your unique world." "What about my unique world?" "It's bad." Anderson's voice came from the sky. Jaehwan turned towards the voice, and in the sky where there had been nothing, something was there. It was only in Jaehwan's sky. That eye. The eye of a sewer, in the middle of the depth. Anderson was pointing at the eye. "What about the eye?" "That's supposed to be Big Brother, right?" Jaehwan looked at the eye. His world wasn't created with any kind of meaning. It was his consciousness and his will that created it. He didn't even know the existence of Big Brother when he created this world after all. Anything that makes fun of or contains complaints about Big Brother is forbidden. They are like gods among gods. The emperor of gods. And you just made them out to be a disgusting eyeball. It's crazy. It seemed that respect for differences wasn't much after all. There was no freedom of speech here. But that's not the only problem. What now? You are an illegal god. Illegal god. It's what we call a god who is not recorded in Big Brother's records. You usually automatically get recorded once you become a god, but you're different. The gods of Big Brother never accepts your kind to be a god. Big Brother did not accept his kind to be a god. Jaehwan couldn't understand what Anderson was talking about. He wanted to ask further, but a group of people walked past Jaehwan. "Move quickly. The gods are waiting. Move or I'll send you to the labor camp." People were being whipped as they walked hopelessly, and Jaehwan met eyes with one of them. In that second, Jaehwan felt shocked as he read the feelings of that man. Fear. It wasn't the fear of death or the unclear future that lay ahead. It was a fear that Jaehwan was familiar with. Fear of being alone. Jaehwan once read this from Ronald's eyes a while ago. But it wasn't because of the fear that made Jaehwan shocked. As the man walked together with the group, Jaehwan stared at him for a long time. It had been a long time since he was this shocked. But how? He even forgot what he was talking about with Anderson. At that moment, Jaehwan was barely able to open his mouth to ask. "What are they? Who oh, them, Ronald answered. I think they are from a fishing spot. It must have been a large fishing spot, especially with that many people. They are being put into a prison cell until they get sold in the auction house. It was a casual explanation, as if it was a common occurrence. Jaehwan asked again. Fishing spot. Yeah, Ronald explained how a fishing spot worked. Fishing was a way to increase the number of followers. Anderson jumped in. Hey, I know it might sound inhumane to you, but there's no other way. These new spirits that were just fished out need to find a god. Anderson continued carefully as she checked to see if Jaehwan was upset. If we don't do that, they go crazy and become the lost ones. The depth isn't a place to be without a god. Anderson knew that Jaehwan still had a human heart and that humans reacted sensitively to the treatment of their own. She was afraid that Jaehwan would be angry at the treatment his fellow humans were receiving. However, he wasn't angry. He asked something different. The fishing spot, where is it connected to great lands? No, the distant lands mostly. I think it's linked directly to the roots. They are all from there. There aren't any that come from chaos like you. What kind of spirits are fished up mostly? Most are wandering spirits from the distant lands. And sometimes there are spirits who died in the Tower of Nightmares. Tower of Nightmares. Jaehwan's mouth opened and closed. Anderson asked as she felt Jaehwan's mind was shaken. Why is there a problem? The man who was dragged away. Jaehwan knew his face. He was not to be found here. It was when Jaehwan was in the Tower of Nightmares. He had a friend who followed him to the end. The man who faked going back to the past so Jaehwan could leave him without guilt. The man who was so hopeful and bright that he got the nickname Smile Knight. Jaehwan still remembered his name. Why are you here, Jaehwan? Chapter 123 God and Follower 3. Chapter 123 God and Follower 3. As the lines of people disappeared into the prison building, the door closed. The gatekeepers joked with each other as they finished their work and passed by Jaehwan. What do you think? They're all weaklings. Most will end up in the labor camp. I don't see any fighters in there. Yeah, well, they couldn't even clear the tower after all. After Jaehwan watched the gatekeepers disappear, he spoke. Anderson. Anderson grew tense as his voice seemed to contain a faint hint of anger. Yeah, how many followers can you take? In the dark, swampy insides of the jail, moans were heard everywhere. Jaehwan looked around to check there were people mumbling to each other. Oh, where are we? You're from the Dark Clans, where did you bring me? Are we on the continent of Asterium, please? Someone tell me. I am from Pangaea. The spirits began to cry, and as a few of them grew too noisy, the prison guards came and punished them. After a monk who screamed clans fainted, everyone became silent. This isn't Morim, Pangaea, nor Asterium. So, shut up and stay quiet if you want to live. That was all that was explained by the one called the warden. But with those words, people no longer talked. After that, guards sent the spirits to their rooms. Jaehwan was also placed in a room. What is going on? He couldn't understand what was going on. It had been a week since he was dragged into this unknown place. Just a week ago, it was his parents who greeted him when he came back to his senses. His parents told him that he had been unconscious for a month. Jaehwan, are you okay? He answered that he was okay. However, he really wasn't sure. There was one question he had when he saw his parents. Didn't the world collapse? He wasn't sure why he had that question, as he felt like his head was being crushed. As he tried to remember, his memories became even more blurry. Then, he remembered a name. Jaehwan. He didn't know who that was. He didn't know anyone named Jaehwan. It felt weird. You really don't remember anything. We expected a bit more since you were the last to be awakened. People asked him various questions, but there was nothing that Jaehwan could answer. He had brief memories, but if he tried to explain, he would feel excruciating pain, so he couldn't. He heard many things from the investigation team sent by the government. Months ago, over 700,000 people around the world fell unconscious, and they only began to wake up starting a week ago. They said that some became crazy and committed suicide, while others shouted, I've returned to the past as they become delusional and were taken to mental institutes. As far as we know, you are the last. It seems that it has something to do with the tower that was in the sky until a few days ago. As he heard the word tower, Jaehwan felt a chill. It was weird as he had no memory related to the tower. But, why was he crying? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll come back tomorrow. The investigative team left him alone as they figured there was a reason behind his tears. Jaehwan then began to search the internet to find out what happened. There was a lot of information on the web about the Tower of Nightmares, or the tower that disappeared a week ago. People created all kinds of rumors regarding the tower, the return of the Illuminati, a new military weapon from China, and so on. Jaehwan might have joined in on the conspiracies if it was before, but it all felt so pointless now. He instinctively knew that they were all wrong. The tower is connected to something greater that no one can imagine. Jaehwan wanted to say that to them, and he knew he was right, but he couldn't find any reasoning behind his thoughts. That made him more confused. Why did he know such a thing? That's when they came to him. Before he could resist, they snatched him. And in the next moment, Jaehwan realized his spirit had been taken away from his body. All he heard was a short conversation. Do we really have to do this? He wasn't even in the real game. He won't remember anything. The Union said we have to be prepared for the worst. That General Slayer destroyed the tower as he moved up the tree of imagery, so there are rumors that the memorizal might not have worked correctly because of it. Wow, so the rumors of the General Slayer were true? That's crazy. How did he even think of destroying the tower and climbing up from there? Anyway, so that's why we have to manually collect those with impaired memorizals. Ugh. Does the Union think we apprentices are like cleaners? What choice do we have? Ugh. So, how is the cultivation going to be in this place? They are discarding the tower. This world is lucky. People in this world should thank the General Slayer for that. But, isn't it good for us too? World 294 has a lot of fun things. Talking about that. Should we stop by the PC Bang after this one is done while we are here? Down. And then, silence. When Jaehwan came back to his senses, he was in a place called death. He looked at the people in the room, and they all seemed to have empty expressions. There was a woman who looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. It's cold. The cold became more severe right after he arrived at death. It was getting colder as time went by, and Jaehwan realized that it wasn't just the temperature. He felt a corner of his world being destroyed. He also felt anxiety, as if his entire world would just be crushed, and it would squish him like an insect. Jaehwan then crossed his hands together to pray. However, he couldn't find someone to pray to. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that he remembered the name again. Jaehwan. Jaehwan mumbled as if that was the name of a god, again and again. Then he felt warmth seeping into a corner of his heart. It was just a bit, but enough to protect him. He began to remember the familiar back of a man. 294,163,134. And then, his thoughts dissipated. 294,163,134. Jaehwan realized that they were calling him. The warden was standing outside the cell. 294,163,134. A god is here to take you in. Chapter 124 God and Follower 4. Chapter 124 God and Follower 4. Jaehwan looked up. God. There was a man with gray hair standing next to the warden. Is it him, the one from the Tower of a Master? Yes. The nightmares from the Union assured it. The warden smiled. He couldn't clear it, but he reached the 98th floor. He also got past all the traps that the master installed there. Any others? There's a woman, just like this one. She too is from Mulek's Tower of Regret. Oh, there she is. She made it up to the 76th floor, I heard. The warden commented as he scrutinized the woman in the corner of the room. 76th? That's a bit disappointing. Yes, but she is a beauty. She might not be fit to be a fighter, but... The gray-haired man seemed to be thinking as he stared at the woman. Is that everyone? I thought there should be more. The Union didn't send any others. These two are the only ones who had problems with their memorisals. The man then nodded. Okay, I'll take them both. And the payment? I'll pay with spirit stones. The man then handed a few stones to the warden. He counted the number and checked the quality, then smiled. That's about right. As he opened the door, he spoke. Oh, and I know I've reminded you of this many times, but if word gets out that I sold these spirits before they are taken to the auction house, don't worry. It's not like this is the first time. Right. Of course. As Jaehwan and the woman walked out of the cell, the warden locked the cell and disappeared into the darkness. Jaehwan looked up to the gray-haired man. Let's go. With that word, a light shone upon Jaehwan's world. His god was in front of him. I see. So, you want to save that friend? That was the first thing Anderson asked as she peeked into a part of Jaehwan's memory. As he nodded, Anderson continued. Let me answer your initial question. There is no limit to the number of followers. Including your friend, I can take as many followers I want. Anderson then asked Jaehwan. Wait, where are you going? Jaehwan did not answer and began to move. However, there was no hesitation or fear in his walk. When Anderson realized where he was heading, she screamed, No, don't do that, you can't do that. She shouted frantically, but Jaehwan asked back grumpily, Why? You're going to destroy the prison, right? No, I'm just going to destroy the front gate and save my friend. That's the same thing we're done for if we do that. Vicegerents of high-ranking gods will come right for us. If it under normal circumstances, Jaehwan wouldn't even care. Vicegerents of high-ranking gods. Since when did Jaehwan care about such things? He didn't care about all those generals. But this time, the one he was trying to stop wasn't going to give up easily. Did you forget what happened by being reckless like that in chaos? Anderson began trying to logically persuade Jaehwan after reading bits of his many memories. You wasted 3 months because of that. If it wasn't for you being so reckless, you could have found a way to get into depth within a month, and without attracting needless attention from the lords. Jaehwan became silent for a moment. Was he that reckless? I think you are trying to do something to Big Brother, but if you act like what you're trying to do right now, you will die before even getting a glimpse of him. There are so many vicegerents out there who are more powerful than Sameng-hoon. What she was saying wasn't a lie. She even showed a portion of her thousands of years of memory to Jaehwan. See, can you fight like them? Can you defeat them? As Jaehwan saw glimpses of the memories of those vicegerents fighting in a war, he felt something different. He knew how powerful they were, but he couldn't feel anything. It seemed like the fights in this place had something more than just pure strength going on. So, you don't need to just bust in there if you're trying to save your friend. Don't do that. How can I save him then? We can use the auction house. Anderson then began to explain the auction house system of the depth. Spirits fished out from Caspian are placed in the detention center until they are taken to the auction house in the city to be sold. Meaning, we don't have to do any illegal stuff. We can just go to the auction house and buy your friend. If the warden just saw this and knew about what change this caused to the depths, Anderson might have received the award of gratitude. Caspian. I see. Then well, go to the auction house. As things seemed to work out easier than he expected, Jaehwan felt a bit better. Unfortunately, Jaehwan had no idea. The trial that he was to face an hour later was in some way much worse than all of the trials he faced in Chaos combined. And about an hour later, Jaehwan was standing in the entrance to the auction house, butt-naked. FCK. Chapter 125 God and Follower 5. Chapter 125 God and Follower 5. I'm sorry. I forgot my official God authentication expired. Anderson quickly said to Jaehwan. Exactly 30 minutes ago, Jaehwan was forbidden from entering the auction house by the employees. I'm sorry, but you will need valid God authentication to enter the auction house. Jaehwan learned that there was such a thing called official God authentication, and a God without it was not allowed to enter public facilities such as the auction house. The bigger problem was that it would take a month for the authentication to be renewed. The law was amended a while ago, so if you can prove that you have 5 or more followers, we will issue a temporary authentication for you to use. At least 5 followers. That was the least number of followers needed to prove that the gods' world was safe to depth. Ugh, these top-ranking gods, and their nonsense. Shut up. Sorry. So now, Jaehwan, Anderson, and Ronald were looking for followers outside the auction house, butt-naked, with a few parts dangling helplessly. What was relieving was that Ronald was actually rather excited. It seemed that he was excited at the thought of getting a new follower. Accepting followers, we welcome everyone. Partial payment for the penalty given. Settings will be at 200 for newcomers. As Jaehwan looked at Ronald holding up a hologram panel with the above written on it, and he was a bit impressed. He's good. Hey lady, please check our unique world. Mister, can you please check our settings? It's one of a kind, I promise. However, even with Ronald's overly enthusiastic recruitment efforts, there weren't any followers, volunteers. It was obvious why, but it was still disappointing to have no one even take an interest. Is it usually this hard to collect followers? We used to have some who would have some interest at least. Why isn't there anyone now? Ronald asked as he looked down at Jaehwan and himself. Is it because we're naked? Probably. What? No way, my settings are perfect. I think you'll be popular among girls. It was then that our man approached them. Oh, is it a new unique world? It was their first customer. He didn't look special, and he was obviously a follower of a not particularly strong god. He did look a little suspicious, but he was still a potential customer. Ronald quickly ran up to him and brought him to Jaehwan. Right, it's a new world. If you join us as a follower, you will be high-ranking and various. But why is this vicegerent naked? Is he? That's not important. We have a cool world. You'll be impressed when you see it. Really, what is it? Oh, and what settings do you have? That's... Ronald became silent. How should he explain the world? What about the setting? As he looked up to the sky, Ronald's face became pale. He then turned to Jaehwan. Jaehwan answered first. It's better he sees it for himself. And after a moment, the man who was eager to see a new world became terrified. As he pointed toward the sky with trembling hands, his eyes rolled backward and he fell. As Ronald explained it, he was so impressed that he passed out. A few more spirits went by like that. Their reactions all differed as they witnessed Jaehwan's world. However, they mostly involved passing out for a brief moment, and then leaving while cursing. We'll never gain any followers at this rate. Anderson mumbled in despair. Followers living in the depth have a hard life. They live paycheck to paycheck, and your world is too dark and gloomy. Do you think they will want to see that when their own life is already as hard as it is? How about you change it to something brighter? I can let you borrow my world. What is your world? It's called Naked World. It's a wonderful place where all followers are naked. The only downside is that some perverts join just to get a peek, but still. Didn't you say your world is like a fairy tale? Yeah, but an R-rated type. Jaehwan turned to Ronald, who was still working hard on recruitment. So, was he an adult? He remembered Ronald jabbering about Anderson's fairy tale-like world, savaging him and all. You really don't want to? I'm not forcing you, but we'll never gain a follower in this rate. I'm not changing it. Are you sure? I'll wait for a bit, and if it doesn't work, I'm breaking in. It was a casual but determined tone. Anderson felt as if she wanted to go meet Minerva, the goddess of fortune, for help. Isn't it better to just put some flowers and trees, so it will look beautiful? If we spice it up, there will be a lot of followers. It was then two women walked towards the auction house. They were beautiful girls, with lavish-looking equipment. Anderson spoke grumpily. Give up. I can see that they are followers of high-ranking God. But Ronald had already went after them. The girls cackled at Ronald and spoke. Hee, you're cute. Are you asking us to transfer our world? Yeah, it's really amazing. You'll faint if you see it. Really, I guess taking a look won't hurt. They followed Ronald towards Jaehwan. It was the blonde girl who spoke first. Oh, you dressed quite extraordinarily. Like nothing. Are you a vicegerent? Right. Can you show me your world, then? She smiled as she checked out Jaehwan's entire body. The short-haired girl standing next to the blonde girl also looked him over thoroughly, and stayed at bottom portion of his body as she spoke. That's disappointing. Jaehwan had lived for 2,000 years. He didn't mind sexual harassment, so he didn't hide his body. He spoke as he stood confidently. You can't just take a look for fun. If you are not interested in joining us, then I won't show you. Anderson had to ask herself if Jaehwan was sane, and the blonde girl seemed to be surprised. I don't want to waste my time on someone who's not interested in joining. Oh, so you knew. Har. The blonde girl grinned. I can see that you're a vicegerent of a low-ranking god. Aren't you a bit arrogant? How great of a setting makes you so arrogant? Jaehwan could see that the blonde girl was looking down on him. The short-haired girl interrupted, Hey, aren't you a bit rude? No, I'm not. It's him who's being rude if he wants us to buy a product without letting us see it first. With that, Anderson, who had been keeping silent, raged. A product? Does that girl think that a world is just created like a factory doll or something? Anderson, who had been secretly planting flowers in the world, pulled the flowers out and shouted, I can't stand it anymore. Hey, show that girl your world. Make her faint. It was the first time Anderson had the same opinion as Jaehwan. Jaehwan nodded. I'll show you if you want it so badly. And then his world was unleashed. It was even more tainted and distorted than usual. With the sounds of crows and dead bodies mindlessly walking up, the short-haired girl screamed in terror as she looked up to the sky and saw the giant, bloodshot eye. Kayar. And with that she fell to the ground unconscious. The blonde girl also seemed shocked as she looked up to the sky. However, she did not faint and spoke. Hey, why are you showing such thing to a girl? Didn't you want to see it? I didn't ask you to show me this hideous thing. Ronald then shouted from behind, hideous thing, apologize. Shut up, kid, you dare to sell this hideous thing? And the blonde girl then pulled out a weapon from her waist. It was sharp rapier, pointed at Jaehwan. There was an engraving of a green leaf, a symbol of goddess Artemis, on the weapon. Get it back into you. It feels like I'm going crazy. What if I don't want to? Then I'll make you. The world power of Artemis began to concentrate around the blonde girl. It was Artemis' one fatal strike setting that shone brightly from her rapier. Anderson, who didn't think that a fight would break out, panicked. Wait, are you going to fight? They were against the followers of a high-ranking god. She wasn't a vicegerent, but just by serving a high-ranking god was enough to make her a formidable enemy. No, we can't win just with a naked setting. Our setting is weak against hers. Settings between gods of depth had a power balance that worked like rock, paper, and scissors. Law settings were strong against strength settings, and strength settings were strong against kinetic settings, and kinetic settings were strong against law settings. Anderson's naked setting was a law setting. However, even if naked was a strength type, this fight had to be avoided. High-ranking gods usually had more than 5,000 followers. The difference in world power between high and low-ranking gods was large enough to trump the power balance of setting types. Just as a pair of scissors made out of diamond would cut a rock made out of dirt. And that's when Jaehwan took out something from his unique world. Anderson flinched. It wasn't the power of naked. Anderson then realized that she never asked what kind of settings Jaehwan had. He was a god after all. He must have had his own settings in place. And in the next moment, Anderson screamed in panic as she witnessed Jaehwan hold up a sword burning with dark flames. What is that sword? It was the first power Jaehwan acquired after he opened up creation. It was the dark sword that contained everything Jaehwan had. Fall. The sword that could destroy the world was now revealed in depth. Chapter 126 God and Follower 6. Chapter 126 God and Follower 6. What kind of setting is that? Anderson was shocked by the world power she felt from Jaehwan. She knew that Jaehwan had lost a part of his memory and fought against the generals of the Great Lands in chaos. But she thought he managed to do all that with pure luck. In fact, he even borrowed power from someone else when he faced those commanders. What is this power then? As Jaehwan pulled out the sword from the world, his world power increased by a great amount. The power that equaled a vicegerent of a low-ranking god changed to one of a high-ranking god. Fall. Anderson gasped as she looked at the name shown above the sword. If it had a name like that, she was certain that it was a setting, but that world power didn't seem normal. Why, this can't be, this is unfair. What type is it? All settings within depths were divided into types. Even if some god wanted to create a setting that might make him twice as powerful as his enemy, it still wasn't possible because of the type. Even with strong power, there was a weakness to it. There was no setting without weakness, and stronger powers had huge penalties. There were no settings that would allow a low-ranking god to have the power that equaled high-ranking gods. Yet, that was now happening in front of Anderson's eyes. The blonde girl who felt Jaehwan's power paled. His power that easily trumped her own terrified her. This is impossible. He is a vicegerent of a low-ranking god. The blonde girl shook as she thought that, and in the next moment, charged at Jaehwan. It was as if a mouse, who was cornered, was charging at the cat. The rapier containing Artemis setting one fatal strike turned her sword into a giant arrow as she charged. Jaehwan's face grew cold. He didn't intend to fight. He just thought pulling out Fall would be enough of a threat for her to back off. But it didn't work. So, it's come down to this again. Jaehwan was disappointed. When he first came to depth and met with Anderson and Ronald, he was a bit excited. If what they said was right, depth respected all kinds of worlds. Many followers lived in various unique worlds and enjoyed their own. It even seemed like what Jaehwan had been looking for, a world where there was no discrimination and everyone interacted with each other on even grounds. If that was the case, Jaehwan thought that there might be some kind of a possibility. However, it didn't take him long to realize that depth was another version of chaos or the Great Lands after all. Weak worlds were looked down upon, and weak gods were discriminated. There were right answers to things, and people only cared for efficiency. As Jaehwan looked at the arrow and its green world power, he heard something from deep within him. It was the voices he heard when he opened creation. There were the voices of the countless Jaehwans who agreed with Jaehwan's creation. They were ordering him. Destroy that world. You are born only to destroy worlds. His sword that wielded the power of Fall ripped that world. The green arrow began to decompose the moment it touched the power of Fall. As it dissipated entirely, the blonde girl backed off. How? Her setting was losing power. The world was leaving her, as if someone had ripped her world apart from her. She felt terrible fear. It was the fear of world loss, and she had never felt that after she became a follower of Artemis. She even heard Artemis' voice for the first time ever. Who are you? How did you manage to pull me away from my kid? You dare? And with that, her presence disappeared completely from her. As if she had been struck on the head, she felt her vision turning white. The god wasn't a spirit, but a concept. How could a concept be damaged? She had never heard of a setting that could do such a thing. Jaehwan approached with his sword and her arrogance completely fled. "No, I'll die." She couldn't understand. It was just like any other normal day. She only wanted to take a look at the world, that was all. No, she gripped her rapier tightly. But she knew it was a futile effort. The sword would come to her and cut her head off at any second. "Please wait," a voice interrupted them. Jaehwan turned to the man who had spoken. He had very thick facial lines and a well-built body. He seemed to have been well-trained. As he stood in front of Jaehwan, he looked back to the blonde girl. "You should stop too, Benner. What have you done?" "Yes, sir, but you just experienced that and you still don't get it." Benner gritted her teeth. "But he is a low-ranking god. Are you still talking about ranks? I guess it was pointless to send you to Artemis." The man spoke as he pulled the girl up to stand. Jaehwan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who didn't seem to be bothered by his world. Chapter 127 God and Follower 7. Chapter 127 God and Follower 7. This man. The man was looking around Jaehwan's unique world as if he didn't mind that Jaehwan was staring at him. That wasn't normal behavior for a person when another had a sword in front of him. Anyway, this really is one of a kind. As the man looked carefully from side to side, Jaehwan's expression changed. He felt something similar when he clashed with Garam back then. But this felt more powerful. If he felt that Garam received understanding from him, this man seemed like he just understood Jaehwan, the face of a man in front of delicious food. As the man stood looking around for a while, he finally let out a deep breath. Your world has a very familiar smell. There were gods with worlds like this a long time ago. Gods who existed before Big Brother came to this world, before the monster named System appeared. The man closed his eyes and continued talking, seemingly impressed. They didn't need vicegerents or followers. They created their own world, represented their world by themselves, and never forced their world upon others. They believed in their own world and died alone. Your world is just like the world of those ancient gods. A god without vicegerents or followers. Jaehwan was interested in what he had to say and decided to let him continue. However, it's a shame. This doesn't fit the current trend. It would be really good if you fixed a few things. The man then opened his eyes. His golden eyes met Jaehwan's, and after a few moments he spoke again. If you feel like it, how about you join our Federation of Worlds? You'll be respected within our ranks. We'll help you with fixing your world too. A world of this much value is worthy of respect. Whatever it was, Jaehwan could not stop feeling disappointed after he heard everything. Jaehwan withdrew his sword as the man didn't seem like he was going to fight. I'm not interested. Really, that's a shame. The man seemed really disappointed, but he also didn't have the intention to force his offer on Jaehwan. Benner, don't stand there like an idiot. Apologize. I asked you to go to the auction house first, but instead, you caused trouble. I'm sorry, Sir Myad. You should apologize to that gentleman, not me. I'm sorry. The blonde girl bowed with a reddened face and Jaehwan felt something was familiar. It wasn't because of her apology, it was the name that he just heard. Myad. He thought that he heard the name somewhere before. As he remembered, Anderson spoke in shock. Myad van Declan. Myad van Declan. The owner of Myad Federation, the third Federation of Worlds, and one of the most powerful vicegerents in depth. Because of his many feats and achievements, he gained nicknames such as Owner of the Third World, and many others. But most people in the depths referred to him with this nickname, the Starseeker. The reason for that name was because his world had a blue star in the sky, but more because of a very dangerous reason. At the 274th Grand Crusade, he once declared the following in front of many high-ranking gods: you can reach the stars even if you have short hands. The gods were shocked. The sky in depth had no stars. The only star it could mean was one. Myad was one of few vicegerents who did not give up on challenging Big Brother. Garam told me to look for him. Jaehwan remembered that as he glanced at Myad explaining about the auction house. Garam had told him once that when Jaehwan got to the depths, to look for Myad. Starseeker, maybe his purpose is similar to mine. I didn't imagine one such to have had encountered such problems. There are needless and complicated rules in depth. But if you join the Myad Federation, I am not joining. Haha, you should consider it. Myad decided to help Jaehwan gain entry to the auction house to apologize for what the blonde girl did to Jaehwan. It seemed that the authentication of a high-ranking god was enough in place of a regular god authentication. Be careful. You never know what he might be thinking. There's not much information about him. I don't even know what god he serves. Jaehwan did not need to heed Anderson's advice, as he didn't intend on sharing much with Myad anyway. It was good that he helped them enter the auction house, but that alone wasn't enough to warrant trust. Beside Samang Garam, who recommended him, was one of those evil generals after all. And this man knows him, an awakener. That was the most concerning issue. He had been under the guise of the vicegerent of Anderson to others, but Myad seemed to have realized that Jaehwan's unique world was his own. It was as if he had known about Jaehwan. I see. So, you are traveling with him. Yes. And you are not afraid of his world. I am. But it's not just afraid. Like, isn't it scarier when you can't see it? Oh, you know something, don't you? It seemed two girls following them had befriended Ronald. The blonde girl was Benner, and the short-haired girl was Sinner. They were followers of goddess Aphrodite who were accompanying Myad to the auction house. I have to find Jaehwan. As he walked at the front, together with Myad, Jaehwan was using his suspicion to scan the area. He remembered seeing Jaehwan's face an hour ago at the gate. It was definitely Jaehwan. He seemed to be sick and fatigued, but Jaehwan was certain. Jaehwan knew that Jaehwan would not remember him. All products who had not cleared the tutorial had their memories wiped. Jaehwan knew this from Beaslane's explanation a long time ago. However, it didn't matter if Jaehwan didn't remember him. He was already prepared for this. That's when Jaehwan scanned a few powerful beings with his skill. They were at least as strong as greater generals, or even commanders. They glanced towards Jaehwan and then distanced themselves. Are you looking for something? Your presence is quite vicious. Jaehwan then quickly stopped using suspicion after Myad's words. This man had noticed Jaehwan using his skill. Jaehwan changed subjects. Is the auction house always this crowded? Oh no. It's more crowded than usual. I think it's because of the rumors. Rumors. I heard the parts used by ancient gods, or the 3 divine objects, are being sold today. Chapter 128 God and Follower 8. Chapter 128 God and Follower 8. Ancient Gods. Jaehwan casually asked in reply. Myad smiled and responded, So, you don't know much about them. I guess it's natural since they are beings from eons ago. Before Big Brother appeared, there were 3 powerful gods who were considered to be at the top of depth. They were legendary gods who had become the most powerful without anyone's help. No gods dared to disobey or oppose them. They were called the ancient 3 divinities. God-Slayer Catastrophe. Jeshult the Illusion Breaker. Deus the Destroyer of the Odds. Jaehwan's mouth twitched as he heard those familiar names. Catastrophe, so he is famous in depth too. He knew this from the record of the depths, but it felt different to hear it from locals. Apparently, it was normal for catastrophe to be considered a natural disaster. He was the one who had become the best in depth where powerful beings were aplenty. Myad continued, as you know, equipment that has been wielded by a god for a long time will embody the god's setting. This is what we call a part. Jaehwan understood what Myad said. So, those are the equipment that the ancient gods used to use. You are right. He nodded as he added, actually, Their equipment is so famous that everyone in depth knows about them. According to Mayad, the ancient three divinities had left behind one equipment each after they were wiped out by Big Brother. The equipment was as follows: the Void Sword of Catastrophe, the Eye of Gestalt, the Deus Machiner. Mayad then paused a moment before he added, "I heard that the giant robot, Machina, is going to be up on auction today." Jaehwan then stopped. Machiner. He once spoke about that particular object with the followers of Deus back in the Void Factory. It was a promise he had made to the overseers that he would find the Machiner, and thus they opened the seal for him in the first place. Machiner is a treasure to us followers of Deus. It is an object with tremendous power. It will be hard to find though. If there's any chance, it would be within the great forest at the border of the 8th and 4th site, but there are no followers who have ever come back alive after venturing into that place. They had talked about it so much that Jaehwan thought it would be much later that he might come across the Machina. But for it to appear at an auction house, Jaehwan felt that something was suspicious. That machine thing. When is it coming up? Oh, you're interested in it too. I guess it's only natural. After all, it is the most powerful of giants in depth. I'm not interested. But I was asked. Mayad seemed interested in that, but he didn't ask Jaehwan what he was asked to do. Are you interested in bidding for the machine? Bid? It was an unexpected question. If he could acquire the machine, it would be a good thing, as he did promise those followers to return the Machina to them. Besides, he was sure it would help him greatly in his future ventures if he acquired such a powerful part. No way. We can't even buy the cheapest part there is with the spirit stones we have. Forget it. Anderson quickly added. Jaehwan also agreed with Anderson. Whatever the case, he needed spirit stones, which were the form of currency in depth, to join the auction, but Jaehwan didn't have any. Just then, Ronald interrupted, "We should try. I have spirit stones here." "You have spirit stones?" What, he didn't have any before. Don't you remember when we beat those followers of Belkane? Jaehwan then remembered what happened back in the forest. It meant that Ronald's spirit stones were from those followers. Mayad then asked, "You defeated Belkane's followers?" "Yeah, he did it in one strike." 1hm Belkane is a middle-ranking god, right? Mayad didn't seem surprised at all. Rather, it was a confirmation of what he knew. Jaehwan received the spirit stones from Ronald. Then Anderson spoke to him. "No way. I think there's about 30 that will barely get us a middle-grade part, at best." Anderson was probably correct. It was foolish to even think about purchasing a legendary part with the number of spirit stones that the followers of a middle-ranking god carried. How about we just buy middle-grade parts? It's really different to have one or not. Anderson's voice seemed to be dragging. Jaehwan nodded. Okay. Anderson's evaluation helped Jaehwan decide. His goal at the moment wasn't to get Machiner, but to rescue Jaehwan. Anderson spoke again. This place is strange. Is it because there are too many high-ranking gods? I feel drowsy. Jaehwan. Be careful, Machina, don't. And as she fell asleep, a thundering voice filled the entire auction house. Thank you for visiting our Hatchnold auction house in Caspian. It came from the center of the auction house, seemingly the voice of the auctioneer. People began to shout Reynold, Reynold like a chant. Har, I guess some of you know me. I am the follower of God Hatchnold, the god of equality and fairness. Under the name of God Hatchnold, I swear that today's auction will be held 100 fairly, and it seemed that the auction for the high-ranking part was going to start. Vicegerents and followers began to gather in the center of the auction house. They were mostly vicegerents with high-quality parts. Jaehwan looked at them for a moment and then down at his naked body, and spoke or tried to. If you are lacking in spirit stones, don't worry. Jaehwan stopped and turned as Myad continued, you don't need to pay any spirit stones. What do you mean? I will pay for you. You just need to bid. It was a strange offer. Jaehwan couldn't understand what Myad was talking about. Was he trying to borrow Jaehwan's name to bid? However, what he added made Jaehwan even more confused. Oh, and if you really do acquire Machina through the auction, it's yours. What are you talking about? What about spirit stones that you lent me then? Lent? No. It's more of a sponsorship. Jaehwan then understood Myad's offer. It was easy to understand actually, but it just didn't make sense at all. His offer was the following. First, Jaehwan would join the auction. Second, Myad would supply Jaehwan with the needed spirit stones. Third, if Jaehwan won, he would keep the Machina. It didn't make sense at all. The offer had no benefits for Myad at all. What do you want? Har, nothing. I'll just say that I like you. It was a very suspicious reason, and Jaehwan frowned. Anderson, are you listening? However, she did not respond, as if her switch was turned off. Her presence had disappeared from Jaehwan completely. She said she was going to sleep, so she would wake up later, but odd, why now? Anderson spoke a lot of nonsense, but she was once a high-ranking god. She had more experience in depth than Jaehwan. What do you say? You can refuse if you don't like it. Jaehwan felt some uneasiness as he looked at Myad's smile. From his experience, this kind of situation was usually a trap, but it was too tempting to just refuse just for the possibility of it being a trap. Jaehwan also thought that if things went wrong, he would just destroy everything. Myad Van Declan. He's not in the record of the depth. Jaehwan had been going through the record of the depth in search of information about Myad ever since he met him, but he couldn't find anything at all. Maybe Myad appeared after Mulak wrote the record of the depth. Anyway, Jaehwan had to decide by only relying on his instincts. To Jaehwan, who acted on information gathered by using suspicion and understanding, it was a strange feeling. It was when the crowd disappeared towards the center of the auction house that Jaehwan decided. Chapter 129 God and Follower 9. Chapter 129 God and Follower 9. If you say so, I will consider it. You will. Myad was excited. But I want bid right now. If the Machina is as great as you say, it will come up at the end. You're correct. I believe the Machina will be put last in the auction. I came here with a different purpose, so I'll look around first. If the central auction is not finished when I'm done, then I'll do as you say. It was the best decision he could make without asking for advice. It was the only way that would allow him to find Jaehwan and get Machina. Myad shrugged and nodded. You can do that. If Machina is about to come up, I'll come over to you. Myad smiled and disappeared towards the center of the auction house. Jaehwan and Ronald were now moving toward the north through a small road. The follower auction is this way. The Hatchnold auction house was dome-shaped, with a center auction house right in the center. To the south of it was where people traded with each other, and to the north was where people bidded on low to mid-grade parts. On the seventh small road to the north was where followers were put up for sale. It was because the north road was directly connected to the Caspian jailhouse. That was where spirits who were fished up from the public fishing spot were brought to be sold. As Jaehwan moved, he glanced around at all the products on sale. The followers of Hatchnold were bringing in parts to put on auction, the place where the low to mid-high grade parts were on sale. There was a deep blue mid-high grade part on auction at the moment. Reinhold's long coat. We have the highest bid at 420. Jaehwan then found the blonde girl who came together with them into the auction house. Was her name Banyar? It seemed that she did not stay together with Myad. 480. We have 480. Jaehwan looked in her direction, then looked down at himself and moved on. Who cares? Jaehwan and Ronald walked along the road and soon reached the 7th road. The heat of the auction house faltered and a dark, cold atmosphere surrounded the area. At the corner of the street he could hear whispered moans from the people. Boo! NNGH. People from within glass walls looked at Jaehwan. Some seemed desperate, while some were in despair. There were a lot who were biting their nails or drooling. Jaehwan felt his heart grow cold. He had expected as much, but expecting it and seeing it was different. These were the people of death. I hate this place. Ronald said if I wasn't taken in by Anderson, I might have ended up in there. Ronald had complicated feelings. He felt relieved at being different from them, and at the same time, he was also disgusted at himself for being relieved. Jaehwan looked at Ronald and thought, if I can take all of them as my followers. The thought then became a question that made him grow even colder. But will allowing them to be my followers make them happy? Jaehwan realized one thing with the recent happenings, that he would never be an appropriate god. His thoughts became certain as he talked with Anderson or Myad. Your world is too dark and gloomy. People are having a hard time as it is. Do they really need to see yours? Jaehwan thought that maybe Anderson was right. Maybe it wasn't the truth that those people needed. People were too weak to accept the truth. Ronald. Yes. You regret becoming my follower, right? Maybe it was fake comfort that those people needed. Warm comfort, not the cold truth. Even if it was fake, it was what kept them living. It's not like you to say such a thing. It felt weird to hear that from Ronald, as he hadn't known Ronald for long. But Jaehwan asked back calmly. It's not like me. You didn't even ask if I am regretting it. You just assumed that I do. That's not even a question. Jaehwan became surprised. Maybe he wasn't like himself after all. This boy was brilliant at catching onto things like this. Honestly, I do regret some parts. I mean, I like Goddess Anderson's world better. He spoke honestly and continued, I will continue to think that way. I will consider that Anderson's world is better, that it was a good time. Are you hurt? Your expression is. No. Anyway, yeah. Your world has no flowers, no good scenery, and no naked girls. Honestly, your world has nothing. But then, Ronald then looked up to the sky. Jaehwan could see what Ronald didn't say. Ronald spoke again. But, even then, he was still looking at Jaehwan's sky. Even when he fainted the first time he saw it, but Ronald could now confidently look up at it. The giant eye in the sky, with a vision that could rip the boy apart at any moment, was upon him, but Ronald still looked straight at it. When I'm in your world, I don't feel like I'm running away. I don't know what it is, but it feels like I'm standing against an enemy that I can never win without fear. Jaehwan also looked up to the sky. The naked man and naked boy looked up at the same sky for a while. Ronald then wiped his sweat from his forehead and said, It feels weird to talk like this when we're naked. Yeah, Jaehwan nodded. Chapter 130 God and Follower 10. Chapter 130 God and Follower 10. As the two naked men had an awkward atmosphere between them, There was a woman watching them from a distance. What the hell are they doing? It was the blonde woman, Benir. She quietly approached the two of them. Huh. Ronald found her first. He pointed at her and spoke. Oh, it's the woman who peed on the ground. I didn't pee, Benir retorted and glanced toward Jaehwan. She looked down when Jaehwan looked back at her. She stood there silently and hesitated for a few seconds before she handed out a shopping bag. Here. What is this? Clothes, she said in a shaky voice. Clothes. It's called Reinald's long coat. It was the part that Jaehwan saw at the lower auction house area earlier. Jaehwan reached into the bag and took it out. Reinald's long coat. Description: long coat worn by vicegerents of high-ranking Dodd Reinhold. It's durable and keeps the temperature of the wearer. It is said to wield Reinald's setting high-speed flying. The hologram that contained the description popped up as soon as Jaehwan touched it. He used to have no access to anything in the system up until his third step, but a few of them came back once he reached the fourth step of awakening. It didn't mean he could use levels or status, but it allowed him to read descriptions or something similar. It was uncertain as to why the change happened, but Jaehwan guessed it had something to do with him opening a creation. Jaehwan looked down at the coat and felt some kind of déjà vu. Hey, what's the size? Size? Asking about the size when it was free it seemed rude, but Jaehwan did not care about manners. I have bad memories about getting the wrong size. Oh well, you don't need to worry about sizes. It changes to fit the wearer. Is that so? Jaehwan was surprised as he looked down at the coat again. Mino once gave him clothes when he arrived in chaos. Something bad happens when I get something like this. He ended up in a messy situation. I guess it should be alright this time. Jaehwan decided to receive the gift. But why are you giving it to me? Benir thought the order of the questions was wrong, but she decided to not care. I felt sorry. She couldn't even bear to look at Jaehwan. If it's about what happened earlier, don't worry about it. I've forgotten it already. Are you forgiving me? Jaehwan nodded and Benir's face brightened. Jaehwan then took the coat and wore it. The coat began to shrink on Jaehwan and soon changed its shape to fit Jaehwan's body. It didn't hinder his movements at all. It was truly a good part. Thank you. Jaehwan showed his gratitude. It looks good on you, Benir also added. But the other man, the only follower of Jaehwan, did not seem to share the idea. In disappointed, Jaehwan. Ronald, who was now naked alone, looked at him with a disappointed expression. Why now? You have clothes, it's not beautiful, it's revolting to our naked way. Jaehwan was about to object and refute the fact that he never wanted to uphold that ridiculous way, but Benir jumped in instead. She stood proudly in front of Ronald and looked down. Ha, little kid. You don't know anything, don't you? Ronald felt like he was being belittled by an older person, but he couldn't fight back. Benir scoffed, a kid like you wouldn't know true beauty. No way. True beauty. Benir then smiled arrogantly as she continued, true beauty doesn't show when you're naked. What? Ronald was reminded of the following words from Anderson ever since he arrived at depth. True beauty lies in nakedness. He didn't care at first, but he soon didn't mind whether it was true or not. Then, when he realized it, he was fully submerged in the idea. It was true. The goddess was right. The true beauty lies in no. It was nakedness that was the definition of beauty. Yet, here was this woman, a powerful foe who directly opposed the idea. Ronald became angry. Who was she to talk about nakedness? It's the difference between art and pornography, but you're too young to understand. Surely, it was too difficult for Ronald to understand. He fired back, then, what is true beauty? It's only when you can barely see it that you can see true beauty. Barely, what did she mean? Ronald couldn't understand. No way. The true beauty of a human being lies within the nakedness. How about I put it this way, kid? A god is a mysterious being, right? Ronald was confused by the sudden subject change, but he decided to answer anyway. Yeah, I suppose so. Then why is it mysterious? Do you know why? What does that have to do with true beauty? Just answer me first. Ronald gave some thought to the question, but he couldn't find the answer. He became disappointed at himself and shook his head as he looked up to the lady. Benner smiled. It's because we can't see them. Chapter 131 God and Follower 11. Chapter 131 God and Follower 11. See, it's not that we just can't see. It feels like we can see them, but we can't. Ronald felt something beginning to puzzle together. To him, the gods were the voices and beings that showed the world, but they never revealed themselves. Ronald felt them, and he felt like he could see them, but he was never allowed to actually see. It was still not enough. Benner then placed her hand under her skirt and spoke. Well, it's something like this. She began to lift her skirt up very slowly, showing her clear, white skin. And Ronald swallowed as he watched. More. Just a bit more. Then, when it felt like something underneath it would show in a bit, Benner stopped. One felt like it could be seen, but couldn't. Ronald became confused. See, do you get it now? Ronald felt as if he had been struck with lightning at that moment. This was a god. He had witnessed many naked women in Anderson's naked world. However, in front of him was a woman whose beauty exceeded that of any naked woman he had witnessed in the world. He felt his 17-year-old runny nose and realized his life had reached another stage. True beauty lies at the magical point of visible and not visible. This was the word that would later describe Ronald as the naked saint throughout the Great Lands. But for now, he was just a fool for getting a nosebleed after peeking at a pretty girl's underwear. Jaehwan was amused. Perhaps it was because of his new eye-opening experience, but Ronald's body was shining with golden world power. The follower's world power was evolving, becoming powerful after watching something like that. What the hell is going on here? It didn't seem like the surrounding world was normal at all. A point visible or not visible. Jaehwan then glanced down at his bottom. If this was Earth, he would be considered much worse than just being naked with only a coat on him. He looked at Ronald for a second and then spoke to Benner. I don't know any about all that nonsense, but why didn't you get me a pair of pants too? Oh, I thought you were naked there on purpose. Why would I? I'll go some pants and a shirt right now. It's all right. Jaehwan waved his hand and buttoned his coat from top to bottom. It felt weird as his shins were still exposed, but it was much better than his naked self moments ago. Benner then asked, Are you here to find a follower? I'm looking for someone. Jaehwan then summarized why he was here to Benner. Oh, it would have made things much easier if you told us earlier. Benner quickly walked up to the guard standing at the corner of the street. After the guard exchanged a short conversation with Benner, he opened the search engine for her. After a while, No, marm. There's no one named Jaehwan on the auction house today. It's not just Jaehwan. It's Kim Jaehwan. Did you search thoroughly? The guard looked at Jaehwan, who just interrupted with a frown, and replied, apparently annoyed by the intrusion. I did search thoroughly. No, He even showed the result he found. These are all spirits we fished up from public fishing spots today. The spirit you mentioned is not on our list. Jaehwan was disappointed, but he soon turned the suspicion at himself. Was I mistaken? But that was not possible. It was the face of a friend who had spent tens of years with him. How could he forget it was Unravel for sure? Benya noticed Jaehwan's disappointment and quickly asked the guard, "Is there a chance for a spirit to take in somewhere else rather than auction house?" "Oh, that's..." The guard hesitated and Benya quickly handed over a spirit stone to him. He refused at first but soon received it as he glanced around to check if anyone was around. He then waved at Jaehwan and Benya clandestinely and whispered, "There are gods that take spirits from the detention center from time to time. It's done to capture the quality spirits before anyone else has the chance to take them." "Who are they?" "I don't have the names. That's all I know." It seemed like he really didn't know since he was just a guard after all. "I guess there's no other way but to break in and find out myself." Jaehwan turned at the Caspian jailhouse at the end of the street. As he tried to walk toward it, there was the sound of a whistle and a giant dome-style barrier appeared to block the way to the jailhouse. Jaehwan tapped on the barrier with his hand. It was a powerful one. He wasn't sure if he could break it even when using his full power. The guard spoke up from behind. "Oh, I guess today's best auction is up." "How do you know?" The guard then pointed at the barrier. "That's the highest quality barrier by God Hatchnold. It's only activated when the best auction is being held. It's just a precautionary." Before he can finish, the voice of the auctioneer, Reynold, was heard from the central auction house. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come." At once, powerful energies from various areas began to move. It was powerful energies that Jaehwan would have a hard time fighting against. It felt like the energy was very familiar to Jaehwan's as he clenched his sword's hilt. This energy. Hey, what the hell happened? It was then when Anderson, who was thought to be disconnected, spoke. Before Jaehwan could answer her, Anderson shouted, Why are they here? They. Are you in? You can't stay here." But as Jaehwan asked Anderson, he was already activating the setting equipped in the long coat. "Wait, where are you going? That's the wrong way." With high-speed flying, Jaehwan and Ronald flew quickly toward the central auction house. "Wait for me." Benya's lone voice filled the area behind them. Chapter 132 Ancient God 1. Chapter 132 Ancient God 1. Recently, theories have been circulating that 3 ancient gods weren't all removed by Big Brother at all. The crater with a diameter of 248 km, located near the 8th site, Caspian, is evidence that supports the theory. According to the local recordings, the crater was created about 210,000 years ago, around the time when the 3 ancient gods disappeared from depth. Some researchers claim that there was the 9th site of depth upon this crater, and the crater is the trace of a fight between Deius and Gestalt, 2 of the 3 ancient gods. Few claim that the followers of Deius and Gestalt continue the fight that started 210,000 years ago even to this date at various places within depth, but there is no evidence that confirms this claim. Currently, this crater is called as the Great Forest and are considered one of the 8 forbidden areas of the depth. History of War of the Depth. Episode Ancient God. Within the 5th site Ragnarok, there are concentrated illegal site areas in the darkest corner of the site. It is nicknamed as the Moon's Shadow. It's the place where one trades for illegal parts or smuggled followers. It was illegal, but no high-ranking gods that resided in Ragnarok interfered with the moonland. The prophet coming from the moon's shadow was just too great to have it removed. And in the center of the moonland, a beautiful woman and old man were standing there. It was the old man who spoke first. "Damn it, this is damn hard to find. Are all your regional offices hard to find like this? Don't talk like you don't know. You were a part of this before, remember?" "You, sir," the second captain of the Rupture spoke. "So, what came to this?" Sir recalled the memory of that day of 2 years ago. It was the day when Soul King Catastrophe came down to chaos, the day when hundreds of generals were killed and the path to the depth was opened. That day, Sir stood in front of Jaehwan and his friends to stop them. That was already 2 years ago. It felt like time had flown by so fast. "Teacher, I have to remind you this again, but this doesn't mean I'm working with you people. Get it? I don't want you to work with us either. I'm staying with you all just until we find him. Better watch out. You watch out, girl. Unless you want to get stabbed while you're asleep." Sure." The old man next to Sir was Changha, the Doctor of Despair. They were enemies 2 years ago, but were now traveling together as they had the same goal for the current moment. "But can't you hide it better? It's too obvious." What are you talking about?" "That." Changha looked up to where Sir's finger was pointing. In the sky of Ragnarok, there was a giant structure barely visible through the floating clouds. Isn't it too crude for a creation from a nightmare? It was hidden by an optical illusion, but it was enough to notice that there were distortions if one looked hard enough. "Shut up. I can hear you too." Nightmares and their hearings. Sir mumbled as she looked up to the flying ship, the fall hidden up in the sky. "What kind of a name is a fall? It's stupid." Will you shut up?" Serwin's voice thundered through the earpiece. Carlton's voice came after. "Doctor, are you still looking for it? Our stealth is imperfect, so we will need to hurry. Be patient. And it's not me who's looking for it. It's this girl." Sir sighed at Changha, who was blaming her. She would have beaten him up if it was like before, but she couldn't do it anymore. A lot of things happened between the 2 years since they arrived in depth. He's gotten stronger. In those 2 years, Changha had achieved quite a bit of growth in strength. He was now in his 4th step, and so he could now fight as an equal with you, sir. He really is something, making teacher become this strong. Sir's eyes, as she glanced at Changha, met with his eyes as he turned to her side. They both looked at each other for a slight second. "Hey, girl, I wanted to ask you something." Changha started talking awkwardly, and Sir scoffed. "Don't ask me out or something like that. Why are you after Jaehwan?" Changha did not respond to the joke and asked seriously. He didn't miss Sir's face growing heavy at the moment. "No, let me rephrase it. Why did you let him go back then?" "Back then when? When do you think?" It was an obvious question. There was only one time the word when applied to for them. "I know you didn't fall behind in strength. You're the captain of Rupture. Or was Jaehwan much stronger than I thought he was?" Sir then became angry at his words. "Was he strong? I don't know. How should I put it?" She frowned as she remembered the day when she fought against Jaehwan. He was strong. No, he became stronger. Much stronger than when Rupture first found him. He was now strong enough to fight against the captains of the Rupture. And you, sir, was the second captain of Rupture. She was the one who killed many generals with her weapon, Thunder Demon. Her lightning rained hell as she moved her deathly scythe, and thus she got her the nickname, Early Dawn. She earned 5th place in the power rank within Rupture and was the fearmonger among the generals. That was you, sir. She was to outpower Jaehwan. Yet, 2 years ago, she couldn't stop him. It was Changha who asked again as Sir became hesitant about continuing. You saw something. You saw something, a potential that you can't find in anyone else, or any Kattans. Isn't that it? Sir did not answer, but she bit her lips. There was a voice that came into her mind. Your ways will not change the world. The cultivation is only the outcome. It is the reason that needs to be dealt with. Jaehwan spoke to her when she explained and offered Jaehwan to join Rupture. It was an obvious point and she had no way to fight against it. Although it was true, it was equally impossible as well. But Jaehwan told her the outcome of his impossible story. I will destroy this world. Chapter 133 Ancient God 2. Chapter 133 Ancient God 2. How can he speak like a typical villain so seriously? It was enough to laugh at, but Sir couldn't laugh. Hey, what do you think a world is? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Just answer me. You mean the unique world that is because of Nano? I'm not talking about. Never mind. Sir shook her head. She could see that Changha did recognize what Sir had asked, but the old man was just pretending that he didn't understand the question. She and Changha were both 4th stage awakener. There was one fact that all awakeners realized after reaching the 4th step. The world they saw until now was only part of an iceberg. The being that became a god went and found a new way to perceive things. Unlike the 3rd step, where you could just realize the truth of the system, 4th step awakeners were allowed to face the world itself. Countless information came from all parts of the world. All this information filled their minds. Gods were excited by the flood of information that they had not known until then. They realize that become a god, and they feel that they are almighty all-knowing. However, they soon feel despair toward the sea of information. It is because they realize that they can never control the information. Gods then are confused and become corrupt from the influx of information. Some go crazy while some choose to make the decision. They choose to close their eyes and ears, and refuse to take in the information. This was called seclusion. It wasn't considered bad since it was necessary to keep the ego. The gods who fall in seclusion give up on feeling the giant world. Instead, they choose to stay within the small world they created and live while growing the world. This small world that the gods created were called the following. Unique world. Sir remembered the world full of corpses and the giant eye of Asura. Jaehwan's unique world. It was a world that made her feel uneasy every time she thought about it. No other unique world contained such a hideous thing, especially the eye. She looked up to the sky. It was the eye that did not exist in her sky. She knew what that eye was supposed to mean. He can see Big Brother. As far as Sir knew, the only one who could Big Brother's presence was only one existence out of the entire depth. The Master of Rupture. He had told her once before. Sir, fight your seclusion. If you succeed, you will see the truth. But Jaehwan was able to see Big Brother. It meant he also succeeded in fighting his seclusion. Sir was curious. What was the world like after getting out of seclusion? The world that looked directly into the terrifying Big Brother. Was that world still one of many unique worlds out there? No. Maybe that world is. It was Changha's voice that brought her back from her thoughts. Hey girl, isn't that the place? There was an old antique shop at the corner of the street that seemed to specialize in old parts that nobody visited. Oh, that's it, it's there. They walked over to the shop right away. As they opened the door, an old man with a long mustache appeared. What brings you here? Hey, it's me. I'm here for some information. What brings you here? It's me. Didn't you hear? Oh gosh. Sir sighed and began speaking the following phrase: so, we will be the slaves of the freedom, the blade of the rights, and the measurement of the equality. With that, the light within the building went out and the windows were covered with blinds. Slave of the freedom, blade of the rights, measurement of the equality. These were the metaphors that symbolized the organization. Of course, there were other names that directed this organization. The Anti-Cultivation Group, or the worst terrorist group in history and such, but it was the name that was more famous than all of those nicknames. Rupture. This was a fifth regional office of the worst terrorist group, Rupture, of the Great Lands. The old man who appeared through the darkness was not an ordinary old man. His face and shape had been changed entirely to that of a middle-aged man. It seemed he had the setting to change his physical appearance. Sir ranted, "Hey, do we really need to go through this every time? It's the rule." "So who's he?" "He's with me. He's not with Rupture, but he's kind of Rupture or an ex-Rupture. Don't worry about him, and just show me the list." "Here." The man then handed over a 10-inch sized machine. It was the machine that showed information that Rupture gathered recently, in order of importance. Sir spoke as she scrolled down on the list. What's this? There are lost ones rampaging at Caspian. There's word that the followers of the ancient gods are gathering at the Hatchmold auction house. I heard that a part of an ancient god is up for bidding in the auction house." "What, really?" Sir frowned at the information. "Our machine, there's no way that it can appear at an auction house. It smells fishy, but I'll pass on the information for now." "What else?" "Next is about an awakener." "Awakener?" Changha and Sir's face brightened. It just might be the information they were looking for. The man continued, "There's information about an old man with the nickname Perverted Guru making mess in the East. I think he killed a few vicegerents of middle-grade gods while leading a pirate group called Bringer of the Fall. It's a big issue out there." Sir and Changha's expressions turned weird at the news. "I heard the Perverted Guru uses a very unusual, unique world. What was it called? Kingho, or was it June? Isn't it Morim? HMPH, maybe it was." Sir was barely holding back from laughing, and Changha's nose widened as he fought back the urge to laugh. "Anyway, you should watch out for him too. I heard he's quite the awakener. He's really interested in beautiful vicegerents apparently." "Perverted Guru? Yeah, of course. I will for sure," Sir answered as she glanced at Changha, in which he coughed uncomfortably. "So any other news?" "Nope." "I see." Sir became disappointed, but that's when the machine sounded an alarm, followed by a new message. "Oh, I guess we have a new one. There's a fight happening in the Hatchnold auction house. The place with the machina. What happened? 5 vicegerents of a high-ranking god and 12 mid-ranking gods have been killed." "What, 5 from the high-rankers?" "Vicegerents of high-ranking gods weren't easily matched. They were powerful individuals within depth. That's close to a war." "Did they fight against each other?" "No. They were killed by a man." What kind of madman does that in a... In that moment, Sir stopped speaking, and Changha also looked at Sir. Sir leaned closer to the table and asked, "Did you have a video of it?" "Here." Soon, a hologram screen showed a man. The video quality was not good enough to see the face, but 2 things were certain. One was that the man was naked with only a coat on him, and another was that he was stabbing. IARG. Vicegerents were being flown away through the vicious world power storm. As they heard the sound, Changhe was making a face as if he had been waiting for that sound in a long time. Within the chaos of the video, there was a man, bare naked under his coat. It was certain. It was the madman. It was the madman that they were desperately looking for the past 2 years. Changhe and Sir shook in excitement. The man they were looking for was in the video. It's him, right? Yeah. I knew he'd do something like that. Of course. Both of them quickly jumped out of the building. Because they were too excited, they did not realize who sent the information to the regional office. Master of Rupture. The regional office master narrowed his eyes as he looked at who sent the video. So, it's the master who sent this her. I guess things aren't going to end quietly this time. Chapter 134 Ancient God 3. Chapter 134 Ancient God 3. The auction was at its peak when Jaehwan arrived at the central auction house. Jaehwan, you're late, Mayad greeted Jaehwan. Oh, you got some clothes, it fits you. Yeah. Jaehwan nodded and sat down on the chair that Mayad saved for him. Ronald also came next to Jaehwan and sat down. He had flown down here anxiously, but the atmosphere was different than he expected. There were powerful individuals within the auction house, but none of them were unleashing the uncomfortable presence that Jaehwan felt earlier. This is strange. I felt it for sure. In front was the giant hologram screen that showed the top price of the auction, and auctioneer Ronald. Jaehwan looked at the giant metal object crouched down in front of the screen. Is that the machiner of Deus? The metal object was shaped like a man. It was probably over 10 meters just based on the sight. Mayad answered, yes. It's the best giants of depth. Giants. Jaehwan once read the information about it in the record of the depth. Those metal giants could be controlled from the inside, created in the days when ancient god Deus was in full power. It allowed the writer to increase their world power by 1.2 to 3 times when writing in it. It was the part that everyone from mid-ranking gods and up wanted to have. The machiner was the best out of all the giants. Jaehwan increased his suspicion up to the limit as he examined the machiner. Surely it was a much better object than Reinhold's long coat which he was wearing. But he felt that the machiner was lacking. Is that really it? Jaehwan once faced one of the 3 parts before. No, he actually used it. He didn't know it was considered so highly before, but now he could see it. It's nothing like the Void Sword. That sword that turned every being into a dead man. It was, of course, Catastrophe himself who wielded the sword, and Jaehwan only was the vessel to hold Catastrophe in. But Jaehwan remembered how it felt to hold the sword. He remembered the sensation of wielding the blade. Even when he was the one wielding it, he felt like as if his spirit was being ripped apart by it. It didn't seem to be possible to control it. That was the power of such divine parts. Jaehwan, we must go back. I don't feel good about this. Anderson shouted with a concerned voice. She too seemed to have sensed something. Anderson. Who are they? Huh. You mentioned that there are they here. That's. But in the next moment, Anderson's voice became disrupted and disappeared. It felt like something was interfering with Anderson and Jaehwan's communication. Well, we've got the new highest bidder, 11,000 spirit stones. Reynolds' voice filled the area and Jaehwan spoke to Mayad. So I just need to buy that. Yes. Did you make up your mind? What about spirit stones? Here you go. Jaehwan took the bag of spirit stones from Mayad. Ronald became pale as he peeked into the bag. What, there must be about 20,000 spirit stones in there at least. Is that a lot? Of course it is, it's too much. 1 spirit stone equaled 1 follower. Only 1 spirit stone could be acquired by processing a spirit. Of course, normal followers didn't have much value, and it was the fighter followers who would equal to 5 to 10 spirit stones that became valuable, but 20,000 was still a lot. It was enough to have a low-ranking god to rise up to the bottom of the high-ranking gods. Jaehwan said, 20,000, it might not be enough. Not enough. You never know what might happen. This time, Mayad became astonished at Jaehwan being so calm while holding onto so many spirit stones. You really are something. How can you be so calm even with that many spirit stones? I don't think there's anyone even in the Great Lands or depth that doesn't get carried away by the number. That's enough. So, do you have more or what? I think 20,000 is enough, but I'll give you this just in case. Mayad then began writing something down and handed it over to Jaehwan. It was a piece of paper created by the hologram. It was a personal check from the Mayad Federation. The voice was heard again then. 12,000 and more 12,000. Jaehwan looked down at the check for a while and turned to Mayad again. You just met me for the first time today. Yes, I did. What is the meaning of all this? Meaning? Oh, you mean the check. Like I said, I like you and... Never mind. I was a fool to ask. Jaehwan stood up and shouted toward the auctioneer. I will bid on it. People's eyes turned straight onto Jaehwan. Reynolds then turned to Jaehwan and spoke. I haven't seen you around in my experience. This is the sign of a strong bid, so your name is Jaehwan. I see, so how much will you? 100,000. Chapter 135 Ancient God 4. Chapter 135 Ancient God 4. People began to mumbling to each other. What did he say? 100,000. A few vicegerents turned to look at Jaehwan curiously. Based on their strong world powers, they were from high-ranking gods. Jaehwan checked their power and turned to Mayad. Even when he spoke of such a large amount, Mayad didn't seem to panic at all. Isn't this a lot? Jaehwan wasn't sure about what the man was thinking. Jaehwan felt like he wanted to make Mayad panic. Reynolds, who is that man? There's no way that he can pay 100,000. A few vicegerents of mid-ranking gods stood up with rage. The one who was most outraged was the one who offered 12,000, the vicegerent of the middle-ranking god Belkane. It was then that someone stood up silently from the crowd. It was a man with a black hood over his head. After he glanced at Jaehwan and Reynolds, he spoke up with a loud voice. 200,000. The people became uneasy. 200. Reynolds calmly updated the highest bidder. 200,000. We just might have the highest record of bids today. Jaehwan checked the name tag of the one who called for 200,000. But it was hard to see as clothes covered it. Jaehwan then turned toward the hologram. Highest bidder X 200,000. X. The was the name of the man. It's him. Jaehwan looked at the hooded man again. It was the man who unleashed the energy earlier, that Jaehwan. So, he's your target. Mayad flinched at the sudden voice. I beg your pardon. You used me to bring him out. Har. I'm not sure what you are talking about. Jaehwan thought there was a certain reason why Mayad couldn't join the auction. He didn't want to be seen. Why? Jaehwan thought the answer was because of that man named X. He wasn't sure why, but Mayad was looking for him, and he needed to lay low in order to find that man. Mayad had now found him, so he had surely reached his goal. Well, if you insist. Insist on what? Har. Jaehwan then smiled, Can I continue on with the auction then? As Mayad felt something from Jaehwan's smile, Jaehwan shouted at Reynold. 500,000. 500,000. The amount increased more than double instantly. Wait. Jaehwan. Mayad now seemed to be surprised by the sudden increase. It was obvious, as Mayad had no reason to continue with the auction house as he had met his goal. We have 500,000. Reynold spoke in an excited voice. X responded immediately. 600. Jaehwan shouted again. 700. Wait, Jaehwan. We shouldn't. But poor Mayad's voice was wiped away by cheer of the crowd, and X spoke again. 750. 800. Jaehwan spoke again, and now X was seemingly hesitant. He paused for a while and spoke. 850,000. The record of the highest bid of the Hatchnold auction house had long been surpassed. Everyone now fell silent as they watched the fight go on. 850,000. I've never even seen such a number in my life. Some vicegerents from middle-ranking gods were now glancing at Jaehwan. To them, 850,000 spirit stones were worth much more than the machiner itself. He looks weak. Vicegerent of a low-ranking god. I'll take him on. Jaehwan then spoke again in a quiet and calm voice. 2 million. The entire crowd became silent. People couldn't even understand what the number meant. Vicegerents and the powerful ones now looked at Jaehwan silently. Even Reynold couldn't speak at the amazing amount. Are you serious? 2 million spirit stones. 2 million wasn't just a number. It was an amount that only top-ranking gods, or the 7 gods of depth, could even think of paying. It was the amount for a high-ranking god to be allowed to join the 7 gods of depth, to make it 8 gods. The amount was enough to increase world power in such a way. 2 million spirit stones represented the power itself. But now, Jaehwan just declared that he would pay that much to purchase only a part. People in the auction house were shaking just by hearing the number of 2 million, as they knew what the number meant. Even Mayad was looking at Jaehwan suspiciously. Jaehwan thought as he looked at everyone who was looking at him. So, opening a creation doesn't mean that it's out of the system. They were people who lived within the system before they created their worlds to become gods. It was obvious that they were still a part of the system. Reynold spoke. Okay, do we have any more? No. Then Jaehwan has won the machiner of Deus for 2 million spirit stones. Jaehwan then walked up to the podium. As he was guided by Reynold, he took out the personal check that he got from Mayad. But how can I use this? Can I just write down the number? He had never used a check before, so he had no way of knowing. As Jaehwan became hesitant, someone from the crowd shouted, "This is nonsense. That fool can never pay 2 million spirit stones." It was Gerald, the vicegerent of the middle-ranking god Belkane. And that was the start. Right, this can't be true. We cannot accept this auction. Kill him. As vicegerents and followers of those middle-ranking gods charged in, Jaehwan smiled bitterly at them. So, it comes down to this. It was the beginning of the Hatchnold disaster that would be recorded as one of the 5 incidents revolving around Jaehwan in history. Chapter 136 Ancient God 5. Chapter 136 Ancient God 5. Through the fierce battle, a single man smiled between the battle of the gods. It was a vicegerent with fiery red hair. He was astonished by the black blades stabbing all over the place. He's one of a kind. Look at the setting, it's crazy. It looked like if he was talking to himself, but there was no way vicegerents would talk to themselves. All of their conversations would be heard by their gods. There was no alone the moment a vicegerent decided to serve a god. Needless to say, a voice answered from nowhere. He's familiar. Wait, isn't it him? Him. You know, the product I tried to purchase before. Ugh, that damn cultivator. What was his name? Lane something. Oh, did you? I don't remember. The man's name was Caravan. Caravan the Flame. He was one of the most popular vicegerents within the depth because his god was the one of 7 gods of death. The god with worst temper, and owner of the best setting, was named the Hell of Flame. Every god of death called the god with this name. Is the god of flame. Innes was laughing maniacally within Caravan's head. Look, I searched little brother and this popped up. I think it's him. After Caravan checked on the shared image from little brother, he opened his eyes wide in shock and asked, wait, isn't he the one who butchered all those generals in chaos while ago? The general slayer. Yeah, it's him. Whoa, I serve the best god and am still called a flame, but he's already a slayer. How unfair. Har. You might get one for yourself if you kill him. I would like to be called like Slayer of the Flame or something. Caravan scratched his chin as he looked at Jaehwan fighting in the distance. The ground tore apart at one stab, and the followers of middle-ranking gods were being ripped apart and were swept up by it. However, it wasn't enough to be considered strong yet. What Caravan was focusing on was the setting he was using. God. His setting is really weird. What is that? The black blade stormed the air as the black aura from Jaehwan's sword destroyed all the strength type settings of the other gods. What was weirder was that all those settings that were destroyed were losing power as they were destroyed. Innes spoke. I think it's a setting that destroys settings. What is that possible? How can such a thing exist? But that's the only way to put it. Look, Ease wasn't wrong. The vicegerents who were struck by Jaehwan quickly lost their world powers, lost their linkage with their gods, and fainted. Unless there was a setting that destroyed a setting, there was no other way to describe what was happening, especially when the world power difference between the others and Jaehwan was very small. I have never heard of such a setting in depth. And what type is that? It's a dual type. Dual what? Were there others with dual type too? I thought we were only ones with it. Of course. Remember, the dark dragon from Droyan is also a dual type. Oh, right. I think it's based off the strength type, then mixed in with a physics type on top of it, but he make it. The Hell of Flame is also a dual type. Why are you so astonished? That was just coincidence. As they talked to each other, their astonishment just grew even further. Now, half the vicegerents had been wiped out already. Caravan said, I think he gets stronger the longer he fights. It seems so. His world power is growing as he fights. But how's that possible? Is he a Saiyan or something? Saiyan, what's that? Does a thing like that? Caravan said as he remembered the comics from World 294 that he borrowed from a close nightmare friend. Ease seemed to be uncomfortable for a second, but then continued. Anyway, so his world power grows as he destroys other settings. It can't be possible, but wait. Is he? What is it? Is he killing gods? Killing gods in depth was close to impossible, especially if the god was above middle rank. It was because gods did not disappear as long they had at least one follower. And even if all followers were dead, there still was a bit time left. No way, those are middle-ranking gods, and how is it possible for a god to die after losing a vicegerent? It's not just the increase in world power. Look at the setting he's using now. Caravan then focused on the setting that Jaehwan was using. There were a lot of things that went normal. Jaehwan first started out with a black blade, but he now had other strength-type settings. It wasn't anything special, as most high-ranking gods had all the settings that Jaehwan was now using. The problem was that those settings were the ones that the vicegerents were using that Jaehwan just killed. There was only one answer to this. He killed a god and stole the setting. What? It's impossible, Caravan spoke in outrage. As far as he knew, only two beings could be called Godslayers. Guardian of the system, Big Brother, and the Godslayer himself, Catastrophe. If what Caravan seeing was true, then he needed to add one more to the list. Caravan spoke with a tense voice. Should I jump in if that man really has 2 million spirit stones? That will cause trouble down the road. Jaehwan's current world power was about 1,000. It meant it equaled about 1,000 spirit power. He sometimes unleashed about 10,000 power, but even at 10,000, it was no match for Caravan. However, if Jaehwan consumed 2 million spirit stones, it would be different. He used a setting that could destroy another setting. If he were to wield that powerful world power, then there was no stopping him. 2 million, har. But the god laughed it off. Are you dumb? Do you really think he has 2 million spirit stones? He's bluffing. Bluffing? Yeah. If he had 2 million, he could've just consumed it all and ambushed the auction house. Why would you pay for a part? It was true. If the being had 2 million in world power, it was easier to just attack the auction house and take it away. There was no need to purchase it. He has a man behind him. I think the man ordered the others to cause trouble when he was about to pay it. There's no way that a man with such weak world power can bluff that he has 2 million. Oh, I see. You're right. So, who is behind him? I don't know. What's sure is that he will be by the machine soon. It was true. The most important thing in this battle was, of course, the machiner of Deus. That's when Caravan shouted, realizing something. Oh, right, the man's going to try to steal machine then. Huh. Yeah, that must be it. That's probably why he caused such a ruckus. Caravan shouted excitedly as if he felt like he just solved a puzzle. But Iggy's didn't seem to be enthusiastic at all. Well, it can be true, but unless the man's a fool, he's not after the machiner. What are you talking about? You still don't get it yet. Huh, what do you mean? Iggy's then answered in disappointment. You dumbass, that machiner is fake. Chapter 137 Ancient God 6. Chapter 137 Ancient God 6. It's fake. Jaehwan realized it as soon as he saw the machiner. He hadn't been sure when he saw it from a distance, but he was sure when he saw it close up. It was well made, but it was fake. How dare you do this in Hatchnold's auction house? Reynold and the other auctioneers were now jumping in to quell the fight. It wasn't easy, as all the vicegerents and followers were already in a huge brawl. Jaehwan was in the center. Jaehwan frowned as he deflected storming blades from all sides. He wasn't sure why he had to go through all this for a fake product. No, maybe it wasn't because of that. I see. It's for the spirit stones. Jaehwan then remembered the check he still held. Maybe Myad had guessed this situation would occur. If so, his goal was still far from being achieved. Jaehwan looked around for Myad, but he wasn't around anymore. Give me the spirit stones. It was Gerald, the Belkane's vicegerent, who shouted as he attacked. Belkane had 10,000 world power, which was equal to normal high-ranking gods. Jaehwan's heightened suspicion read through his setting. Vicious Claw. It's a strength type. Low to middle-ranking gods mostly used simple strength type settings. It focused on using brute force. Destroy the world. All of it. Bring it down. Countless Jaehwans shouted from within Jaehwan. He didn't know why, but this happened often after he opened the creation. Everyone shut up. It's me who's fighting. It confused him, but it helped his fights as the voices instantly multiplied Jaehwan's world power. Fall. Powerful energy, not even comparable to when he stabbed with his world power, was unleashed from his sword. His world that destroyed other worlds filled the air. It tore apart vicious claw-like paper, and Gerald was swept away. Oog! Arig, who are you? Middle-ranking God Belkane also seemed to be in shock at what happened. And without having a way to fight it, his world was soon swept away by Jaehwan's fall and disappeared. All of his followers instantly became lost ones. I can fight middle-ranking God Vicegerents at least. Jaehwan confirmed that his setting was effective in depth. He wasn't sure why, but it worked especially well against gods. But it takes way too much energy. He used all his might, but a single strike made him fatigued. Jaehwan knew why. I need more followers. He had only one follower. In the gods' calculation, his world power was only at 2. In that case, unleashing 1,000 to 10,000 world power was already something that was impossible. Jaehwan only could guess that him being an awakener was the reason he could do this. Fight together. As a few vicegerents died, the other vicegerents began to work together to fight Jaehwan. Jaehwan felt that he was running out of time. Without enough world power, his fall wasn't working correctly. The speed of the opponent's world regenerating was much faster than the speed of his fall destroying their world. However, it was then that a large amount of world power was transferred from the dead Gerald. It wasn't the entire amount he had when he was alive, but it was enough to recharge Jaehwan completely. Using all of his recharged power, Jaehwan blew away a middle-ranked vicegerent. Arg! And right after, Jaehwan's world power regenerated again in a similar manner. Jaehwan realized, I can steal world power from the gods I kill. Moreover, Jaehwan felt that his movements had gotten much lighter and easier. The settings that other vicegerents were using had now transferred over to him. He could now easily dodge attacks that were hard to avoid before. The vicegerents' faces darkened. They weren't sure what Jaehwan's setting was, and yet he was now stealing settings from those that he killed. This is mad. What is going on? This is impossible. The tide began to turn, and as Jaehwan's total world power increased, his strikes grew more powerful. Now, one strike meant one vicegerent's death, adding another setting for Jaehwan. This can't be. Losing to a no-name like this, it was already shameful as it was. But Jaehwan's body turned and began to fly off towards someplace. The vicegerents turned toward that direction. Machiner of Deus. He's after the machiner. However, Jaehwan wasn't after the machiner. Him. In front of the machiner, there was a hooded man, X. He was swinging his metal arm at someone. It was the man who had been sitting next to Jaehwan, Myad van Deklen, the Starseeker. He and X were fighting. Jaehwan dodged the attacks at him from the vicegerents and watched Myad and X fight. The unique world power being used by X reminded Jaehwan of a certain memory. That power, the energy that Jaehwan felt, it was more familiar than uncomfortable as he studied it. It was like the weird world power that the overseers of the Void Factory used. It was similar to that. What is he? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he felt a shockwave from behind. What? It was a strike that his new setting, hardened carapace, couldn't even withstand. His body was thrown meters away towards the billboard of the auction house. Commander or Strunder. Jaehwan brushed aside the debris and stood. The damage he received from the strike was quite severe. He was bruised and some ribs were broken. Was there someone with such world power? Jaehwan remembered a few vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, but he wasn't sure which one could do this much damage. However, he had no time to think. As he stood up, he had to get out of where he was right away. The area he stood in was destroyed as if a bomb had gone off. As the dust clouds settled, there was an 8-meter-long giant spear stuck in the ground. It wasn't a weapon that could be used by a human. After seeing that, Jaehwan knew what was behind the attack. I see. He saw silver giants through the dust clouds. They were crude and old, but their presence was still outstanding. Bring it on. We should have done this earlier. Giants. The parts that filled the battlefield of the depth. An army of giants was approaching Jaehwan. Chapter 138 Ancient God 7. Chapter 138 Ancient God 7. Wow, that's too much, Caravan commented as he saw Jaehwan being cornered by many giants. Inez, should I jump in? Even if Jaehwan was strong, there was no way he could fight his way through that many giants. The man only had 10,000 world power after all. Jump in and do what? Who are you trying to help? Oh, Caravan was surprised. He didn't really care if Jaehwan was going to lose. His focus was to find the man behind the ruckus. It was better for him that Jaehwan, who seemed to have some kind of connection to the man behind this, to be in a pinch. Why was I trying to help him? If Ignis did not point it out, he would not have even realized it. He had gotten absorbed in watching Jaehwan fight. I guess you've come to like him. Oh well, what do you like about him? Naked man with a coat. Wait. Are you? Hey, I'm not interested in men. Inez cackled, but Caravan was confused. He wasn't sure what he was feeling towards Jaehwan. He barely knew the man named Jaehwan, but he had heard some rumors. General Slayer. Pioneer of the impossible. Destroyer of the tower. They were all unconfirmed rumors. Meaning, Caravan did not know anything about this man named Jaehwan. But why? What was with this feeling? It's hard to explain, but I want to cheer for him. Caravan glanced at Jaehwan facing his enemies. It was a clean and simple battle form, but the world power being unleashed was abnormal. It was a power that threatened to sweep away the entire world, a madness that could not be weakened by any enemy. Caravan thought, how should he explain it? It was as if he's fighting like a madman. Right. Though he might die soon. Caravan felt like he and his god were having the same thought after a long time. Inez spoke. No, it's too early for us to jump in. Look, he's not even done yet. As Jaehwan stared at the giants, he recalled information from the record of the depth. War machines of giants. As far as everyone knew, giants were created by Deus. He was the god of all machines, with an almighty power in terms of creating parts. The giants represented his masterpiece and legacy. When he was gone from the depth, people were concerned if it was even possible for them to create new giants. Fortunately, 7 of the masters who worked under Deus began creating new giants, and thanks to them, the giants were now a vital part of the depth. He's nothing. Jaehwan gripped his sword as he watched the giants. There were more than 5 of them, and they were being ridden by vicegerents who had almost died to Jaehwan. Multiplying power, it's mad. All the giants came with a setting to increase world power. Only the giants had such power. The giants fired upon Jaehwan, and each shot created a crater. Each strike contained a powerful world power. It felt like Jaehwan was now facing a man that had become 3 times more powerful. The problem didn't stop there. Fall is not working. Jaehwan realized this as he faced one of the giants. Under normal circumstances, a vicegerent would have to retreat with serious injuries when faced with his sword, but the giants didn't seem to be damaged. Jaehwan wasn't sure if he was weak, or it was the power of the giants, but there was no way for him to win here. I see. So, your setting doesn't work against parts. I was wondering what penalty it had. The voice came from behind him. It was Myad who had been fighting behind him. Not to mention the fatigue when you use it each time. If you know so much, how about you help me out? Jaehwan spoke sarcastically, but Myad continued without stopping. Also, your setting can only be used by you. I don't think your followers can share that setting with you. Jaehwan felt it was strange. How would Myad know that when Jaehwan himself didn't? Myad seemed to have realized that Jaehwan was curious and pointed somewhere as he dodged excess attack. Jaehwan looked in that direction. It was Ronald. Damn it. Ronald, who had been swept by an explosion from a gigant, had fallen on the ground. But he was too far away for Jaehwan to save him. Also, if he jumped in to save Ronald, there was no way for him to dodge the explosions from the giants. I need more world power. He needed something more powerful that could destroy the giants in one strike. That's when something swept in his mind. Powerful world power. He had in him. He couldn't use the check, but he still had 20,000 world power. SHT, let's just see how it goes. Chapter 139 Ancient God 8. Chapter 139 Ancient God 8. Jaehwan jumped toward Ronald as he took out spirit stones from the bag to consume him. He felt the uncomfortable feeling of the stones being swallowed and what? A powerful storm of world power was unleashed from within Jaehwan. He then charged straight into the giants in front of him. The giants was flung back as Jaehwan collided into it. What in the world? A gigants being pushed away by a man. The vicegerents were dumbfounded. But Jaehwan wasn't satisfied. Still not enough. 20,000 world power was rushing within him, but it wasn't his own yet. The enemy he was facing had also over 20,000 world power and was immune to his fall. Then how? Jaehwan, take your clothes off. What? Take it off. Listen to me. Anderson's voice urgently filled Jaehwan's head. Come on, we don't have time. Jaehwan gave up on thinking and threw away his long coat. He stared with disappointed eyes at the coat as he threw it. It was a coat that he had just gotten. Why do you want me to take off my clothes? So you can use my setting, the naked setting. Anderson then calmly responded, the naked setting was originally made to use against giants. It was something he did not expect. Then, a bright light covered Jaehwan's entire body. His body now shone so brightly in gold that it was hard to even look at him directly. It worked. Why yes, I think you can complete up until the first verse with this world power. He wasn't sure what she was excited about, but Jaehwan knew something was going to happen soon. Look, this is the true power of the naked setting. And with her voice, Jaehwan's body flew high up into the sky. What's up with him? The vicegerents riding the giants were shocked. The man threw away his clothes and soon began to shine brightly, but the vicegerents felt untold fear. They didn't know what he was doing, but there was something definitely wrong there. He's an idiot, kill him. He's just mad. And in the next moment, the words of a song were heard. A long, long time ago, a naked god lived. He hated clothes. So, he lived naked for his entire life. No one was sure who was singing or where the song was coming from, but time was slowing down and the space was being distorted. The vicegerents looked at Jaehwan. Jaehwan, butt-naked, was walking slowly toward them, a light-footed god with an innocent voice. Just like an old fairy tale, as if they had all been pulled into, they looked at Jaehwan. Yet they didn't know what kind of finale was waiting for them. One day, a naked god walked. He was bored and walked outside. And he met his first friend. The page of the fairy tale turned, and the writers of Giants now realized that they were part of the cast of this fairy tale. They tried to clear their mind of this eerie terror. It's okay. This is an illusion. It's nothing. He's human. But the man in front of them wasn't human. God. A giant, naked god was watching them. A naked god was talking to them. Let's play. As they heard the voice, their minds became blank. Things that were possible and not possible began to get mixed up in their heads. Nothing was done to them, but the giants were backing away. What is that? What the hell is that? They reassured themselves. It's okay. Inside this machine. He can't hurt me here. The naked god was now smiling in front of him. Hey you, what is that? Say it's not clothes, is it? The giants flinched. It was as if the giant metal armor was shaking in fear. The vicegerent inside began to shake as if he was having a seizure and fell. Nobody was there to hear it, but the vicegerent lost his mind and was mumbling something. No, these aren't clothes. These aren't clothes. Har, go away, go away, go away. And soon, a voice came from the naked god. Lies. Everyone turned silent. All the fights in the auction house stopped. Myad and X. The vicegerents who were fighting each other. Hatchnold and the auctioneers who were trying to stop the fight. The giant body of a gigant was ripped apart like a piece of paper. Caravan, the vicegerent of Enes, who had been watching from a distance, spoke. God, that's not fair. It's crazy. What the hell is that thing? God, say something. Will you? What kind of setting makes you become that strong? Just being naked and singing like some lunatic. That setting still remained. I didn't even guess. I don't think he is still alive. Is it preserved through another god? How do you know of such a setting? I've never seen it. Of course you've never seen it. It's a setting that was created 210,000 years ago. 210,000 years ago. 210,000 years ago was the time when the three ancient gods were active. Who created such a setting during that time? The naked god was still busy with his act. The setting unleashed a ridiculous amount of power only when facing giants. The third and fourth giants were ripped apart by Jaehwan's bare hands, and Igis spoke in a bitter voice. It was created by a mad god who hated deists. Chapter 140 Ancient God 9. Chapter 140 Ancient God 9. Caravan was shocked. A god who hates deists. Yeah. 210,000 years ago. It was long before Caravan was born, but he had heard about the legends of the three ancient gods many times. However, it was actually strange for Caravan, who had lived barely 5,000 years, to know about the stories that happened 210,000 years ago. Those legends were not often told within the depth, since they were too old. Most of the gods who had lived in that era had perished. If a rumor spread within depth during the age of the three ancient gods that are part of the three ancient gods was on auction, everyone would have scoffed and said, "No way. There's no way their parts would be up on the auction house. That's for high-ranking gods. It's probably a hoax." It was only speculation, and things might have turned out differently, but it was probably different than what was happening right now. People would try to see if the hoax was real, but there was no way that the fools from the middle rank would dish out their entire savings of 12,000 soul stones to try and purchase the part. Who was that god who fought Deus? Jaehwan wasn't like those foolish gods. He was a vicegerent, but he knew about the legends of the three ancient gods more than any high-ranking god. It was all because of Ignis. The god of the seven gods, Ignis the Flame, was one of the few gods who existed in the age of the three ancient gods. Ignis also loved to boast about his past deeds in that era. However, this wasn't like him. He seemed to be hesitant, as if there was a bad memory linked to the question. This wasn't like his usual boasting self. Jaehwan became more curious. What could make this hot-tempered god of flame be this hesitant? It was only after a while that Ignis spoke. Only beings that can face the three ancient gods are themselves. There was this saying 210,000 years ago, but it's all history now though. Rip it off. And take it off. The naked Jaehwan only seemed to exist for those two purposes. A gigantic arm was pulled out like a rag doll and its armor was torn apart like paper. The vicegerents of middle-ranking gods were powerless against Jaehwan. Their giants were ripped away and they became naked. The instant the vicegerents were brought out of their giants, they were butt naked. They did not take any damage or have wounds on them, but many fell unconscious with the frothing at their mouths. No one knew if it was caused by shame or another reason, but one thing was for sure. They would not be the same as before. Those vicegerents had hollow looks on their faces. They were naked, but their eyes seemed to indicate that they had lost everything. Arr! Let me live! Their screams went directed at Jaehwan, however. They were afraid of something invisible, as if familiar things to them had suddenly become symbols of fear. What are they? The vicegerents of the high-ranking gods were confused. They had heard about the naked setting, but it was the first time they had truly witnessed its power. However, only a few among them realized exactly what those middle-ranking vicegerents had faced. That can't be. The giants were the best protection for any god or vicegerent. If one was within a giant's, it was always guaranteed that one would avoid sudden death, no matter how powerful the attack was. Yet Jaehwan ripped them apart as if they were nothing. He did it as if there was no such protection in this world. The safety they felt was that weak. Destroying the giants was more than just the destruction of a part. As the giants were ripped apart, the vicegerents inside felt something in them being ripped apart. And a few gods had heard about this symptom before. World collapse. World collapse. It was the disease that made one feel distant from their god's world and they would lose the world power. It was also called the Gestalt destruction. But that's impossible. Even when they saw the vicegerents falling apart in front of them, they couldn't believe it. The ancient god that could cause Gestalt destruction had long disappeared. The one they were seeing was a vicegerent of about 20,000 world power at best. So, instead of believing their own crude guesses, they decided to rely on their experience. Then, it was followed by humiliation. There was a being defiling their holy crusade. There was the one who destroyed giants as if they were toys and unclothed vicegerents. This act that the man Jaehwan was doing wasn't going to end with just the middle-ranking vicegerents. This is madness. What are you trying to do? One of the high-ranking gods' vicegerents shouted angrily. However, it was also what Jaehwan actually wanted to ask. No, he wanted to ask Anderson. Tell me before doing something like this. For a short 3 minutes, it was Anderson who controlled Jaehwan's body, as he wasn't familiar enough with the naked setting to use it to its full potential. There was no way that Jaehwan would know such a humiliating song either. Don't worry. I had to sing it. The setting doesn't fully activate unless I finish singing. But I didn't make you sing it, did I? It's me who sang, so don't be too. You sang it through me, so it's the same thing. Har har. Roman, to think you have a good voice. Anderson spoke with an awkward laugh. Anyway, why didn't you kill them? Jaehwan asked as he turned to glance at the vicegerents on the ground. I thought you hated them. As Jaehwan was connected to Anderson, he felt her hatred toward the other gods. The high-ranking goddess, who had lost all of her followers due to her friend's betrayal, and fell to the lowest ranking of the gods. The goddess who hated the other gods. That was naked Anderson. I can't kill them. Chapter 141 Ancient God 10. Chapter 141 Ancient God 10. What? They are naked. If the enemy is naked, the naked setting cannot be used against them. What do you mean? Anderson then briefly explained, and Jaehwan understood what was going on. The naked setting only worked against enemies who had clothes on. Although Jaehwan felt intrigued that having the giants equipped was considered the same as having clothes on, the power worked better the more clothes an enemy had on. While it meant that no armor could withstand the naked setting after only getting ripped apart because of it, but it also meant that there was no way to kill an enemy when they were naked. By the way, the song ends like this: finally, all friends are naked. The naked god became happy and went back home. Without killing anyone. Without killing anyone. Jaehwan's lips trembled with rage. What is that? It was a weird setting. It was invincible while an enemy had clothes on, but it was powerless when the enemy was naked. It was so twisted that it even seemed to be some kind of weird fetish. Jaehwan felt a headache at his fate for having to fight with this setting. Wait, I killed that follower of Belkane with the naked setting before. They probably didn't die back then. I think it was Ronald who finished them off. Jaehwan then turned to Ronald in the distance. He first thought Ronald was too young to do such a thing, but soon realized that it was possible. Ronald already had years of experience in depth. His brilliance and way of doing things were probably the result of that. I see. Anyway, thanks for helping me out this time. Whoa. I never thought you could say such a thing. Anderson seemed happy anyway. The battle was calming down after Jaehwan destroyed a total of 5 giants. The vicegerents and auctioneers were now backing off each other. However, it didn't mean that the fight was over, and Anderson and Jaehwan were well aware of that. Don't let down your guard. It's only the beginning. You mentioning 2 million soul stones made them go mad. Were you listening? Of course, I was. I just couldn't say anything because the communication was unstable. I thought I was going nuts at what you did back there. Speaking of which, what made you do such a thing in the first place? Jaehwan then glanced toward Myad. I just wanted to shock him. Gosh, I am not sure if you are cold or hot-headed. Anderson felt something superhuman about Jaehwan when she first saw him, an awakener who killed generals. She thought such a being would have the perception and judgment that exceeded that of a god. However, as more time she spent with Jaehwan, she had to rethink her original impression of him. Jaehwan wasn't perfect. He had the foresight of a god, but the heart of a human. He had thousands of years' experience, but he was still swept away by what happened in the past and sometimes failed to do as planned because of his emotions. Even after living for thousands of years, He was still human. Oh well, I guess that's why you have such an impossible goal. Cut the nonsense. What should we do now? Jaehwan went up to Ronald and picked him up. He was able to see through it instinctively. The peace around the auction house was only temporary. He was in the eye of the storm right now. I used too much world power too. A like fall naked didn't allow Jaehwan to recover his world power. He didn't kill any vicegerents, so he couldn't absorb their world powers. Fortunately, the vicegerents of the middle-ranking gods were backing away due to the shock from the previous fight, but the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods were different. They realized that Jaehwan's world power was waning. If given a chance, they would jump on Jaehwan. Jaehwan made a decision. It was the best choice he could make at the moment. His body quickly moved toward where the largest world powers were moving about. Hey, you should help me. Myad and X were still fighting against each other. Myad smiled and answered, You really do get powerful quickly. A setting that destroys other settings and a setting that destroys parts, there will be no other like you throughout the entire depth. Myad spoke casually even though he was intensely fighting X. Drop the flattery. Oh, yeah. But as you can see, I'm in quite of a pinch myself. Don't lie. You're not using any power yet. Oops, you knew. As his world power increased, Jaehwan saw Myad in a new light. He first thought that he could fight Myad on equal grounds, but it changed his mind. Myad had much more power than he realized at first. He was the leader of the Third World Federation after all. If Myad were to act, there was no way the vicegerents and high-ranking gods would object. But I'm not lying. He's really something. Jaehwan then turned to X, who was fighting against Myad. Myad wasn't wrong. In terms of world power rating, X was unleashing about 150,000 world power from his body. It was much higher than any high-ranking god vicegerents who were eyeing Jaehwan from nearby. And there are some monsters that I can't see through either. Jaehwan also knew of a few who were watching over everything. Those were the beings that Jaehwan could barely just feel that they existed. Depth sure was different from chaos. The place where the best of chaos came to and barely returned alive. Jaehwan now realized the power of depth. You should run. Let's not stay here. Anderson came to a conclusion. Jaehwan was also thinking of running away. What was happening in the auction house didn't matter to him anyway. Didn't Reinhold's long coat have a high-speed flying setting? You should run away with that. No vicegerents will be able to follow you if you use that setting. Jaehwan had already picked up the coat, just in case. What are you doing? We don't have time to waste. Go. Jaehwan knew this already as he had already felt the vicegerents closing in on him. However, before he ran, there was one thing he wanted to find out. He turned to Myad and asked, Myad, it's you who put that machinery on the auction, right? Chapter 142 Ancient God 11. Chapter 142 Ancient God 11. Silence descended for a while. It wasn't too quiet as Myad was still fighting X, but he was momentarily speechless. How did you know? For the first time, Myad seemed to be genuinely surprised. Jaehwan moved closer to Myad as he kept an eye on the vicegerents closing in. Myad asked again, how did you find out that it's me who sold the machina to the auction? It's only natural if you think logically. Logically. Jaehwan did not answer right away. The vicegerents of the high-ranking gods weren't closing in any further as Jaehwan stood next to Myad. The man was stronger than any of them. They were probably trying to guess the relationship between Myad and Jaehwan. Jaehwan calmed his breathing and spoke again. If it's apart from the three ancient gods, anyone would be interested. However, you didn't seem to be interested at all. Well, that's not enough to come to that conclusion. What's more suspicious is that you gave away 2 million spirit stones to give that machina to a complete stranger. Mayad smiled. Well, I'm rich. No, you had ways to get back the money that you gave away from the beginning, even if the method required you to do illegal things. The cold and accurate analysis was making Mayad's smile disappear, little by little. Even if that's correct, it's not important, right? Mayad tried to speak but quickly stopped. Something came into his mind. He calculated the distance between the vicegerents and Jaehwan, between Jaehwan and himself, and smiled. I see. So, that's why you thought I was the one who sold the machina to the auction house. It was as if he knew what Jaehwan was trying to do. I mean, if it's me who's selling it, I will get back my money even if I have to pay some fees. Right. The two of them were now back-to-back as they spoke, just like close friends. The vicegerents couldn't do anything other than stop attacking. A few of them had realized who Mayad was, the master of the Third World Federation. He was someone that should not be easily messed with. However, your method had a problem. A problem which is, the seller cannot join the bidding. Jaehwan spoke as he recalled the rules of the Hatchnold auction house. So, what you are saying is that I asked you to bid on my auctioned item. Something like that. I see. It is a very fascinating assumption. Assumption, no. It's a fact. Mayad smiled. I can see many flaws, but even if I let go of all that, there's still one critical point that you missed. What is that? Even if your assumption is correct, there's one thing that's not coming back to me. The fees. No. The object that I sold. That was true. If Mayad sold the machina and repurchased it, it was only through Jaehwan being a bidder. No matter what happens, I promised to let you keep the machina, right? That will be a loss for me. Jaehwan then scoffed. That machina is fake. You think I would not know? Mayad didn't think that Jaehwan would know that much and frowned. Jaehwan continued. What is your purpose? I think it's about time you tell me. And who is that X? Mayad did not answer, and Jaehwan thought he would not answer anyway. There were certain types of people that never revealed their true selves. Mayad was like the embodiment of those types. I guess you won't tell me. He was curious but didn't need to hear it. He had achieved his goal. That was brilliant. Anderson was astonished. You used him to recover your world power. Jaehwan's world power had recovered to a certain amount. It was enough to use Fall maybe 2 or 3 more times. It was still lacking, but it was enough to fend off any followers as he ran. Let's go. Jaehwan carried Ronald on his back and activated high-speed flying using the long coat. No, he tried to activate it, but right as he was about to, Mayad's words made him stop. If you help me, I will help you find that Jaehwan person. The vicegerents were closing in and Anderson's frantic voice filled his head. But Jaehwan couldn't think of anything else. What did just Mayad say? The person you're looking for is probably not here, but I know where he might be, Mayad continued before Jaehwan could respond. It's not important how I know. What's important is the choice you make. The situation had changed in seconds. Jaehwan bit his lip as he looked at the vicegerents in front of him charging toward him. In the skies over the 8th site, between the roads to Hatchnold, there was a giant flying ship. It looked like pink cotton candy, which was the direct result of the creator's taste, but it was named Fall, which did not fit the ship at all. We have to go faster, can't you speed up? It's at full speed already, Serwin responded in annoyance. To you, sir. Serwin then shouted at Carlton, who was on the key. Justice Boy put in more world power. We're losing speed. In doing my best. What weak sauce you think being handsome is enough? Chungha then interrupted. He hasn't even unlocked his unique world yet. What do you expect? Ugh. Everyone else is on creation and theory and crap. What were you doing all this time? Carlton had already reached the 4th step, but he still hadn't unlocked his unique world. That was why Serwin didn't consider him much help here. Serwin sighed and mumbled, we finally got to depth and the only men I have with me is an old man and a sissy I miss Jaehwan. Chungha became angry and tried to respond, but Sir interrupted. Are you close to him? Chapter 143 Ancient God 12. Chapter 143 Ancient God 12. Of course I am. Chungha finally exploded. What, don't lie, you've only known him for a few days, at best you were never close with. I am. Jaehwan and I are connected spiritually, you see. They quarreled for a while, and Carlton spoke a bit after. But why are you in such a hurry? Sir, as you know, the Master is not someone who will be struck down. You, sir, couldn't answer the question as someone else intercepted it. Who, Justice Boy? Do you really need to ask that question? Do you know why, Serwin? Of course. Serwin shrugged and continued. Jaehwan is naked. Carlton ignored her and turned back to Sir. She spoke calmly. Something doesn't feel right. So, we have to go fast because something doesn't feel right. Yes. It's enough of a reason. It would not make sense at all, but for the fact that you, sir, had a special ability that would deem that was perfectly reasonable. Chungha asked, are you sure you don't feel good about it? No. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it? 10. Really? Really? If you, sir, didn't feel good, it was highly likely that something bad was really going to happen, because she had the law-type setting of premonition. As they drew closer to Hatchmold, she felt her premonition coming true. There were strong world powers in multiple places around Hatchmold. She knew the masters of each world power. After all, they were members from her own organization. Rupture is on the move. But why? No, it wasn't only Rupture. Who would have such world power? An unbelievably huge amount of world power that you, sir, herself wasn't sure she could fight off, was moving towards Hatchmold Gate. It was X who fired first. As Jaehwan and Myad fell back from the fight, X immediately started firing at Myad. His elbow cracked open and missiles fired from the opening. It seemed that X was some kind of construct, and his entire body concealed terrifying weapons. Soon, his chest also opened and a powerful energy wave was unleashed. Jaehwan wasn't sure what setting it was, but the series of attacks by those weapons with tremendous world power was hard for Myad to fend off. Also, the vicegerents and auctioneers had started making their moves. Most of them were targeted at Jaehwan. It was beginning of the second fight. Jaehwan silently unleashed Fall. He didn't have enough world power yet, but if he somehow managed to kill a vicegerent, he would fully recover his world power. He could then kill them one by one, and get out of the auction house. However, the vicegerents of high-ranking gods weren't that easy. Keep your distance from him. Surprisingly, they didn't charge in towards Jaehwan right away. He grimaced. I see, so you all are high-ranking gods. World power-wise, high-ranking gods did not fall behind Jaehwan at all. Their power was double or even up to 5 times greater than Jaehwan's. They could have just charged in at Jaehwan, but it seemed that they were more cautious. His setting won't work from a distance fire. Along with a shout from a vicegerent, world powers were fired at Jaehwan. Anderson spoke. They know about your setting now. Jaehwan's fall was meant for close combat. It required for him to get close to a setting to be able to destroy it. There was no way his setting could work against projectiles. You should be more careful. See, they're not even taking out their giants. What are you trying to? Anderson was right. It seemed they were aware of the naked setting, so none of them were bringing out their giants. Jaehwan was left alone, and his fall and naked settings rendered useless. It was the vicegerent's plan to reduce Jaehwan's world power while not letting him use any of his settings. What are you going to do now? Are you really going to do what he told you? I guess so. There's no other way. Jaehwan had backed away while he avoided the continuous attacks from the high-ranking gods. After a while, he had nowhere left to go, and now Myad was right behind him. Both men had their backs against each other. As the two world powers met each other, strong sparks flared from them. Two men against Big Brother. Both world powers, with a goal that no other world powers had besides each other, had met for the first time. Myad spoke. Let's switch. Yeah. With that, both traded places. The vicegerents were shocked by the sudden change. What? They just traded places, but the tide of the battle turned. The vicegerents that Jaehwan was facing now had to face Myad. And X now faced Jaehwan. Good luck. Myad charged at the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, and Jaehwan turned to his new opponent. X was still focusing on the Deus Machina. Jaehwan recalled what he discussed with Myad earlier. Please fight off X. That is my condition for this deal. Jaehwan thought he had misheard when Myad said it the first time. It was a being that Myad himself couldn't fight off. How could he fight it off? You certainly can't do it. To be honest, you're the only one who can right now. Myad then glanced down at Jaehwan's naked body and grinned as he added, that X is a gigant. Chapter 144 Ancient God 13. Chapter 144 Ancient God 13. It's a gigant. However, before Jaehwan could think about his question, guided missiles fired from X's elbow streaked towards him. Jaehwan barely dodged a few of its missiles, which exploded behind him, as he used the shockwave to push him forward so he could close in on X. I have to fight him up close. All of his settings were weak against ranged attacks as his fighting style was designed for close combat. Fortunately for him, unlike the vicegerents of the high-ranking gods, X quickly changed its stance to fight in close range. The crack in the elbow closed, and instead, a blade popped out. Soon, the blade clashed against Jaehwan's sword. It was just a clash between blades, but something similar to an explosion occurred and Jaehwan almost lost his grip on his sword. It was just one exchange, but it dealt him damage. It's strong. Jaehwan retreated, but X continuously attacked as it moved towards him and closed the distance. It continuously attacked as if it already knew how Jaehwan would move. Be careful, the movement isn't like any other. It had been a while since Jaehwan fought this close to an enemy. He had been pushed back ever since the first attack. The blade from X's elbow was sharper than any blade he had seen before. Jaehwan's ability to dodge blades was one of a kind, but the X that kept up with Jaehwan's movement was much more than that. Its reflexes were beyond that of a human. So, it's not human after all. The strikes were executed in the most efficient ways. The battle kept worsening for Jaehwan the more time passed. His fighting habits had already been analyzed by X, and it was using more suitable attack patterns against Jaehwan as it had analyzed all of Jaehwan's movements. Jaehwan had seen a similar kind of fighting before. Overseers of the Void Factory. Jaehwan then understood what Myad had said. Gigants itself. This X was probably connected to the deists, one of the three ancient gods in some way. Like the Overseers, it was one of Deists' old followers. Arg, Karg. There were screams in the direction where Myad had charged towards. As Jaehwan dodged X's attack, he glanced towards where Myad was moving about between the vicegerents. The vicegerents had been blown back on all sides. The attacks that didn't work well against X were now extremely effective against the vicegerents. Jaehwan even wondered for a second if they were the same enemies that he had a hard time fending off. The auction house was chaotic as time went on, with powerful vicegerents increasing in numbers. However, none of them were able to fight off Myad. Myad van Dekelen, the Starseeker, was one of the strongest vicegerents of all the high-ranking gods. Why did he have such a hard time against X? Jaehwan became confused. Myad and X. Even with all things considered, they were far from equal. Jaehwan thought as he looked at X in front of him. This X doesn't have more than 150,000 world power. 150,000 world power was enough to defeat any high-ranking god. It was surely a very high rating, but if Jaehwan guessed right, Myad's real power exceeded than that. At least 2 million. It was only a guess, but if Jaehwan was correct, that was only the bare minimum. Jaehwan had learned one truth during the execution. The limit of spirit stones one could pay usually equaled the limit of a vicegerent's own world power, and Myad had the power to pay 2 million spirit stones. That meant that Myad had a world power at least 2 million. Jaehwan couldn't even guess what kind of strength 2 million world power held. However, Myad couldn't defeat X. That was very strange. Fight pattern analyzed. Activating system DS. Just then, a kind of strange machine-like voice came from X. Its entire body was surrounded by a bluish aura and enormous world power radiated from it. Ex Machina Phase 1. Jaehwan suddenly felt the most danger he'd ever felt since he came to death. An attack that he couldn't even see was launched against him. A long, long time ago. The naked pervert god lived. It was then that Jaehwan took off the coat almost instinctively. He hated wearing clothes. So he lived naked for his entire life. Jaehwan's naked body collided against X's cold body. The blue world power of X was destroyed and Jaehwan barely managed to push back X's fist. With mechanical alert sounds, X jumped back quickly and Jaehwan sighed in relief. I almost died there if the activation was slow. He felt his back drenched in sweat. Jaehwan had managed to quickly activate the naked setting at the last moment. If this setting was working, X was definitely a gigant's for sure. It was much smaller than a normal gigant's, but it was definitely one. Whoa, you've learned well, Anderson exclaimed with pride. She seemed really happy that Jaehwan had managed to activate the naked setting without her help. But you've got the lyrics wrong. You should do it right. What did I get wrong? There's no pervert in the lyrics. It's just naked god. Wait, did you do that on purpose? It still worked, didn't it? Anderson began to protest, but Jaehwan ignored her. There wasn't time to joke around. X and its terrifying world power was in front of him. Its world power has increased almost 10 times. X's attack just now was around 1.5 million world power. If it wasn't for the naked setting that was made to specifically counter gigants, Jaehwan would have been ripped apart. What is going on? Its average world power didn't come close to Myad's, but when it activated that phase 1 or something, its world power increased tenfold. A gigance that could unleash a world power of 1.5 million. It was disastrous enough to decimate middle-sized sites. Anderson, do you know something about it? I think. What is it? I can't say it for sure. I've never seen it before, but if I'm right it's bad. What, tell me? Let's just say that I think it's a gigance with a mind. A gigance with a mind. It was the same thing all over again. It itself was a gigance with a mind. It all seemed similar. Jaehwan decided to just simplify it. That was a gigance, but it talked and had thoughts. That's when something occurred to Jaehwan. That body itself is a gigance, right? Yeah. So, doesn't it mean that it's not wearing a gigance? The naked setting only worked against enemies wearing clothes. In that setting, a gigance was considered the most powerful type of clothes there was. But if what Anderson said was true, X was the clothes itself, and it wasn't wearing anything. Then, Jaehwan's naked would have a conflict with that. Could that be considered clothing? The setting is being shaken. Cut out your unneeded thoughts. That thing is still clothing. It's a living piece of clothing, but yeah. She was right. There was no time to think about such matters. I'll give you the details later, just focus for now. As its first attack failed, the blue aura from X became denser. It then projected a coarse mechanical voice. That setting. It seemed it had a calculation malfunction or error, as its words weren't coming out in order. Gestalt. Chapter 145 Ancient God 14. Chapter 145 Ancient God 14. Gestalt. Gestalt. What there? Gestalt. With a sound, white steam started coming out from X's head. It didn't look good. Watch out. However, before Anderson's warning even ended, Jaehwan was swept away by an explosion of world power. 1.5 million world power was unleashed on Jaehwan. Even with his naked setting, it wasn't easy to stand against X's powerful attack. Jaehwan's world power usage sped up. At that rate, his naked setting would stop functioning at any second. Jaehwan made a decision. The naked god walked over the hill, and finally met his third friend. As if its calculations had been turned off, X's attacks seemed to no longer follow any patterns. It was unleashing its world power, but it allowed Jaehwan an opening in between its attacks. Now, thoughtless attacks were a waste of world power. With a power of naked, Jaehwan charged in and struck X's body. The durable metal skin began to crack. With another strike, the entire armor began cracking. However, it was surely more durable than any other gigance. Jaehwan unleashed all of his world power. It was his last attack. With the last bit of power he had, Jaehwan struck X's core and a powerful wave exploded from X's body. X Machina Phase 2. It was a counter by X meant for this final moment. A wave of world power that felt like it would pull all one's skin off. The power was something different than the world power that X used. It didn't hurt the body itself, but there was a kind of noise. Jaehwan had heard that before. Anderson's voice had been cut off. It was a more definite disconnection than he had felt before. It felt as if Anderson had been erased from within him for good. The light from X blinked out. It seemed that the core had lost its power from the strike, and along with the machine powering down, X's body fell to the ground. Jaehwan also felt his world power waning and slumped. X then looked at Jaehwan's arm and mumbled, "Seal of our kind but setting of Gestalt, who are you?" And with those words, X stopped moving. However, Jaehwan felt something wasn't going right. Something felt eerie and strange. Everywhere was silent. While Jaehwan stood up and looked around, all the vicegerents were slumped on the ground, confused. They all seemed to have lost their world powers as well. God, where are you? Jaehwan realized that the vicegerents had lost their link to their gods. Just like how Jaehwan lost contact with Anderson, they too had lost their connection. It was a power similar to Jaehwan's fall, but it had more range. Jaehwan decided it had something to do with excess phase 2. Deus destruction of linkage temporarily disconnects the links to the gods. It's an amazing power. It's more than the legend itself. Mayad's voice drifted over to Jaehwan. The vicegerents, without their god's power and setting, were rendered helpless. Mayad swung his sword and cut down countless vicegerents' heads. Mayad had not lost any of his power. Jaehwan's instinct told him that the man was dangerous. He was more dangerous than any enemy he had ever fought until now. He then felt regret for the first time in his life. Why didn't he listen to Anderson? Oh, I guess you still have the power to stand. He had lost his link to Anderson, but he had no link to be disconnected from himself since he was also a god. That was why he still had his setting. The only problem was that he didn't have any world power. It's better that you sit down if you want to see something interesting. He just pushed Jaehwan lightly on his shoulder, but Jaehwan was thrown back, rolling multiple times on the ground. World power in the millions shook him. When he barely got back up, with his hands on the ground, he witnessed Mayad pull something out from Excess body. I finally got my hands on this. To think how far I had to go to get this. It's all thanks to you. Jaehwan's focus then turned to the fist-sized core in Mayad's hand. It was a blue core that had X written on it. It was the heart of X. Mayad then began to walk off. Jaehwan didn't know why, but he knew he needed to stop Mayad. However, he couldn't even stand properly. Damn it. There were no more powerful individuals around. All of them just had lost their link to their gods from Excess attack. You don't know how excited I was when I found out that you had the naked setting. Mayad whistled while he passed by Jaehwan and stood in front of his destination. It was the fake machiner. Jaehwan became confused. Why? Mayad then turned to Jaehwan and smiled. Oh, there was one thing that you got wrong with your guesses just now. What was it? This is fake. Mayad then jumped up onto the fake machiner's left shoulder. On the shoulder, the word Deus was inscribed. With the sound of decompression, the cockpit of the machine opened and Mayad pushed the core of X into it. This isn't fake. At least starting from now. When the cockpit closed, world power began to flow from the fake machine's giant body. The world power that came from X, but much more than before. Jaehwan then saw the writing on the shoulder and the cockpit started shining in bright blue light. Machiner of Deus. The machine then stood up, destroying everything around it. Everything began to explode. The vicegerents were running away, and the auctioneers tried to defend the place to the end. Everyone was destroyed like insects. Jaehwan's body shook. That power, that presence. He had faced such a thing before. The master of chaos, who squished generals like insects. Soul King Catastrophe. The power coming from this gigant was the same as that of Catastrophe. Just then, he heard a voice from behind. Jaehwan turned. Jaehwan, can you hear me? Excess body, which had laid powerless without its car, was moving about. Jaehwan flinched and stepped back. He gripped his sword tightly as he quickly grabbed and picked up Ronald's body. "It's me." It was a familiar voice. It was just unusual to hear it coming from X. "Are you Anders?" But he couldn't continue as the machine's world power exploded, swallowing everything in its path. "Watch out." In the collapsing auction house, X's body covered Jaehwan and Ronald as everything turned dark. That day, Hatchneld auction house in Caspian disappeared from depth. 3 days later, rumors spread that the Machina of Deus from the legend had appeared in depth, with a new ancient 3 gods in place. Chapter 146 The Great Forest 1. Chapter 146 The Great Forest 1. 210,000 years ago, when the 3 ancient gods perished, spirits became lost ones and had to find a way to survive on their own. Some searched for a new god to follow, while others chose to die in order to follow their former gods. Some were even given a second chance to assist Big Brother. However, most of them stayed without doing anything. They had no will to follow Big Brother, nor did they want to seek out a new god, but they also didn't choose to die. They moved into the great forest and became monsters without minds. This was the story in the legends. But from my own experience, this legend was different from the truth. Within the great forest, there were followers who still stood by the world even after losing their god. They were followers who watched their world fall with their own eyes but still hung onto it. When I saw them, I felt something wasn't right. Why? Those who had lost their gods seemed so happy. Nilak Arnold Record of the Deaths. Episode The Great Forest. Jaehwan was panting in the middle of a hill. He felt bitter. It had been a while since he had trouble breathing like this. It meant that his spirit had been severely damaged. He took in a long, deep breath and continued climbing again. It became steeper from time to time, and sometimes even hard to climb without any tools, but Jaehwan did not stop. "Jaehwan, are we there yet?" Ronald asked from behind. He, too, was panting heavily. Jaehwan did not answer and kept moving. He then felt the ground shaking. It meant the entrance was near. Jaehwan then positioned himself by a close hiding spot. It was a signal to rendezvous. Ronald then asked again as he reached Jaehwan. "Are you really going into the great forest?" "Yeah, but why? That place is the most dangerous." That was her last wish. Jaehwan quickly responded as he did not want to prolong the conversation. However, he soon realized that he had made a mistake. Ronald shook at the words "last wish." It seemed he was thinking about the authenticity of what Jaehwan said. Jaehwan regretted blurting that out. That was real. Jaehwan never thought that the word real would have such cruelty when spoken out loud. She's really. Jaehwan did not know how to calm a crying child. He did not know how to weep together either. "Don't cry." He used suspicion on everyone and understood everything. But he couldn't sympathize with this child's feeling. He couldn't even guess the gravity of the loss the boy faced. To Jaehwan, Ronald was even more difficult than catastrophe. All he could do was watch him shed tears. So in Yushes. Jaehwan looked up to the sky. It was a clear blue sky, not knowing one bit of the disaster that had befallen them. Jaehwan regretted saying what he had heard. Just like then and now, regret always came after. "Hey, get it together." It was minutes after the first attack from Machina that Jaehwan came back to his senses. He felt pain all over his body and found that he was covered by dirt, holding a small boy. It was Ronald. "What is going on?" Heavy stones were pushing down on him. He tried to move, but he couldn't. The damage his spirit had sustained was too severe for him to use his world power. And then, "Hey, wake up." With that voice, light shone through the rocks. Jaehwan felt a force pulling him and runneled out of the dirt. With the feeling of the cold ground beneath him, he was pulled out back into the world. "We have to run now, get up." The voice was coming from the small gigant's body. Jaehwan asked Anderson. As he heard Anderson's voice coming from X's body, Jaehwan quickly remembered what had happened. "Yeah, I was attacked by him." X unleashed the destruction of linkage and the vicegerents all collapsing as their links to the gods were forcefully disconnected. Then, Myad subdued all the vicegerents and Jaehwan, before pulling out the core from X. He then walked up to the machiner of Ds, powered it with the core. After that came the giant explosion. Jaehwan felt his head spin from everything that happened. Then, the anger kicked in. Myad, that bastard. It was because he was swept by Jaehwan. Everything had been very suspicious from the beginning, but he trusted Myad. No, he did not trust him. It wasn't due to Jaehwan trusting Myad that led to this event. He lacked information, and everything was against him. And the result was the worst possible outcome. "But why are you in there?" Jaehwan asked, and Anderson shrugged. Jaehwan could actually see Anderson shrugging as she was inside X's body. "I think this happened when the link destroy was activated. Wasn't it supposed to cut the link between gods and vicegerents?" Jaehwan asked as he thought about what he heard before he fainted. Frankly, Jaehwan and Anderson relationship wasn't of a god and vicegerent. Anderson was absorbed into Jaehwan's world with her mind intact, and was a bit of a part after all. "Yeah, that's what I thought it was also. But I don't know what happened there. There was no way to know what exactly the power did, other than the dead Ds at this point. Whatever the case, the power had divided Jaehwan and Anderson, and she was removed from Jaehwan. This guy was lying around at that point, so." And then Anderson went into the empty X's body. Jaehwan decided to leave it at that for the moment. The explosions were still happening around, but increasing in scale. The Third World Federation is fighting against the forces of high-ranking gods. It seemed easy to understand what had happened then. The followers of those high-ranking gods had also come in large numbers. There was no way that the high-ranking gods would stay put when their vicegerents were killed. They sent their followers to the place, and now the war had begun. But Myad wasn't alone either. Chapter 147 The Great Forest 2. Chapter 147 The Great Forest 2. The Third World Federation. Jaehwan didn't really give much thought to the name, but now he was getting an idea of what it was supposed to be. "Anderson, what is the Third World?" "It refers to gods who are not registered with Big Brother." Why couldn't he think of this when he first saw Myad? No, Jaehwan expected it, but he didn't have proof to confirm it. Jaehwan knew these people. He even fought one of them when he was on the way into the depths to begin with. The Third World was Rupture. Gods with their own world, but they were not registered with Big Brother. And with such gloomy worlds, kill them all. I'll get more world power thanks to the Master. They didn't have as many followers as the high-ranking gods, but each of them had power close to that of commanders. The organization that had the woman named Usurher as their second captain, or the Myad Federation, was called Rupture. Then is Myad the master of Rupture? Jaehwan began to understand the strength of Myad. 2 million world power was beyond the power of the commanders that Jaehwan had a hard time dealing with. The only beings with such power were the lords of the Great Lands. No, he's probably stronger than them now. As the machiner moved, tens of giants was destroyed with just one swing. It was a terrifying power. Ku. When did he approach Jaehwan realized someone was right behind him. He quickly gripped his sword to stand up, but the man backed away as he waved his hands. Oh, calm down. I'm not your enemy. I'm on your side. It was a man with fiery red hair. He had strong features, with scars all over his body. But he didn't seem to be hostile. The man glanced at the machiner and spoke. Can't you do something about him, like by using the setting that you used to destroy those giants while you were dangling your thing? It was Anderson who interrupted the man's question. Aren't you Caravan of Flame, Vicegerent of Ignis? Oh, I never realized someone would recognize me. But what's going on? Weren't you guys fighting each other a while ago? Caravan seemed confused as he did not know Anderson was now inside X. Jaehwan said, It's complicated. But what do you want? It doesn't seem like you've come to fight me. Oh, that. Caravan was hesitant as Anderson asked, Did your link to your god also disconnect? How did you know? I see, so the power of the ancient gods is that powerful. Didn't think that cutting the link to a top-grade god was possible. Do you know something? Do you know what happened to me? You won't recover for a while. You will have to live a few months like this, at least. Is that for real? Caravan was shocked. He was the vicegerent of one of the highest-ranking gods, but even he didn't know much about the settings of the legendary three ancient gods. Yet this gigant was now talking about Machina all of a sudden, so it was natural for Caravan to grow wary. Who are you and how can I believe? Wait, are you? Anderson quickly waved her hand, stopping Caravan from saying something unnecessary. You want to know how to recover the connection? Yeah. There is a way. We can't do it here though. She glanced at the fighting scene. Caravan realized what she meant. They had to go through the battlefield to get to where they needed to go. Let's look for a chance to move. But she couldn't finish as Jaehwan began unleashing world energy. Jaehwan was walking towards the battlefield. Anderson looked at him dumbfoundedly for a few seconds and ran out to grab his shoulder. Hey, don't you dare. That machina thing is a gigant after all, right? Anderson bit her lip. No, she thought she bit her lip, but the giants she was now inhabiting did not have lips. She had expected Jaehwan to do such a thing, but she was frustrated at him for doing such a thing at this time. In this situation, her voice stopped and Jaehwan's memories flashed within her. It was a certain feeling that only she, who knew Jaehwan the best, could feel. It was very like him. This choice was definitely something that Jaehwan would make. But I knew this all along, but you're reckless. Jaehwan did not answer and instead turned to look at somewhere far away. Anderson then saw a small boy within Jaehwan, an innocent boy who still had not given up on his dream. He did not know what was possible or not, so he kept on trying to achieve his goal. Anderson was then struck with a thought. Ever since she had abandoned presence to become a goddess, it was the first time she felt such a thing. Then she accepted her realization. This innocent man. Yes, maybe it was good to have this kind of man around. Maybe everything would eventually. A golden light began to shine from Jaehwan. I will fight. I need to get at least one smack on his face. Yeah, right. That is you. Why? For the first time, Anderson answered something entirely different from her will. I'm counting on you. With those words, Jaehwan charged toward Machina. Coming back to this decision, he made the right choice. Because of this, Jaehwan and others eventually were allowed to get out of the Hatchnald disaster. However, Jaehwan did not know what he would lose as a result of his choice. Sometimes, Innocence required the help of others to be protected. When someone needed innocence, there had to be someone who could withstand the bottom of innocence. It would be a very long time later that Jaehwan would realize this. Chapter 148 The Great Forest 3. Chapter 148 The Great Forest 3. The fight ended in seconds. Jaehwan didn't even know what struck him. Even when that world power exploded in front of him, Jaehwan was trying his hardest to comprehend what had happened. How? He couldn't understand. Even though he wasn't assisted by Anderson, he still had the naked setting activated, and Myad was on the machine. The setting was supposed to work against giants. Jaehwan, you really are the same person from what I've heard. I wasn't so sure when I first heard it from Sir. It seemed like he had said this. No, maybe he said this too. Naked. That is a really good setting. It's good especially since using giants is like a requirement these days, but have you ever given it some thought? If that setting was so good, why did it die out? Why did the gods who succeeded in creating that setting eventually fall? He felt a chill down his spine. Maybe he needed to get away right then. He should have accepted that something was wrong, that it was not his chance. However, Jaehwan did not have such an intention. Running away, backing off, that was something that Jaehwan did not do. That's why he couldn't run this time. He felt his heightened senses getting distorted and his strengthened muscles through the naked setting disappearing in an instant. Then came a punch from Myad's giants, and he was blown away while Myad spoke to him for the last time. That setting, it's really easy to break if you think it through. Jaehwan wasn't sure which came first. He was only certain of the world power that grasped him at that critical moment. It wasn't there to protect him as it still covered his entire body, which had taken severe damage. This, Jaehwan moaned as he focused on the world power that covered him. Then came the realization. Clothes. Yes, that was the reason why his naked setting had disappeared. He was covered in a green rag. His memory particles from Record of the Depths moved and a setting name came to Jaehwan's mind. Augmented reality. With that, Jaehwan realized what just happened. It was an unbelievable idea. This is impossible. What Myad did was that he simply used the basic setting to clothe Jaehwan. The setting required one to be naked. That was its weakness. Jaehwan's body struck the ground and rolled several meters away. Debris and particles on the ground penetrated his body and Jaehwan spat out silver powder. Jaehwan, if a setting disappeared from depth, then there's a reason for it. Myad's voice got closer as he walked towards Jaehwan. I didn't go that hard on you back there. Don't say you died. Jaehwan spat out the dust in his mouth. He couldn't even guess the damage he had taken. He had no trace of world power left in him. Jaehwan. Hey, are you okay? Anderson and Caravan quickly ran up to Jaehwan and supported him up. Jaehwan felt hard metal and human flesh hoisting him up. Jaehwan then freed himself from both of them and stood upright. He knew the enemy was strong, but he still underestimated him. He thought of catastrophe, but he didn't think the enemy would really be as powerful as him. Now he thought he needed to change his mindset. Is he really strong as him? Jaehwan couldn't even guess what would allow him to defeat Myad. Hey, master, hold on. It was then that a big-bodied man standing next to Myad spoke. The man, with a giant axe strapped to his back, glanced between Myad and Jaehwan and asked, Is he the one Sir spoke of before? What, that's the one Sir was talking about. It was a smaller, sly-looking man who responded. He had long katana at his waist. He drew his sword and pointed it toward Jaehwan as he demanded, Hey, is that true? Did you sweet talk our cute sir? What are you talking about? What, didn't you just say he's the one sir was talking about? Yeah, but I don't get what you're saying. What I meant was that sir wanted to bring him into rupture. That's the same thing, you mindless oaf. There was a very famous incident that most of the important members of Rupture knew about these days. You sir, one of the 5 captains of Rupture, had been traveling for the last 2 years to all parts of the depth in search of a man. The rumors had a lot of variations, but it was mostly about sir looking for a man to join Rupture. The big man spoke again. But how does it mean that he did that? Or else, why would sir want that piece of crap in Rupture? Kazuki, the 3rd captain, shouted furiously as he pointed at Jaehwan. The 4th captain, Kashim, dumbfoundedly turned to the man. The man was scratching his naked body. It was impossible to see it from the outside, but he was doing that to try to take off the clothes. Augmented reality was only an illusion on the target, so the others couldn't see the green rags on Jaehwan. Kashim scanned Jaehwan from top to bottom and stopped at one point on his body. So, he made out with Sir him. Him. Imai was shaking furiously. No one could tell what he was thinking, but his eyes were red. OSHT, I forgot that Imai had a crush on Sir. Kashim shook his head. At this rate Imai was going to smack that man down and beat him up. If Sir found out, she would go crazy and blame Kashim for not stopping him. It was highly likely that Kashim would be the one to get all the blame in the end. He then asked, Master, how about you pass him to me? No, me'll take care of him. Imai also jumped in. Kashim tried to speak again, but Mayad spoke instead. No, sorry, but I'm taking care of him. Chapter 149 The Great Forest 4. Chapter 149 The Great Forest 4. It was a polite but solemn voice. With that, Kashim, who had been quiet for the most part, Imai, who had been noisy, and all the other captains immediately stopped talking. They were all strong people. Each of them had the world power of a commander of the Great Lands, and each alone had the power to put the entire Great Lands into turmoil. That was the power of the captains of Rupture. Yet they became silent at just a single statement. They had to. The world power seeping out from the machiner of Deus pressured the entire Hatchmold region. This was the master of Rupture, Mayad van Declan. It was a power fitting for Link Destroy. Even without using any of the machiner's settings, Mayad was unmatched in his power alone. Even Jaehwan felt faint despair seeping into his consciousness. He didn't back down against catastrophe, but he couldn't keep his calm this time. It had been different with catastrophe. He had the belief that he could pull it off and had the confidence that he could make it through. However, this time, there seemed to be no other way. Even so, he needed to fight. Jaehwan gave up on removing the green rags. His spirit was in bad shape and there was no way to resist. Actually, there was one way. The only possible way that he might be able to find Mayad equally. However, he couldn't use it right now. It had a clear limit to how many times he could use it, and there was no telling how many powerful enemies he might meet in the future like Mayad. And above all, Jaehwan knew that he couldn't withstand the procedure in his current state. But Jaehwan had to make a decision. His consciousness was fading. If he didn't make a choice now, then he was going to lose the chance to even make a choice. But he never thought he would ask for help right after he came to depth. Catastrophe. Jaehwan called the name. He called and called. Catastrophe. There was no answer. Soul King Catastrophe didn't respond. It didn't seem that he was ignoring Jaehwan, and there seemed to be another problem. It was as if the link between Jaehwan and catastrophe had been damaged. Jaehwan then realized. Wait, when that link destroy was used. He remembered that Machina's link destroy had destroyed the links of all the vicegerents, and Jaehwan's link to Anderson, and even the link to catastrophe. Damn it. Jaehwan became desperate. There was no other way now. What choice did he have then? Someone walked past Jaehwan. Let him go. The voice wasn't solemn or pressuring like Mayad's. It had a lot of noise mixed in because of the broken parts, and the world power within it seemed petty at best. Even then, the voice seemed determined and ready. You will fight with me. It was Anderson, the naked god. What are you? Jaehwan could barely move and tried to walk to her, but Caravan held onto him. Jaehwan turned, and it seemed that Caravan seemed to have already discussed it with Anderson. Caravan shook his head. Don't go. That's her decision. Decision? What are you? And then her voice came. Jaehwan, I know you can't understand my decision. But you know what, I don't understand you either. It was Anderson, with her same usual voice. We will never understand each other. That's what you first learn when you become a god. Isn't it ironic you are an all-knowing god who understands and acquires all kinds of knowledge, but you can't even understand just one spirit? God's spirit understanding. He wasn't sure what she was trying to say. But even if we can't understand each other, we can still feel something from each other, even if it's just one-sided or not. I mean, what I'm saying from that. Jaehwan then felt his heart sink. Why, he couldn't understand, but he too had felt. All of his questions in his mind were losing power at Anderson's voice. It was because there was a real one there. I know you hate me. You will never accept me as I was once a cultivator. And you might think my feelings toward Ronald is hypocrisy because I was a cultivator. Anderson continued, but can you still do me one last favor? Jaehwan thought he needed to answer, but his voice couldn't come out. His body was now slowly being paralyzed, and his senses dying. Jaehwan barely was able to nod. Go to the great forest, and find the god of madness there. His sight grew dark, and he couldn't see Anderson's face anymore. Even if it wasn't her face, he had to see. He had to see what face she was making, but he couldn't. And the faint voice that came after was swept away by explosions. It was probably take care of Ronald. In his blurry sight, he saw Anderson turning her back. All right then. Let's go, all you rupture trash. Caravan, who had Jaehwan in one arm and Ronald in another, began to run. With his sight being quickly becoming dark, Jaehwan felt his consciousness slipping away. Haha, this is most entertaining, a naked god in a gigant's I can't even. In the next moment, Anderson unleashed her world power and made Mayad take her seriously. It wasn't huge, but it was a fierce attack made by a certain god with all of her power. It was an attack that couldn't be considered lightly. Loud explosions broke out, with huge shockwaves crashing through. Jaehwan saw the last sight as he closed his eyes. He knew that it was a sight that he would never see again in his entire life. The sight he saw was the last memory of one who had lived an age, who was once a being. Another explosion broke out, and hot air gushed from it. As Jaehwan felt the hot air against his cheek, he felt the days Anderson had lived. A god who had lived over tens of thousands of years. What did death mean to that god? How valuable a relationship that was formed in just a few days. Jaehwan couldn't understand anything, and couldn't say anything. But when he understood that fact, he felt he came to know what Anderson's last words were. The hot air, the naked world, was telling him this. You will become a good god. Yes. Jaehwan closed his eyes quietly. Chapter 150 The Great Forest 5. Chapter 150 The Great Forest 5. Jaehwan. Jaehwan. It took a while for Jaehwan to realize that he had been lost deep in his thoughts. Ronald had already stopped crying. As he looked at Ronald, he felt like he could hear Anderson's voice from within. You don't look good. Is it because of the wounds? No. Weren't you crying just now? I can't cry for so long. I'm not a kid. Jaehwan tried to say something to Ronald, but he continued, so don't be so gloomy. It's not like you at all. Not like you. They were merely together for days. It wasn't long enough to say what he was like or not. What am I like then? That is a difficult question to answer, actually. Ronald mused, but quickly continued, you're better off when you act like a stubborn 5-year-old kid. You know, those persistent ones always bent on doing what they want. It felt weird to hear this from an actual kid. Jaehwan regretted even asking, but Ronald continued in a sad tone. Anderson was like that too, now I think about it. He sounded so sad. Jaehwan realized that this boy wanted to speak about her all along. Anderson. She always did what others said no to. I guess you learned it too since you shared her world for a few days. Anderson never shared her stories, and Jaehwan never asked. But as Anderson read Jaehwan's memory, Jaehwan was able to read hers too. Everyone abandoned the naked setting, but she was the only one who kept it until the end. She said if there's at least one follower who believed in that world, then the god needed to stay for that world. As Ronald continued, Jaehwan remembered the first day when he met Anderson. She made complaints and comments about Jaehwan's barren world, but she never expressed that his world was wrong. She always had a bit of concern in her words. Maybe she knew it all along. Because she walked a lonely path, she didn't want Jaehwan to do the same. Anderson then. Ronald kept on talking about Anderson. He acted as if he was okay, but it seemed like he couldn't shake it off. Jaehwan thought, could he be a better god to Ronald than Anderson? He wasn't so sure. He wasn't the type to lead people. It was the same when he led the team back in the Tower of Nightmares, and when he became the master of Fortress in Chaos. He did everything alone and just made everyone else follow him afterward. It caused a lot of opposition, and some even betrayed him. But he didn't care. Even without anyone's help, he always did it alone. His life had been a one-way street. He ran and ran. He always challenged the impossible and eventually succeeded in overcoming it. He achieved great feats. The people who opposed him became awestruck, feared, and distanced themselves from him. Yet he still ran and ran. And then he came here. And at this moment, after Anderson had died, he finally realized something. He had miserably failed this time. Maybe the path he had taken was wrong. Ronald was still talking. Oh, I think I got off topic. So, what I'm trying to say is that it's not like you to make that kind of face. Especially that regretful face you're making right now. Come back to your reckless and stubborn face, please. At those words, Jaehwan felt as if he had doused in ice-cold water. It was weird. He was the one to sympathize with the boy, but Ronald was comforting him. Yes, Ronald's statement that Jaehwan was not like himself was correct. It wasn't like Jaehwan at all. Even when he was facing many truths, there were still facts that did not change within him. The fact that he would not change even then. The fact that he would still run recklessly. The fact that he would still be alone. And be lonely. Jaehwan knew all of these facts. He then remembered Anderson's last words, expecting Jaehwan to be a good god. Maybe Anderson was wrong about that. Jaehwan looked at Ronald and called him Ronald. Yeah, not Anderson. Ronald's eyes grew wide. He then looked down and responded in a sad voice. I know. Not only that, but it might not be a good idea for you to come with me. I can assure you that it will be really bad. It was a declaration. Ronald's eye turned to that of a puppy expecting to be abandoned. People will look down on you and even hate you. Even when you don't do anything, some will try to kill you for being my follower. Will you still come with me? Ronald looked up with reddened, teary eyes. It seemed that he didn't want to show his tears as he covered his eyes with his hand and smiled as he answered. I will. His voice sounded like he had been waiting to say it for a long time. Then let's go. Jaehwan placed his hand on Ronald's head for a moment and then turned around to walk. Ronald reached for the spot on his head where Jaehwan's hand had been moments ago and began following Jaehwan. Wait for me, Jaehwan thought as he glanced over at Ronald who was following him. Anderson was wrong. There was no way for Jaehwan to become a good god. But, maybe, just maybe, he might become a faithful god at least. A man and a boy, both who shared the only world, began walking toward the great forest. It had to be the site of determination, but it was a bit weird if other people saw it from a distance. Caravan, the vicegerent of Ignis, who had been scouting, saw both of them heading toward him and mumbled with a weird expression, "What's with all the fuss? Whatever it is, it doesn't look good while you're naked." Caravan shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 151 The Great Forest 6. Chapter 151 The Great Forest 6. Anyway, I am Caravan, vicegerent of Ignis the Flame. People call me Caravan of the Flame too. Caravan, who decided to join to reconnect his link to Ignis, introduced himself awkwardly. Ronald responded grumpily, "You introduced yourself yesterday and the day before. Why are you doing it again?" "Oh, I thought you might not remember me, so I just did it again." People don't remember my name even after I tell them 2 or 3 times. I'm still a vicegerent, you know. Caravan, unlike his well-known name, was not a man with memorable features. He had a calm face and common facial features. The only unique feature about him was his fiery hair, but it was apparent that he purposely made it so people could remember him by that feature at least. Don't be so suspicious, I have my business too. Oh, and Anderson asked me to help you guys. But you don't seem trustworthy at all. Caravan held back his annoyance and said solemnly, I swear to Ignis that I will never do that. Besides, you two are better off going with me. Why? Because there is no other who knows more about the Great Forest than me. The Great Forest. One of the 8 forbidden places of the depth. The Great Forest, the entrance of which was at the corner of the 4th and 8th site, had many various threats and had earned many nicknames. Cemetery of the Lost Ones. Fallen Ancients. Forgotten 9th site. Some said that this was the most dangerous place of all the 8 forbidden places. Some even said that the Great Forest was the depth within the depth. They were all different names, but they mostly meant the same thing. However, there was one fact that everyone agreed on: the Great Forest. Within the Great Forest lies the parts left by the 3 ancient gods. The parts of the 3 ancient gods. What it meant was too obvious. The best parts of the depth. The forgotten 3 legendary parts. They were legendary parts that were said to allow the wielder to control the entire depth. It lured all kinds of newbie gods and their vicegerents to depth. In fact, There were records that at around 100,000 years ago, in the age of the Gaboom, that half of all newbie gods who were born had ventured into the great forest. Official numbers counted about 50,000 gods, but with vicegerents and followers, the numbers would have multiplied by a lot. It was an incident that would be later named Component Rush. A lot died back then. It's funny to say it as if I was there when I wasn't even born, but Caravan recounted as he pushed away black leaves to the side. Jaehwan asked, any survivors? Yeah, 5 including my predecessor. Predecessor? It's actually but anyway. There was a vicegerent of Ignis long before me. Only 5 of them, including him, came back alive. I see. So, you've never heard of the story about those gods who came back alive. Everyone knows about it in depth. How is that? It was Ronald who interrupted. Are you talking about the 7 gods? Oh, so you knew. Like all places, depth had powerful gods that represented it. They were the ones who were called the 7 gods of depth, or the 7 pillars of depth. Big brother of the system. Jaehwan the dragon god. Ignis the god of flame. Pest the god of disease. Chronos the god of time. Butter the god of cycle. Nameless the god of madness. Everyone knew about them in depth. They were the 7 gods of the depth. Out of those 7, 5 of them including Ignis, were the ones that traveled to the great forest. Jaehwan, Pest, Chronos and Butter. Oh, they are all famous now. Yeah, they are the masters of the largest sites now. Ignis too. He's the master of the 3rd site. Have you ever been there? Yeah, it was an amazing place. The 3rd site, Tropical, was a place with a very high average temperature within depth. It was so hot that it was better to camp out in another site than to sleep in the 3rd site. Caravan smiled bitterly. It's not hot. It's just a bit warm. Warm. Ronald thought that was probably the reason he was made vicegerent and asked, anyway, was Big Brother originally one of the 7 gods? I thought Big Brother isn't considered one of them. Well, you are correct in that. Big Brother is much more. There are people who don't consider Big Brother to be in that category. Big Brother of the system. Just like Caravan said, Big Brother was much more than just a god. Some even said that Big Brother had moved on to become something more than a god, thus he was no longer a god. Oh, talking about Big Brother, I've been to all the other sites, but never to the 1st site where Big Brother is said to reside. I wanted to go there sometime. How you want to go to the 1st site? Yeah, I've been to all the other sites but not that one. Caravan then burst into laughter as Ronald frowned. Why are you laughing? Because that's a funny joke. Joke in not joking. Oh, I guess you really don't know then. Caravan then stopped walking to glance at where they were at, and then left a trace so they would not get lost before he continued. There are 2 things you got wrong there. He broke one of the tree limbs from a nearby tree. The first is that Big Brother does not exist in the 1st site. What? He's at the top of the tree of imagery called the nest. I think it's the place where what was it called the 1st nightmare where that exists. Some call the nest the 1st site, but it's not. There are no vicegerents or followers there. Caravan's words caught Jaehwan's attention as he had mentioned the 1st nightmare. Ronald asked, then, where is the 1st site? The second is that the 1st site is not in depth. What? Ronald shouted in shock. It was a bad joke. He just said that Big Brother was not in the 1st site, and he now was saying that the 1st site wasn't in depth either. This was a strange story for Ronald, who had been living in depth for 3 years. Of course, it was hard to hear any stories about Big Brother in the first place. What are you talking about? There's no first sight in depth. Yeah, the sight became so big it was taken out of the tree of imagery. The sight was taken out of the tree of imagery. How was that possible? Ronald seemed confused, but Jaehwan grimaced. He had come to a question. It was actually a question he had for quite some time. If Big Brother was a god and if his setting was the system, then what would be the range of his world? He thought about the possibility, but he never really considered it seriously. It was more than big. Wait, is that? As if he read Jaehwan's mind, Caravan smiled and nodded. Yeah, the Great Lands is the first sight of depth. Chapter 152 The Great Forest 7. Chapter 152 The Great Forest 7. There was silence. Only footsteps could be heard in the forest from time to time. After a while, Ronald then asked in shock, "The Great Lands is the first sight of Big Brother. Oh, so you didn't know anything then?" Caravan spoke smugly and Ronald responded, "How would I know? I'm just a kid who's been here for 3 years. There's no kid in depth. Even a 10-year-old child is already corrupt here." Ronald then began to quarrel with Caravan. As the topic went sideways, Jaehwan thought about what Caravan had said. So, Big Brother is the god of adapters. He had guessed it, but it was still shocking to hear. There was also another fact that he realized. So, the Great Lands is not the land of the living after all. Jaehwan had just considered the Great Lands to be a land where the living lived and they went to chaos when they died. But that wasn't the case. The Great Lands was just one of many sights of the depth, after all. Then the fruit is. The fruits that the depth expedition team wanted for so long. The miraculous fruits that gave life. Jaehwan felt bitter. If what Caravan spoke was true, then the fruit wasn't the miracle fruit that they thought it was. The fruit was just another way to enter the first sight. It didn't give life back. It was revolting to learn of this. Ronald and Caravan were now back on the original topic. Wait. So how strong is Big Brother? I guess he's stronger than the Great Lands at least. Ronald became awestruck. That comparison wasn't to another god, but the world itself. Stronger than the Great Lands? What kind of a being was that? Ronald was summoned into depth from the beginning, so he had never gone to the Great Lands, but he had heard a lot about it. He knew the lords of the 12 regions had power that didn't fall behind the 7 gods of depth. If the lords of the Great Lands were equal in power to the 7 gods, except for Big Brother, it meant that Big Brother already had a unique world equaled to depth itself. I can't imagine what kind of being Big Brother is. The system already controls the Great Lands and the Tree of Imagery. Even Caravan, the vicegerent of Ignis, could not guess just how powerful Big Brother was. I've never seen Big Brother myself either. To be honest, I actually don't want to see him. There was probably no one who could withstand the terror at facing such an almighty being. Caravan then turned to Jaehwan. "Oh, didn't you say you were going to meet with Big Brother?" Jaehwan nodded wordlessly, and Caravan was astonished. "I'm pretty sure you can feel Big Brother's power too, right? Are you just brave or reckless?" Jaehwan did not answer. He remembered that you sir talking about a similar thing before. "If that is your goal, I'm sorry about what happened this time." "Why, what about it?" "You lost the machiner in front of your eyes. If you got your hands on it, it might have increased your chances against Big Brother." "Huh, what do you mean?" Ronald asked instead of Jaehwan. "I meant what I said. He has a chance to fight against Big Brother. It's all just rumors, though." Jaehwan figured out what he was trying to say. There was no telling if Death could defeat Big Brother, but there was once upon a time when Death was not under the control of Big Brother. Ronald asked again, "Can you defeat Big Brother if you have the machiner? Is that really that powerful?" "The machiner alone probably isn't enough. You will need at least 2 of the 3 legendary parts to give it a try." 2. One of them is enough to be considered as one of the 7 gods. I'm pretty sure Myad is considered one of the 7 gods now. Or is it one of the 8 gods? Jaehwan then spoke again. "Therefore, if I have those 3 parts, I have a chance against Big Brother." "Yeah, but as I said, they're all just rumors. There are stories that tell of Big Brother being afraid of the 3 ancient gods. If they joined forces against Big Brother, we might be serving different masters in Death right now." The 3 ancient gods. They were the old masters of the depths 210,000 years ago, and the ones who could fight against Big Brother. It was understandable as to why their parts were so highly valued. That was why so many gods went into the Great Forest and were killed in the search for the parts. Caravan concluded his story. Anyway, that's why the Great Forest is that important. It's one of the few places that still has traces of the 3 ancient gods. Oh, and maybe your friend Anderson too. Anderson's reason of telling Jaehwan to head into the Great Forest of all places made sense. It was maybe Jaehwan nodded as he pulled out his sword. "We'll have to talk about that later." Caravan also seemed to have noticed something as he became alert and readied his stance. Ronald asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "Something's approaching." Ronald would also be able to hear it soon. There was something coming towards them. Growling sounds filled the air as cold world power seeped out from within the forest. Ronald became pale with fear. Is it the Lost Ones? However, before he could finish his sentence, something jumped out of bushes. Ronald screamed as Jaehwan's sword and Caravan's fist both swung at the same time. The first monster was struck down by both of them. But it wasn't the only one. Tens of monsters were rushing in. Jaehwan quickly glanced at the monsters. To his surprise, he knew what they were. Dead men. Monsters with tentacles and a terrifying mouth. They were dead men. And the monsters that were charging in also looked familiar. There were monsters with horns on their heads. The monsters that the adapters of chaos would be so eager to hunt down were standing there. Horned monsters. The monsters with 8 or more horns were charging in. Some were fighting dead men rather than charging at Jaehwan. As he saw them both fighting with each other, he thought to himself, "I see. That was it." He wasn't sure when he heard the term the Lost Ones, but now he realized what it was. The horned monsters are from Deus and the dead men are from Catastrophe. Lost Ones. A term that was used to describe the vicegerents and followers who had lost their gods. Jaehwan was curious about what they would look like, but he already knew them. It seemed the horned monsters were followers of Deus, and the dead men were the followers of Catastrophe. These poor followers who had lost all sanity were still fighting against each other. Jaehwan and Caravan placed Ronald in between them and began fighting against the Lost Ones. Caravan's flame-wielding fist broke down the horns of the monsters, while Jaehwan's sword penetrated the heads of the dead men. However, as more powerful Lost Ones began to appear, the tide of the battle slowly turned. Jaehwan wasn't at peak condition, and Caravan also was suffering a penalty. Damn it, I can't use Hell Flame right now. Caravan was a one-of-a-kind vicegerent. He could use the Fiery Fist setting without Ignis as it was a basic setting, but he couldn't use Hell Flame, which was the main setting of Ignis. I could have wiped them out if I could use it. There was no way for him to unleash such a powerful world power without the help of Ignis. The only world power he could muster by himself was about 10,000, and his world power was now low because of the waves of lost ones. What's going on? Jaehwan felt weird. He grabbed his head as he fought to stand. What? He was confused. He had a sudden headache and dizziness as he felt a strong sense of déjà vu. It didn't seem like he was feeling it because of the dead men or horned monsters. It felt like he had visited the great forest before. He knew the place. He was sure. But how he had never come to depth before. How could he know this place? It didn't make any sense at all. Wait, is this? As he tried to make out the reason, tentacles came for him from all sides, and with his depleted world power there was no way to dodge it. Watch out. Chapter 153 The Great Forest 8. Chapter 153 The Great Forest 8. Caravan shouted. At that moment, a torrent of arrows that contained world power struck the horned monsters and the dead men. Dusen, Kastrophen, Turder. It was a language that could not be translated. But Jaehwan understood what was said. He couldn't make out the language itself, but it seemed the meaning was being transferred to him. Get lost, dogs of Deus and catastrophe. Get lost. That's what they meant. He saw the lost ones moving away, one by one. Who were these people? Jaehwan then saw them. They looked like normal humans. They had giant bows or spears, resembling the Native Americans of World 294, Earth, but there was a large amount of world power coming from them. Turger. As the lost ones retreated, they now pointed their arrowheads and spears at Jaehwan. World power of at least 1 million was directed towards Jaehwan and his group. Even Caravan flinched and stepped back. What the hell? They seemed to be carrying ancient parts, but the vicious energy coming from them easily defied their archaic appearance. They were created with ages of training since a very long time ago. Caravan swallowed and Ronald hid behind Jaehwan's leg as he shook in fear. As they pulled back their bows, Jaehwan and the others realized that they were not friendly. Maybe these people were trying to kill them. It was when those people were about to shoot their arrows, Jaehwan spoke. Long living race. He didn't know how he knew, but the words just came to his mind. After he said it, he realized why he had déjà vu earlier. He knew the place because Mulak had visited it 900 years ago. I see. So, Mulak met them before. Mulak called them the long living race in his record of the death. The people of the long living race looked at each other after they heard what Jaehwan had said. Their hostility waned. What do you know them? Caravan looked at Jaehwan, but he had no way to explain. No. Then how? It's my setting. I just have a way to find out sometimes. He didn't have such a setting, but he didn't feel like explaining everything. He didn't technically lie about the record of the depth anyway. What kind of setting is that? However, Caravan was cut short. Janshur. Nas. Murder. Do you know us? Who are you? One of them spoke to Jaehwan. We are. Jaehwan wasn't sure how to describe themselves. He realized the name of these people, but he wasn't sure what kind of people they were. The record of the depth didn't give him any other information. Deus Catastrophe Jeshult. Jaehwan thought about the names of the 3 ancient gods. If they too were lost ones, then they must be the followers of one of those 3. It was likely that they were the followers of Jeshult from what they just did earlier. Nas. Jeshultan. Are you followers of Jeshult? The voice seemed to even help Jaehwan, but he didn't feel like lying and decided to speak honestly. No, I don't trust the gods. I'm not a follower of anyone. It was a fitting answer for Jaehwan. Caravan asked Jaehwan, What did they say? Why did you say that? They asked if we were followers of Jaehwan. And you said no. Yeah. Caravan turned pale. Are you out of your mind? You should've answered yes to that question. Why? Because they chased away the followers of Deus and Catastrophe. They must be the followers of Jaehwan for sure. Caravan spoke furiously as the people of the long, living race talked among themselves. Nadach. Merlin. Jaehwan. Alo. Jaehwan. Hatero. Nair. Jaehwan Narder. Nadamaran. Nadero. Ahero. He doesn't believe in any gods. Really, then he must be Jaehwan. Naked it must be. That one's not naked. Is he Jaehwan? Doesn't matter. I like him. Jaehwan understood what they said, but he wasn't following what they were talking about. And soon, one who looked like he was in charge spoke. Nas. Jaehwan. Armalium. Yes. Jaehwan doesn't believe in God. I can sense the will of Jaehwan in you. At that moment, Caravan shouted as he ran out. Jaehwan, I believe in Jaehwan, I love him. He would've had the wrath of Aegis upon him if Aegis heard that. In fact, Caravan was scared as he saw fire land in front of his face, thinking that the link to Ignis had been restored. But as he looked again, he realized it was an arrow with world power, not fire. Those people were aiming at Caravan. Why? Jaehwan then walked up and talked with them, and their leader responded. Jaehwan then said to Caravan, They say Ronald and I are okay, but you aren't. Why? You are not a real Jaehwan follower. Caravan frowned. Arrows were still being aimed at him. Jaehwan thought for a second and talked with their leader again before speaking to Caravan. Hey. Yeah. Take off your clothes. What are you talking about? Do as I say if you want to live. Caravan realized something and looked down at himself. He then glanced at Jaehwan, Ronald and at the long, living race. Caravan was the only one wearing clothes. Jaehwan warned him, If you don't, they said they will kill you. They were looking at Caravan with strange expressions. Minutes later, Caravan was shaking his head as he shouted. This is shameful. It's a travesty. Ugh. Ronald frowned as he looked at Caravan. Caravan kept on mumbling, No, not me anymore. Not. Cut it out, will you? You're just naked. It's not a big deal. Not just naked, it's like something important was also taken from me. With Caravan muttering by their side, Jaehwan and the others arrived at the deepest part of the great forest, where the long, living race lived. One of them, Rahamad, stopped and turned back to them and said, Nas. Sacrikford. Amadar. It meant the following. Welcome to the Forest of Madness. Chapter 154 God of Madness 1. Chapter 154 God of Madness 1. I will never go back into the great forest. Butter, the sixth god of the seven gods of the depths. Episode God of Madness. The center of the eighth site Caspian contained multiple big to middle-sized sites grouped together. One of those sites, Highseeker, had different masters because of repeated wars, but it had now found a more permanent master thanks to the Hatchnold disaster that happened 2 weeks ago. What's all the fuss in there? In the palace of Highseeker, in front of the central office, Kashim was confused as he heard the sounds coming from within. The office was where the current master of Highseeker resided. Keshem had been hearing the screams of a woman from inside and also the sounds of something crashing. It shouldn't be possible. Who could possibly scream and throw stuff at the Master of Caspin and the Master of Rupture? "Oh, Captain. Are you here, sir?" One of the officers, who had been standing outside the office, quickly saluted Keshem. It was as much courtesy as he would extend to his own master. The tall man, Keshem, was a man worthy of such respect. One of the 5 captains in Rupture, the masters of the mighty power that even high-ranking gods and the generals of the great lands feared, that was the captain of Rupture. "What's happening inside?" Keshem asked in a soft voice. The second captain is inside." "Second you, sir, is here?" Keshem asked back in shock. "I see. So, that's what's all about." "Yes, sir." The officer's concern was understandable. The Master of Rupture and one of the captains were fighting inside, and there was no way a mere officer could interrupt. He seemed really happy that Keshem had arrived. He was probably expecting Keshem to do something about it. Keshem glanced at the documents that he had brought to brief and sighed. He couldn't wait here for long, so he had to go in. Why did she have to come now? Ugh, it will get ugly. If Sir was here, third Captain Kazuki would soon go crazy. And with the recent event, you should've just kept him in custody, then you tried to kill him. I had reasons to do it. What the hell were you thinking? It was you who told me to recruit him in the first place. Louder shouts were heard from within. Keshem carefully placed his hand on the doorknob, but before he could turn it, the door burst open and someone charged out. The woman was so infuriated that there was lightning sparking around her entire body. It seemed her setting of lightning chain had activated without her realizing. Keshem stared at Sir and waved. "Hey, Keshem." Sir looked up at Keshem. Moments later. "So, you were quarreling with the master because of differing opinions?" "You can say that." Keshem sighed at Sir, speaking casually. "What are you thinking? Are you trying to solve it with a rupture battle or something?" "No way. There's no way for me to win. He's a monster with a legendary part." "Yeah? If only he didn't have the machiner." "You couldn't beat him even when he didn't have the machiner." "That's you never know. Power trumped over everything in Rupture. When there was a difference in opinion, it was possible to duel in a Rupture battle to see who was stronger, and the winner would be allowed to do things their way." Keshem and Sir were talking about that tradition. "You and the Master have a huge difference in world power. You know that." Sir didn't answer Keshem's point. "You Sir's world power was at 1.5 million, and as far as the captains knew, the Master easily exceeded 7 million, even without the machina." Sir looked grumpy and glanced at the people behind Keshem. "Who are they?" A man and a woman were standing a bit of a distance away behind Keshem. "Oh, they're new recruits. In training them. Keshem the tyrant has now become a babysitter. That's interesting." "Don't say that." Keshem turned and the man and woman quickly ran up to them and saluted. It was a man with a smiling face, and the woman had an alluring beauty. "Good day, Captain. I'm Kim Jaehwan, new recruit to Rupture." "Good day, Captain. I am Han Soil." There wasn't much about the man, but the woman was something. With that kind of beauty, she was bound to draw attention even within Rupture. Sir closely studied the woman who had introduced herself as Han Soil. Your introduction is short." "I'm sorry." "No, you don't need to be sorry. We might be enemies the next time we meet." "I beg your pardon." Han Soil became confused and Keshem quickly interrupted. Hey, don't scare the new recruits." "No, I'm being serious." "What are you talking about?" Sir didn't seem like she was joking, and Kashim turned grim. Don't tell. Yeah, I've made up my mind. Kashim's lips trembled at that moment. Sir's words were shocking. Is he that important to you? To me, no, not at all. Sir shrugged and answered in a cold voice. Kashim was relieved at those words. There was no way Sir would fall in love with someone. Such a feeling was a luxury that the captains of Rupture could not afford. Then why are you protecting him? Do you have to leave for? He's important to this world. Important to this world. It didn't make sense at all. However, because it was the second captain of Rupture who said it, it was possible that it might have a reason for it. Did you look into the future? Did something show up in your premonition? If Sir was talking about it, there was only one reason. Her premonition had shown her some kind of future, and the man Sir was looking for played a vital role. Kashim frowned. Premonition doesn't show a decided future. You know this better than anyone. Even if she saw such a future, it wasn't enough reason for Sir to leave Rupture. Besides, they had the Master of Rupture. He was the one who was outside of her premonition. Sir did not answer, but turned and glanced out of the window at a corner of the corridor. Outside was the clear sky of death. She looked at the sky and asked, Kashim, do you see something in that sky? What are you talking about? An eye, stars or something? I'm not following. You know what I'm talking about. See something in the sky? There was nothing there. But Kashim realized what she was asking and smiled. You're talking about Big Brother, aren't you? Yeah. There's no way I can see him. Right. We can't. The only ones who could see Big Brother up in the sky and fight it were special. The three ancient gods in the past were those kinds, and so was the Master of Rupture. A being only the chosen kinds could see. That was Big Brother. You, Sir, spoke. Master once told us that if you overcome seclusion, you can see him. Kashim also heard this story before. The disease that every awakener suffers. A disease that makes awakeners close their eyes and ears to keep themselves from the flood of information. Kashim, you must not close your eyes or block your ears, no matter how hard it is. Accepting seclusion means losing against this world. The Master once said this. But even now, Kashim couldn't understand what he meant. There was no way for an awakener to keep their sanity without seclusion. If you overcome your seclusion, then you will see the same world that I see. Kashim's world had stalemated since a long time ago. However, Sir and Imai were the same. In fact, everyone other than the Master himself had stopped advancing since a long time ago. They couldn't get any stronger. No matter how hard they tried, there was this wall blocking their way. Kashim knew that the way to break that wall lay in seclusion, but knowing it wasn't the same as doing it. There was no one who could overcome seclusion. Other than the Master, no one in the world could overcome the wall of seclusion. The one who could see Big Brother with their own eyes in this world was only. That's when Kashim realized where the story was going. Chapter 155 God of Madness 2. Chapter 155 God of Madness 2. Wait. As he stared at Sir, he realized his guess was correct. He had to ask the next question, then. Has he overcome seclusion? Can he see Big Brother like the Master? You, Sir, did not answer, but it was an act of agreement. And the silence made Kashim furious. Did you see it? Did you see that he saw Big Brother yourself? Why are you so infuriated? Because it's nonsense. I saw him too, and he was so weak to consider that he can overcome seclusion. Maybe you were mistaken. Kashim wasn't sure why he was so infuriated at the moment. He was talking a lot, which wasn't like him at all, and he felt like he was trying to deny something. You believe that nonsense that some fool jabbered about and will leave rupture. Kashim. After Kashim faced Sir's cold stare, he became silent. If I saw something in my premonition, will you believe me? What? If I say I saw the master killing all of you, and the man you call a fool was fighting to save us, will you believe me? Kashim felt his heart sink. He asked back in a shaking voice, That's impossible. It's a joke, right? Sir did not answer but just smiled coldly. Kashim then realized she was indeed lying, but it didn't matter if what she said was a lie. Poor man. You won't believe me even if I say the truth. Sir then turned and walked away, fully confident as if she was walking toward the god she trusted. And after some time, Captain Kashim. Oh yeah. Kashim came back to his senses at Jaehwan's call. Sir had already disappeared. He then looked down at the document in his hands. The title of it was this. Project Depth Invasion. It had been days since Jaehwan's group arrived at the place of the long, living race. Their village was protected by larger trees than the other areas, with huge hot springs scattered around. It seemed that most of these people usually spent their entire day within the springs or at small bungalows built in front of the springs. As guests, Jaehwan's group was assigned one of those small bungalows, but there was one who wasn't treated as a guest. Why am I treated like this? Caravan, who was naked and had a scrubbing towel in his hand, shouted. Jaehwan looked at him in sympathy and spoke. They said you are a criminal, not a guest. Criminal? I didn't do anything wrong. They said that you were in violation of not being naked. What kind of crime is that? Caravan then shook his head and shouted as he scrubbed one of the warriors who just came out of the springs. I am Caravan, Vicegerent of Ignis. I'm not here to scrub your back. My hand exists to use hell flame and Nas. Sorrel. Hatton. Yes, sir. How does it feel? You want this place scrubbed too? Caravan quickly stopped shouting at the warrior's words and smiled. He couldn't understand those people's words, so he had no choice but guessed that they were trying to threaten him and act accordingly. But the words that Jaehwan heard actually meant this. Your hand. It's hot and feels good. So, the vicegerent of the god of flame was now a scrubbing servant. Damn it, can you ask around and find someone who can restore my link? Even if Caravan had been powerful, there was no way for him to defeat even one of these people without Igni's assistance. These people easily had over 1 million in world power. Damn it. Caravan was now even crying due to humiliation. His fiery hand was now more like a fiery scrubber. And because the world was full of unfairness, there was one who was enjoying the best time of his life. It was Ronald. Jaehwan, this place is like heaven. Ronald was also crying, but it was a different kind of tears. He was looking at the beautiful women of the long, living race who were naked and sitting nearby in the hot springs. Ronald now even had a runny nose from the excitement. Anderson was right, she said. There is a naked heaven somewhere in this world. Everyone was submerged in the hot springs and the steam covered most of the silhouettes, but these women all seemed to be in very good shape. They are all naked, right? They're naked, all of them. Har. One of them noticed Ronald's attention and winked at him. It was a heart-stopping wink. Oh my. Then, after a while, the woman who had been exchanging glances with Ronald stood up. She certainly was in very good shape, Jaehwan thought as he looked at her body. Someone in World 294 said life is a tragedy when seen close-up, but a comedy in a long shot. Step by step, the woman walked closer to Ronald. What is that, Jaehwan? Ronald's tragedy began. Why, how come she has that between her legs? Ronald was so shocked that his jaw was shaking. Yet it was understandable, as the woman had something huge dangling between her legs. She smiled and talked to Ronald. Nas, our karma. Ronald quickly ran to Jaehwan. What did she just say? She said something bad, right? She said she's glad to meet you. Jaehwan lied. What she really meant was, you have a cute thing. Ronald then asked back. Are you sure? Yeah. But why is she following me? Soon, Ronald had been captured by the many beautiful women, and they began their show of friendship towards Ronald. We must get out of here fast. Jaehwan also had no intention to waste time, but he had a purpose. During the time they had been here, Jaehwan had already asked a few questions. Take me to your leader. La, Mir, Tuss. There is always time for everything. Who are you people? What's up with this? Are you followers of Gestalt? Ouroboros? We are Gestalt. We are not Gestalt. The reply came in two different meanings to Jaehwan. These people were Gestalt, but not Gestalt. Jaehwan wasn't sure what it meant, but even when he kept asking, the answer wasn't clear. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Jaehwan decided to relax and wait. He then stood up and started practicing stabbing. He didn't have to do this, but it calmed him. And after he repeated about 1,000 times, someone came to him. Nas, Hermu, Shoryuken. You do interesting training. It was a warrior named Rahamad, the one who had brought Jaehwan here. He continued before Jaehwan could answer. Ikarmu. But it's useless. Jaehwan felt offended, but then he had the strength to make a point. Jaehwan thought, how did they get so strong? If looked at with common sense, these people were weird perverts who walked around naked. However, they had world powers that could allow them to easily overpower most high-ranking gods. After a long time, Jaehwan finally finished his 10,000th stab. The day had turned dark. Ronald, who had been having a good time with the women, had fallen asleep, and Caravan, who had been scrubbing all day, was also lying down and resting. Nas, enter. Are you done? Rahamad was still beside Jaehwan. He had been watching Jaehwan training the entire time. However, the number of spectators had increased. Jaehwan sheathed his swords back into his scabbards and answered, yeah. Rahamad then stood up. He spoke. Rar, Ankar, do, let's go. The leader is waiting for you. Chapter 156 God of Madness 3. Chapter 156 God of Madness 3. Rahamad, the one brought Jaehwan to the village, was one of the great warriors. Jaehwan noticed that Rahamad had exceptionally high world power compared to the others, and it was for a certain reason. Jaehwan was led deeper into the forest by Rahamad. The hot springs were still everywhere in the forest, and many naked warriors were soaking within. A few warriors turned to Rahamad, who was leading Jaehwan, and asked, Great warrior, where are you going? I am going to him. Who is that human? One who will learn the Ouroboros. I see. Ouroboros. Jaehwan couldn't understand the discussion. The word Ouroboros especially had too many meanings, so he couldn't figure out what the word actually meant. Hope fortune is with you. It's better for you to spend your time in the hot springs. Some warriors then spoke to Jaehwan. There were some who laughed at Jaehwan's naked body, but most were concentrating in the springs. They stayed in the water for a while, came out to clean it off, and then went back in. Some seemed to drink the water, while some were sitting within the water, deep in meditation. Jaehwan asked Rahmad, "Do you all bathe every day?" Barthi. Rahmad didn't seem to understand. It seemed there was no word that meant the same thing as bath or bathe in their language. That was strange, as every one of them was bathing, but no one used the term. Jaehwan used all of his gestures to explain, and Rahmad nodded and answered, "Oh, you mean metamorphosis. Metamorph what? We're taking our clothes off." "Clothes, what do you mean?" Rahmad didn't answer right away, so Jaehwan asked again. "Clothes, by you mean something dirty, is it like a metaphor?" Jaehwan was certain that it might mean something. However, Rahmad shook his head. "Clothes is clothes," he continued. "Spirit grows the more you take it off. Your world power grows, and you can live without a god." That's when Jaehwan realized something. These people said clothes, but he did experience some complicated thing regarding clothes in recent days. "Do you know anything about naked setting?" Rahmad then smiled eerily and replied, "Ouroboros. Anyone can be naked. No one can be naked." It was translated into two meanings again. Jaehwan frowned. "Ouroboros. What does that mean?" Rahmad shook his head. It seemed he didn't want to answer and began to walk faster. Take it off, but there are always clothes underneath. When you and I take each other's clothes off, no world or God is important." It was then that a song could be heard. Jaehwan concentrated on the song, as the song seemed to be coming from within the forest. He then realized the entire long-living race was singing the song. A song, eh? He then remembered Anderson's song. The song then continued to a lyric that was very familiar. He took the last friend's clothes and finally returned to his home. His home was full of his friend's clothing. Naked God spoke as he saw those clothes. Jaehwan flinched as he heard the word naked God. He expected as much when he saw everyone naked, but it was shocking to hear that his guess had been right in such a strange situation. The song continued. "Lonely. I am so lonely," Naked God said, and put on his friend's clothes. 1 clothes on naked God. 2 clothes on naked God. Soon, naked God was covered by clothes. Lonely naked God spoke. "The world is unhappy because everyone is wearing clothes. Everyone cannot take off clothes." The song didn't have a steady tempo, as it was crude and violent. It was sometimes sad and sometimes gloomy. No one can take off clothes. That is the truth. It was hard to see the meaning of the song. As he concentrated on the song, Jaehwan then realized Rahmad had stopped walking. He turned to Jaehwan and spoke. "Nas, Kenyo, you, go alone. Dibolivio. Remember, Ouroboros. Clothes exist. Clothes do not exist." Jaehwan walked and walked in the direction Rahmad had told him. As he walked further, he felt the world was changing into a very familiar form. It wasn't just a hot spring. Some hot springs had vicious winds with powerful world power, while some hot springs sent an icy chill. "I think I know something like this." It was in a different order, but Jaehwan had been through this kind of passage. After he passed through a few more hot springs, he realized why it was familiar. The 8 gates of hell. It was like the magic that Serwan had used before on Jaehwan. The gates were very similar to this. "I thought it was made to resemble the regions of the Great Lands, but it might not be the case." Jaehwan realized Mulak had probably walked this path before, and realized the temperature was rising. Is this the burning hell phase now? The second gate of the 8 gates of hell was at the end of this hot spring. At the end of the hot spring, there was a warrior sitting in the water. No, the word warrior didn't fit him. The presence from him was so powerful that Jaehwan had never felt it before. It was probably equal or higher to Mayad's real power, a god or a vicegerent. It was hard to realize who he was as his world power was too high for him to comprehend. "Are you the leader?" Jaehwan asked, but there was no answer. He couldn't see his face as the steam obscured his features. Then the figure moved, curling his finger. "Is it telling me to come closer?" Jaehwan hesitantly walked closer to the hot springs where the man was at. And as he dipped in a foot, he felt sizzling pain from the water. It wasn't just hot. It felt like his entire spirit would be boiled as a whole. However, Jaehwan did not stop and walked in. As he walked further, the water temperature rose and Jaehwan was now fully immersed with only his head out of the water. After a while, he realized it actually wasn't the water. There was no way water could be that hot and that painful. "I can't get close." He had taken maybe hundreds of steps, but his distance to the leader did not decrease. His defense against the heat was at its limit too. Jaehwan felt his conscience fading as the hot liquid began to seep into him. It was ironic. He had done so much to come this far and yet he was going to die here. As he lost energy, his body floated into the water. Boiling water flowed into him from his nose and ears, and he couldn't think. "It's so comfortable. I'll just let go." Jaehwan's body was relaxed. It was so relaxing that he was losing consciousness. But then, he heard the voices. "Hey, he's doing that again. I think he's done." "No way. We chose him because he's the most determined. Who among us can stab 1,000,000 times? Hey, I can do that too." Jaehwan remembered these voices. When did he hear them? Was it when he cleared the 8th gate of hell? Whatever the case, he had never heard their voices as clear as this time. "You really should be careful, my man. You gonna fall unconscious in a hot spring. I'm not going to help you this time." "You think a miracle will happen every single time you get into trouble? No way, man. You think this is some movie? You shouldn't just charge in like that." Jaehwan shook his head and started breathing again. He couldn't give up now. Oh, he's getting up. Then what is he going to do with that world power? "Hey, beg us, we'll give you power, or better yet, just let us take control of you." Jaehwan shook his head. "Oh my, this stubborn idiot, I told you it's a bad idea to have this one in charge." "Give up, you fool." Jaehwan did not give up. He began to move. He tried hard. His body didn't work as he intended. He was still at the brink of death. The voices came back again. "Oh man, okay. You win. I accept you, me. Us Jaehwans are stupid. Hey, who's volunteering this time?" Jaehwan then fell unconscious. Soon after, something that was covering his skin disappeared. It turned into powder and was absorbed back into Jaehwan. He knew the feeling. It was when he absorbed the thousands of Jaehwan before. He felt his world power multiplying by at least 2 times. His spirit was nourished and he regained his strength. As he opened his eyes, a man was in front of him. But he wasn't looking at the leader. Rahmad was smiling in front of him. He spoke. "Nas, Ouroboros. You took off your clothes. You wore your clothes." Chapter 157 God of Madness 4. Chapter 157 God of Madness 4. It had been a month since Jaehwan arrived at the Forest of Madness. He spent most of his time inside the hot springs within the forest. Through the steam of the springs, Jaehwan saw the shadow of the leader. It had been a month, but he still couldn't find a way to get closer to him. He was now even suspicious if this leader actually existed. "You're always here these days." Like today, Ronald often visited Jaehwan. However, he wasn't here to look for Jaehwan, as he was only here to run away from the ladies. Ronald was very popular with them. "They always want to scrub my body." Those ladies always scrubbed Ronald's body. Jaehwan commented, "I'm sure it's a good thing for you." "That's nonsense. You never know. Their scrubbing might have some secret trick. That's as stupid as the setting that makes you become more powerful as you get naked." "Yeah, right," Ronald sighed. "Caravan says something similar nowadays. What was it, the philosophy of scrubbing or something?" Caravan said that. He then realized it had been a while since he had seen the man. Caravan used to visit Jaehwan often, to rant when they first came to the forest. "I must recover my link with Ignis, and kill those sons of Bitches. Or, I will hang those bastards who I scrubbed the hell flame." He then returned hopelessly. However, it had been 2 weeks since the last time he visited. Jaehwan just thought Caravan had given up, but sharing the philosophy of scrubbing it was very interesting. "What's he doing these days?" "Same as always. Scrubbing people. I think he's come to like it now. He likes it. He says scrubbing is a serious business, kid. You're too young to understand." Ronald imitated Caravan and shrugged. I wasn't sure where he was going with it. He said scrubbing is good and that we always have to scrub so that we'll find the true meaning of life. And in the end, you will find the true understanding of the world through scrubbing, something like that. If it was months ago, Jaehwan would have burst into laughter. However, he was different now. "I see. Clothes or scrubbing, I think it doesn't matter what you call it." "What? I guess Caravan is on the right path after all." "Are you serious?" Ronald frowned as he took a few steps back. It seemed like he was growing suspicious of Jaehwan. "I think he's understanding the unclothing." "Unclothing? These people call it metamorphosis. I just call it the unclothing." "Unclothing. The way of taking off the clothes that covered the layers of spirit." It was the daily routine of all the warriors here had, and their secret to becoming powerful. "And what exactly is that?" "What I'm always doing." Ronald looked at Jaehwan, who was still inside the water, and asked in a doubtful voice, "A bath?" "Yeah, you can say that." Jaehwan shrugged and looked around. The heat in the spring was very intense. Throughout the month, Jaehwan had a total of 37 moments where he could have died. He kept on walking through the boiling hot water in hopes of meeting the leader on the other end of the steam. But he couldn't get to the leader yet. The only thing he could do was to keep walking. For hours, or sometimes for the entire day, he walked towards the leader until his world power ran out. In all of those near-death experiences, he met many of his old selves from different times. "Damn it, again. Stop it already." Sometimes he even heard voices. And as he remembered the old days, he felt his layers being taken off as his power greatly increased. The steps were always the same. Rahamad appeared from somewhere and brought Jaehwan out from the spring, mumbling Ouroboros. It was then that the day's unclothing had finished. Ronald asked, "Jaehwan, what are clothes?" "I think these people really consider it seriously." "Clothes?" Jaehwan didn't know, but he didn't say it. He was unclothing right now, so he couldn't just say he wasn't sure what it was. Jaehwan even had asked Rahamad what clothes actually were, but Rahamad's answer was just this: Ouroboros. Jaehwan was annoyed. "And what is that supposed to mean? You always just say Ouroboros." "Ouroboros is Ouroboros." Can't you simplify it? It doesn't help if you make it complicated. It's not a matter of complicating. Rahmad then spoke to Jaehwan with a sympathetic look on his face. You are out of the system, but still live in the system. That was very striking to Jaehwan. Jaehwan then realized in the future that word was going to lead the way in the fight against Big Brother. Jaehwan. Ronald was looking at Jaehwan. He answered, "Oh, what were we talking about?" "About clothes." Jaehwan thought. Ronald wanted an answer to which he did not have. Ouroboros. What clothes is Ouroboros? And what's that supposed to mean? Oh, the warriors did say Ouroboros when they pointed at my genitals. Ouroboros while pointing at the genitals. That seemed like a very different meaning. Ronald quickly covered his genitals as he realized Jaehwan was looking right at it and asked, "Anyway, so, what is Ouroboros?" "I don't know." "Are you making fun of me?" "I don't know everything." Ronald then shouted angrily. "But you are doing that unclothing thing. You are unclothing, but you don't. What you're taking off, it doesn't make sense." He was right. Jaehwan then asked, "Ronald, do you know what is life?" "What life?" Ronald couldn't answer. The question wasn't easy. He could say whatever, but he couldn't just say it out loud. Life couldn't just be described by words. Ronald shook his head. Not sure." Jaehwan nodded. "Exactly." "What? You don't know what is life, but you're living it, right?" Ronald then became astonished. He stared at Jaehwan with an admiring look on his face. Wow, that is brilliant. You are brilliant. I see Ouroboros our life." It seemed Ronald was going to start talking nonsense, so Jaehwan waved his hand and stopped him from talking. "Ronald, let's end it here." "Why?" "Because I feel like dying." "What?" Ronald became frantic and Jaehwan spoke in an Ouroboros kind of face. "Take me out after about 10 minutes. "Okay." And Jaehwan feel unconscious. It was his 38th near-death experience. And after another month, he finally was able to reach the end of the hot spring. Chapter 158 God of Madness 5. Chapter 158 God of Madness 5. He was dreaming. It was a long and epic dream. It was the past he had lived, but it didn't feel real. The man suffered from the stream of memories. It was too brutal. It had the terrifying tower that appeared in front of his world, and the memories within it. Death, death, and death. There was the stone that made everyone to return to their lives. People ran away from the harsh reality. Friends lost their lives in an effort to protect reality. "Let's go, Jaehwan. Jaehwan. You're trying to go back." And then, there was the friend's voice. "Okay. Go." "I'm sorry, Jaehwan." "Go before I change my mind." His last friend walked alone toward the 99th floor. He was all alone now. Blood seeped through his cloak. "It was good to have you in this world, Jaehwan." And then came the fall. As his body came crashing down on the ground, he opened his eyes and screamed. "Are you okay?" Jaehwan realized someone was grabbing his shoulder. He looked up and saw a familiar face. The memories were mixing up. A large man with a giant axe on his back. Who was this guy? Where was he? "Captain, I guess you didn't go mad." "Good." Kashim the Tyrant, the 4th captain of Rupture, smiled as he scrubbed his beard. "The memory recall is successful. Congratulations on overcoming your first step." Memory recall. He then realized and glanced around. There were few recruits of Rupture within the room that resembled some kind of a lab. He knew where this place was. Memory recall laboratory. It was within the Rupture training facility, which housed all of Rupture's high technology. Some go mad during the process, but you're lucky. As is she. He turned and saw the woman. The woman named Han Soil had also been chosen to become a member of Rupture. He only considered her to be pretty, but he now knew who she was. She was a friend who climbed the tower with him for tens of years. Yunwen tried to speak, but decided not to. He still couldn't believe it was real. Those terrifying events, they were all true. If they were true, then what was happening to him now? Yunwen was confused and he felt weak with the various emotions surging within him. And Han Soil also seemed to be going through the same thing. She was looking at Yunwen with tears running down her face. It was a painful memory, but that was a memory that they should have never forgotten. However, it was also why it felt more terrifying due to the fact that it had come back. Tower, cultivation, tutorial, level, status. Yunwen remembered the words he heard from Kashim before he came into the recall lab. You two are lucky. Master found a method for forced awakening recently. Your hatred toward the world and the system. All of it is the basis to the awakening. Memory recall is mandatory for the course. It's especially important for recruits who failed while climbing the tower. It's to let you not forget the hatred toward cultivation. People who had failed while clearing the tower were bound to forget the memory of losing on the tower. Yunwen and Soil were examples of them, and that was why they were here. I feel the power. He felt the power of something on an entirely different level, or status, within him. Yunwen was confused, but he was also astonished at his newfound power. It was a power that would allow him to clear the tower in the memory with a breeze. But Kashim didn't seem all satisfied as he looked at Yunwen. But still at the first step, well, there's a way for you to quickly get to the third step. Can I become stronger than this? The first step is nothing. True power comes when you achieve on reaching the third step. Third, don't worry. You'll do fine. We have a new method that we got from Chaos recently. It won't take long, and you will gain the power to get revenge against the enemy that put you into that tower. HMPH, a new method. What did you bring in this time? The words came from a man who was standing by the entrance. Yunwen knew him also. It was Imai Kazuki. Imai, what are you doing here? Kashim asked Imai the Fast Kill, the third captain of the Rupture. I came to take a look at our new recruits. You of all people. Well, I still got to see them, right? Oh, and I do want to know about that new method of yours. Imai waved off Yunwen and Soil's salutes and spoke to Kashim. What skill is it? What did you bring in? So, you haven't heard of it yet. The team who went with Sir to Chaos brought back the information. It is a method of using the Tower of Nightmare to force an adapter into an awakening. Is that the one that was created by that naked one? Kashim frowned. So, you do know. Why did you ask if you knew? I'm against it. We, the Rupture, only require one method. Repeating stabs and slashes. That kind of training only weakens you. True Rupture is made from the method that we have been using. We kill each other again and again. Only the strong that survive become true awakeners. That is the only way. That method sacrifices too many lives. Kashim, you too became an awakener through that method. Are you saying you deny the effectiveness of the method? Kashim couldn't answer. He understood why Imai was so furious about this and how he felt. It was a woman who came out of the control room of the lab who stopped Imai. Personal complaints should remain at home, third captain. If it isn't our fifth captain. Didn't know you were here. This lab was my lab from the start. She was a blonde doctor with a white lab coat, 5th Captain Mile. And I will assure you that your concern is unnecessary. Imai frowned. What do you mean? I thought you were going to use that naked one's method. No, the result from each method is too different. The awakening method that the General Slayer used is very stable, but does not fit our needs. It allows an awakener to gain different unique worlds. Some even fail to get it. Which means they do not get the Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses. That is right. Yunwen then asked, if I may, can I ask what is it that you all are talking about? The air grew cold suddenly, and Yunwen realized he made a mistake. You fool! How dare you interrupt while captains are talking? Don't be so stuck up, 3rd Captain. Mile then turned to Yunwen and smiled. Yes, what is the question? Go ahead. It's okay. Yunwen was hesitant, but started speaking as he looked at Mile's smile. About the part where awakeners get a different unique worlds. Mile answered, yes, that is right. Usually, ordinary awakeners have different unique worlds. Was that the question? Does that mean that all awakeners of Rupture all share the same unique world for the ones who aren't ordinary? Mile seemed to be surprised to be asked such a question. You are right. Chapter 159 God of Madness 6. Chapter 159 God of Madness 6. But why? It seemed like Yunwen wasn't excited to hear it. Imai was annoyed and he tried to speak, but Mile stopped him. She seemed to be intrigued. Yes, you might have questions if you are new to Rupture. I guess you know the basics of awakening from the way you are asking questions. Yunwen answered while blushing. Guys, I heard that it was the power that was created to fight the system. Right. Then do you know what the unique world actually is? Yunwen then cited what he learned when he joined. It is the world that an awakener creates to keep his sanity to withstand the flood of information. It is what you get eventually once you become a 3rd or higher step awakener. You've been well educated. Mile glanced over at Kashim, to which Kashim shrugged. Mile then spoke. I guess your question can be summarized into this. If all awakeners can create their own unique worlds, why does Rupture force the use of the unique world? Why is that necessary? Yunwen froze. And you might be thinking that it's like this. You barely escaped from the system, but why is it necessary to get the unique world? Isn't it same as being locked up in another system? I didn't think to that extent. Yunwen quickly responded and Mile laughed softly. Don't worry. It's a natural question. All the captains here also had the same question before. Count me out. Of course, Imai. You're an idiot. You. Mile ignored him and continued. Your name was Yunwen. Yes, Marm. Kim Yunwen from World 294. World 294, that's good. I've recently been interested in books from World 294. Mile continued. Okay, think about this. Let's say you are a 15-year-old right now. Yunwen wasn't sure why age mattered, but he nodded anyway. You lost your parents and all of your family by accident. You cannot play the computer game that you love so much, or the books that you like to read. You cannot even go to school. Your entire life is shut off from the world. Yunwen imagined himself as a 15-year-old who lost everything, including his family. It wasn't hard to imagine. The world suddenly became very dangerous for you. The world now forces you to become an adult. You now have to think and act like one. Yunwen felt his heart sink. And there are people who are after the will of your parents. There are people who are trying to undermine you while you are lost in your loneliness. The captains were now concentrating on Miles' story. And you, at the age of 15, you have to fight the world with your limited wisdom. But there is a problem. You don't have much information. The only information you have is about a computer game and a book. What will you then do? You think you could keep yourself together with just a computer game and a book? Jaehwan shook his head. I probably can't. Right. That would be the outcome in most cases. Miles then became silent. Jaehwan realized what she meant by the silence. You're saying that it will make me 15-year-old with more information. Miles smiled. You are quick to understand. Right, that is what Rupture is doing. We are giving you ways to fight against adults. And that is the unique world from the Rupture. We call it Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses. That is a terrifying name. But it is fitting enough to fight against bad adults, right? She was right. Awakeners who receive a new unique world are mentally very weak. If you earn the Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses, however, it becomes a different story. You are still a 15-year-old, but a strong one at that. No adult will look down on you. Jaehwan became excited. He was going to receive the power to fight against lords and vicegerents. Had received the power to change the world. That's when Imai interrupted. Boring. So, what is the new method anyway? I will show you now, so please don't interrupt. Sure. Soon, Miles guided Jaehwan and Soil to the small dome inside the lab. The dome's entrance closed and Soil looked at Jaehwan with a concerned look. Miles' voice came to them. Don't be afraid. Everyone within Rupture has gone through this. The space around them then distorted immediately. There were now millions of people on a large, swampy land. Jaehwan had a sword in his hand. Was this an illusion or was it real? Now fight. With her voice as a signal, a fight broke out. Jaehwan frantically dodged the sword that was swung at him. There were familiar faces around him. He remembered their names. Sakamoto, the science teacher, H. Wang Inchin the sword panic, Jay the blacksmith. Those were the members who fought through Tower of Nightmare with him before. Fight until you kill them all. Jaehwan then realized where he was now. Kashim once told him that most of the members of Rupture were from what happened 700 years ago, when millions of people killed each other. Screaming came from all sides as people killed each other. It was the repeat of what happened 700 years ago. This was worse than the Tower of Nightmares. If you become the last one standing, you will earn the Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses, and become the strongest 15-year-old. Jaehwan remembered Miles' smile as she pushed him into the dome. He felt a chill from the smile as he thought about it. He felt like crying. He wanted to say that he didn't want this. He wanted to become strong, but did not want something like this. Yet in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Thick, warm liquid was flowing down his back. He turned and there was a face that he wanted to see. Jaehwan. The sword penetrated deeper and Jaehwan moaned. Jaehwan. Jaehwan realized this was an illusion. There was no way that his only friend would try to kill him. But he wasn't so sure at the same time. Was this an illusion? Don't worry. You will feel pain, but you won't die. If you die, everything will start again. Even if it was an illusion, could he forget everything he did because it was just an illusion? Remember, you will leave this place until you are the last one standing. Jaehwan fell to his knee. He thought it wasn't important if this was an illusion. There was something more important. No matter what it was, if he killed Jaehwan right now, he'd be an entirely different being from before. He would only earn the power to get revenge by killing a friend he cared about. That was the only truth he had. Jaehwan went on to kill others as he thought he had finished off Unravel. Unravel looked over to Jaehwan's back. He stood and saw Jaehwan's back clearly. It was the back he trusted. It was the back he followed for a long, long time. Many thoughts passed by him. There were the memories of terror within the tower, and the fear of the future for being weak. Hatred toward his weak self. Despair and mourn and the anger. He clenched his sword as he walked forward. Chapter 160 God of Madness 7. Chapter 160 God of Madness 7. Rahmad realized Jaehwan had not visited him for the past few weeks already. He calculated how many days had passed. 2 months. The past 2 months had been busy, even for Rahmad when he recalled everything. After Jaehwan came to the Forest of Madness, Jaehwan had been asking Rahmad and the other people various questions. The leader that you speak of. Does he really exist? Are you the mad god? Who are you, follower of Jaehwan? What is Ouroboros? As if he were a baby asking everything about everything, Jaehwan asked a lot of questions. There was only one answer he was able to get from all those questions. Ouroboros. Every question and answer started and finished with Ouroboros and then began with Ouroboros again. It was an answer that did not explain anything. It was an answer where one couldn't tell whether it was the beginning or the end. In fact, Rahmad and the other people had no way of explaining it entirely. Ouroboros was not something that could be explained. It was something that struck at the moment of countless imagination, perception, and awakening, or something that resembled that feeling. That was Ouroboros. Rahmad never expected Jaehwan to understand. It was something even those who had metamorphosized for thousands of years could not get to. I didn't get to pull him out from the water recently. Currently, Jaehwan was at the hottest hot spring of the forest. It was the place where highly trained warriors could barely stand for 2 hours. It was actually impossible for Jaehwan, who had only been here for 2 months, to even try in the first place. The thought made Rahmad become more concerned. Did he die already? He shook his head. No, that's not possible. If he loses consciousness, I can feel it right away. There was no way for Rahmad, the great warrior, to not know of a powerful world power like Jaehwan disappearing. Besides, it was Rahmad who had been picking up Jaehwan from the spring for the past 2. That is strange. The power does show that he is still inside that pool. Jaehwan's world power maintained a stable size for a few days. It wasn't possible. Even Rahmad could only stay at that pool for maybe a week. That's when something popped up in his mind. Did he finish his metamorphosis? No, that wasn't possible. Metamorphosis was a training that had no end. It was not meant to end. But why? What was this feeling? Rahmad began walking toward the pool. It was better to check it out for himself. At that moment, a young warrior appeared. Rahmad knew this young warrior, who had been very popular amongst the other warriors. There was a rumor that he had huge Ouroboros, so Rahmad also knew of him. I think I saw this young warrior picking him up from the pool before. Rahmad called to the boy. Nas, and Ronald waved back. Oh, great warrior. They shared a greeting. Ronald was now able to speak the long, living race's language quite a bit, so he had no problem talking with them. Rahmad looked at Ronald's naked spirit and thought, what a great spirit. He will become a powerful warrior in 10 years if he is given the time. spirit that could do such a thing with such talent and potential was hard to describe, but it could only be explained as Ouroborosish potential. Ronald answered Rahmad's question. Jaehwan, I haven't seen him for the past few weeks either. It seemed that Ronald had not visited the pool either. We were going there actually. How about you come with us? The man who had the scrubbing glove on next to Ronald spoke. Rahmad knew about him also. He was man named Jaehwan, the scrubber, vicegerent of one of the 7 gods. Rahmad knew that Jaehwan was a vicegerent the moment he saw him, as one of the 7 gods had visited this place a long time ago. It was very long, and the man gave up on training. Ronald grabbed Rahmad's hand. Let's go, great warrior. Rahmad then began walking toward the pool with Ronald and Jaehwan. After passing by countless hot springs, they were at the hottest hot spring within the area. There he was, Jaehwan floating at the center of the spring, sitting down, meditating motionlessly. Ronald screamed. What, since when did he learn a floating setting? That's weird. He doesn't have Reinhold's long coat on either, Jaehwan also added curiously. It was only Rahmad who did not speak and looked carefully at Jaehwan's spirit. It is not her setting. He was looking into Jaehwan's world power that was moving so vibrantly. That is amazing control of the power. Actually, flying in the air by using world power wasn't that hard. It just required the use of deflection against the ground. Maintaining it and staying still in the air was not easy. A balance between the spirit and the world it is not possible to do without understanding the world power's characteristics. Rahmad then floated up with his world power. He felt Ronald and Jaehwan becoming shocked at Rahmad floating in the air and moved toward Jaehwan slowly. Jaehwan's world power that could be felt from the outside wasn't great. Maybe 200,000 to 300,000. It was an easy target for any high-ranking god. But to Rahmad's eyes, Jaehwan wasn't just at the level of a high-ranking god. There was beautiful light glowing from Jaehwan's naked body. It was a noble spirit's light that had achieved its state through endless metamorphosis. Rahmad asked a question in his language. You like to take your clothes off quickly. No one's been faster than you. Rahmad was not the type to compliment. For the last 1,000 years, Rahmad only complimented a certain nightmare who visited them 900 years ago. Jaehwan looked up to Rahmad. A weird tension began to grow between them. Jaehwan spoke up. Let's fight. Nas. Jaehwan, you are not my match yet. However, Jaehwan did not hesitate. His fist caused the waters to churn as he charged at Rahmad. The 2 world powers clashing against each other as the power stormed the hot spring. Ronald and Jaehwan jumped back while screaming. There were warriors coming to the hot spring as they felt the clash between world powers. Jaehwan, not enough. Rahmad quickly waved his hands in the air and nullified Jaehwan's world power. It was an amazing movement, and the counterattack by Rahmad wielded a great amount of world power. Jaehwan, watch out. Chapter 161 God of Madness 8. Chapter 161 God of Madness 8. Ronald shouted. There was the attack that wielded millions of world power. It was a power that Jaehwan could not handle, but he did not back down. It wasn't just some foolish pride that made him stand, but confidence that he knew he could take it. At the moment of impact, Ronald saw forming the shape of a small eye with his hands. The water soared into the sky like an upside-down waterfall as the world power pushed it up. Ronald barely was able to get away from the heat with the help from the other warriors. The ground was burnt black where the water touched it. Ronald watched his god fighting with a concerned look on his face. Jaehwan and Rahamad were now covered by the waterfall. Soon, all the water fell and the two of them reappeared. The warriors gasped and Ronald opened his mouth dumbfoundedly. Oh my! Jaehwan was standing there with a calm look, and Rahamad was in the opposite direction, limping. It was apparent that Rahamad had taken damage. Ronald asked Caravan, "Did Jaehwan win?" "I think he did. But how great warrior has millions of world power. Didn't you see Jaehwan instantly increased his world power close to the great warriors?" "In the millions," Ronald asked in shock. But how Jaehwan was back to his 300,000 world power now. Rahamad spoke. "That was good." Jaehwan became curious. The voice wasn't the same as the usual language. "You have learned Ouroboros. Is this the Ouroboros you people speak of?" "There are a lot of kinds in Ouroboros." Jaehwan frowned, expecting the usual nonsense. "Isn't it about time we stop this nonsense?" Jaehwan continued as he readied to attack again. "I think it's time for you to tell me. Who is your leader? Why are you here?" Rahamad then answered as he defended himself against Jaehwan's punch. He went back to using his language. "Nas, Pert, Narter, you still have questions?" "Yeah, you will answer Ouroboros again, but I thought I would ask for the last time." Ouroboros. As expected, multiple explosions filled the air. It was as if missiles were striking each other. As the sound died down, the fighting stopped again. Jaehwan asked, "Okay. If you will not speak, I will speak for myself. I guess you don't mind that." "What do you mean?" "I will let you listen to what I found out. It's up to you if you want to answer to that." Jaehwan held up both hands, signaling that he had no intention to fight anymore, and before Rahamad could say anything, he continued, "You might know already, but I reached the end of this hot spring a week ago." Rahamad's face turned. It seemed like he had expected it, but he was still shocked to actually hear it. There was no leader there. There was just a short song and a drawing. At the end of the hot spring, Jaehwan found a drawing and short song lyrics. To be exact, it was a drawing of a giant snake eating its tail with the lyrics written at the center. "Naked God. The place where he left. Only left with clothes." As he read the lyrics, Jaehwan realized this was the hidden verse of the Naked song. And if his guess was correct, this was the last verse. The naked God who returned home without killing anyone, left home again. And now, Jaehwan had an idea who this naked God was. Gestalt. This is Gestalt's song. One of the three ancient gods, Gestalt was the one who fought Deus. He was probably the naked god that appeared in this song. This song probably depicted Gestalt's story and what he really did. Jaehwan touched the drawing of the snake as he read the lyrics, and after a while, an awakening so violent struck his entire spirit. With the feeling of a galaxy shooting past his entire head, Jaehwan realized a small secret of Ouroboros. He also understood why these people answered everything in Ouroboros. At the end of his understanding, Rahamad spoke. "I see. So you know everything now." The voice seemed sad. The entire race had gathered around the hot spring. They were looking at Jaehwan like a death-sentenced convict waiting for his time. Jaehwan looked at them for a moment and said, "You all once said that you are Gestalt, but not Gestalt." It was actually Ouroboros that translated that for Jaehwan. "You also said that Gestalt does not believe in God." "Right." Rahamad nodded. "Yet that is a strange word. You all have Gestalt's setting and dearly stick to Gestalt's tradition, called metamorphosis. But you are not his followers, nor do you believe in gods." Ronald and Caravan then turned serious as if they realized something. I was a fool. I should've known then. There's only one kind that doesn't believe in gods in depth. Jaehwan looked at them closely. They all had very similar features, so it was hard to tell them apart. It was as if one person had divided into many. You are all gods, with one name. Beings who don't believe in gods. It was the gods themselves. The problem was, who were they? And everyone already had the answer. Silence fell. Ronald and Caravan began shaking helplessly. It was the name that brought fears. One of the three ancient gods that had left a deep fear within depth. Gestalt, the ancient god. They were one with one of the three ancient gods. Ronald looked around in fear and asked, "Are you all really Gestalt, every one of you? A god who was one, but also many?" Countless heads moved in unison, and Ronald became pale. But Jaehwan wasn't finished yet. They are all Gestalt, but they also aren't Gestalt. Ronald and Caravan became confused. They weren't sure what Jaehwan was talking about. Naked god. The place where he left. Only left with clothes. Jaehwan recited the lyrics with no melody. Therefore, it was easy to picture the words as well. As they listened, Ronald and Caravan imagined a big, giant snake eating away at its tail, leaving many pieces of skin at the tail. This, they both understood. Yes, the word Ouroboros really fit them. Jaehwan looked at Rahamad with a sad expression and asked, "You all are the clothes that Gestalt took off. Isn't that right?" Chapter 162 God of Madness 9. Chapter 162 God of Madness 9. That was a long-forgotten story. A forgotten history that had been hidden away for millennia. There was no word such as you or me, and because of that, there were no fights, competitions, or war. And because of that, there was no being. It was the beginning of time, where all gods and spirits stayed naked and lived under one world. That's when clothes appeared. Nobody knew who invented it or who wore it first, but it appeared. All the ancient gods who lived in depth a long time ago wore clothes as it was widely used. Some gods knew that it wasn't just something for covering and protecting the body. They realized that there was more to it. Some gods also began to say such words. All beings appeared with the clothes. Of course, it didn't make sense. Life or spirits existed before clothes. In fact, it was them who created those clothes. Yet the being described here did not equal a life or a spirit. The ancient gods spoke of this. A being is one who calls me a me. They made clothes and wore them to protect oneself from the world, but also separating one from it. One realized oneself as one apart from the world. That was how clothes appeared and spirits began calling themselves me. It's too complicated. I can't understand a thing, Ronald stated with an uncomfortable look. This was too complicated for a boy who had never been educated. Caravan said, "Let me explain it easily, Ronald." Caravan smiled as he grabbed Ronald's shoulder. "Who do I look like, Caravan?" "Yeah, but what else? What do you see?" "Oh, a naked pervert." Caravan was triggered, but he held up his scrubbing glove with his hand and asked, "Then, what do you think this is?" "A scrubbing glove. Do you suppose that this too is clothing?" "I guess so." Ronald nodded and Caravan put on both gloves on his hands. "Here, how do I look now? What do you think I am?" Ronald looked at Caravan with the scrubbing gloves, but bare naked otherwise. Caravan quickly realized what Ronald was thinking. "I'm being serious. Tell me." "A scrubber, I guess." "Exactly." "What?" A person who's nothing becomes a scrubber if they put on a scrubbing glove. If you pick up a sickle, you become a farmer. Isn't that right? Maybe. That's what we are talking about. Ronald then realized. A spirit becoming an entirely different being just with the clothes they're wearing. It wasn't complicated at all. So, does that means that clothes make the kind of people we are? Yeah, something like that. Caravan smiled. But Ronald didn't seem satisfied. That's still flawed logic. A prince can disguise themselves as a bum, or a bum could wear a suit. Yeah. Caravan became dumbfounded and Ronald continued, and there might be a naked pervert with a scrubbing glove on. But it doesn't change the fact that the person is a pervert. Some warriors laughed at the words, and before Caravan could respond to it, Ronald quickly concluded the subject. Then isn't it wrong to think that clothes label a being? Caravan seemed to be lost for words. Ronald was too smart to give a definite explanation. Besides, Caravan didn't understand everything about the clothes either. And if that's the case, what about us? We're naked right now. Are we not even a being then? No, it's not like that, Ronald. Jaehwan answered instead. Ronald turned to Jaehwan. Then what are we? We are not naked right now. What do you mean? Ronald, there's no being who's naked in this world. What are you saying we are? Ronald then stopped as he realized something. The clothes didn't just mean physical clothes here. Jaehwan tried to continue, but Ronald stopped him. No, don't tell me anything. I think I'm catching onto something. However, Ronald wasn't sure what he was getting at. So, Ronald began tracing back to the beginning of the subject. Why did we start talking about clothes? He remembered. They were talking about the long-living race and Gestalt. You all are the clothes Gestalt took off. Isn't that it? It all started from Jaehwan's words. There was probably a hint there. Ronald began concentrating on finding his answer himself. Caravan then turned to Rahamad and asked, let's continue. What happened to the clothes then? Clothes are being. Clothes are ego. Clothes could be defined by various terms. Gods didn't limit what the clothes were, but they concentrated on what happened to the depth after the clothes appeared. The beginning of beings with clothes. There were people who separated themselves from the world. This meant that the world was no longer one. Beings who called themselves me expressed themselves with emotions that never existed before. They said, I trust you. I believe you. I love you. Love, trust. Those were words only a being could use. And with these motions, the gods were put to a test. Beings who became individuals began to believe in a certain god, or came to love and began to have taste. And this brought about devastating consequences. Gods who were liked were allowed to wield powerful world power, while the gods who were abandoned met their demise. To the gods who had lived for an eternity, it was a huge threat. It was natural for them to create their own worlds and become separated. They had to try hard to have others to believe themselves, and the competition came naturally. Gods could not coexist like before. The crusade then started. So, it was the clothes that made the world turn to this. Yes, Rahamad answered Caravan's question. Caravan could not stop but laugh hollowly. It's his first time learning about the history before Big Brother. Even Iggy's hadn't told him about this. The world was torn apart because of such a reason. What were these ancient gods? We cannot blame them. They had to choose to survive. Yeah, but... And because they all acquired different worlds, there came the diversity. This did not exist before. It brought war, and the spirits now try to kill each other just because we have different worlds. That is also the truth. Caravan thought it was a complicated problem. The world turned because of clothes. A being became perfectly me, allowing it to trust or love another. It was a good thing, but it also learned to hate and kill others. It was all because of clothes. Caravan then pondered on the question, which one was better? Someone spoke then. It's better for everyone to have diversity without killing another. It was Jaehwan. Nice, I know. That's the answer. Caravan felt it was strange as he couldn't reach that answer himself. He looked at Jaehwan. This man. Caravan knew why he couldn't think of the answer. It was because it was impossible. Beings with different worlds were bound to be hostile against each other. The history of depth itself was proof. However, it wasn't only limited to depth either. Difference meant conflict. It was the truth, but Jaehwan was resisting against that. Was there a god that tried to stop the war? Jaehwan asked. Rahamad answered. Yes. And that's. Rahamad nodded. There were those who realized the true nature of clothes, and used it to gain the power to control this world. They were humans, but they overcame human limitations to become gods themselves. It was easy to guess who they were. The first human awakeners. 3 ancient gods. Chapter 163 God of Madness 10. Chapter 163 God of Madness 10. Ancient 3 gods. Human spirits who became gods. These were gods who were born through the clothes and were more sensitive toward it. That allowed them to become more powerful than any other god by using these clothes. Yet their characteristics differed from the different answers they had in regards to the clothes. What are clothes? Dias' answer was this. Clothes are weapons. Dias realized clothes could be a powerful armor against other worlds, but also a powerful weapon. Therefore, he collected many clothes as possible and analyzed it all to create the strongest clothing that could not be destroyed. Then he created the machiner. And there was another who answered differently. Clothes are contagious. It was catastrophe. He realized that spirits were influenced by others to wear similar clothes. He utilized this characteristic to forcefully create followers, which was the Void Sword. It was the part that made all beings become dead men by touching it, and this was the result of his idea. And the third god answered differently. Clothes are something you take it off. It was the naked god, the creator of naked setting. Jaehwan. Dors hid himself underneath powerful clothes. Catastrophe plagued many to become his followers to grow in power. Jaehwan freely traveled through depth, naked. These 3 ancient gods were requested to end the never-ending war with the other gods and agreed. They all gathered at the site that was called the Great Forest to discuss it. How could they end the war? The 3 gods had different answers. Dias said that everyone can wear his clothes. Jaehwan said that everyone can take off their clothes. Catastrophe said that everyone can become his follower. Their opinions were different and they each unsheathed their weapons. This was what happened 210 million years ago. Caravan spoke then. The 3 gods' war, that was the beginning. Yes, I know a bit about what happened then. Big Brother appeared after that war. If only that war didn't happen. Jaehwan listened to Caravan and Rahamad silently. He didn't know anything about this war, and from listening, it seemed that 3 ancient gods were driven out from that war and Big Brother became the master of death. Rahamad said, we were pulled out from Gestalt then. Or to be exact, we were taken off. Ronald screamed suddenly at that moment. Ugh, I can't think of it. What? Jaehwan, What are clothes? What do you mean that anyone can't take it off? Were you still stuck on that? Caravan sighed at Ronald. It's important. Hey, we are not talking about. Yes, it's important. Jaehwan nodded toward Ronald and added, you will not understand what happened to these people if you don't understand that. Right, that's what I am saying. Ronald then spoke again. Jaehwan, so what are clothes? Can you make it simple? There's no point in saying it. I can explain with it something similar, but it doesn't mean the same thing. The meaning becomes useless once it is put to words. I see. I get it. Ronald nodded and answered, then let me change the question. What about the clothes we wear that changes our being? Like a scrubbing glove making you become a scrubber. Yeah. Ronald smiled. I see that the clothes you or the great warrior speaks of aren't about physical clothes. But there are things that can't be explained. For example, Ronald paused for a second before he continued, you have a sword, but that doesn't make you a swordsman. You can cook with it, or you can chop down a tree. Then, are you a swordsman, a cook, or a lumberjack? If the clothes define who you are, then what happens with this? Jaehwan tried to speak, but someone interrupted. That is interesting, Ouroboros. Rahamad's voice filled the air. Ronald was surprised as he didn't expect Rahamad to answer. What he continued with was even more surprising. You are right. How can one's clothes determine one's being? What? Rahamad's words were the exact opposite of what he had been saying before. Ronald was at a loss for words, and Rahamad continued speaking. But the clothes still choose who you are. What are you talking about? Ronald began to anticipate where this was going. This man would say nonsense for a while and end with Ouroboros at the end. Soon, Ronald found out that his expectations were wrong. Rahamad said this. Let me say this. You are a naked boy. Ronald became confused and answered, yeah. I am a naked boy. And you are a follower of Jaehwan. Yes. A loyal and faithful follower, that is, Ronald agreed. And you are a friend of the criminal caravan. What are you talking about? I'm not a friend of this boy. Rahamad continued, and you are a large Ouroboros of the long-living race. Is that sexual harassment? Some warriors cackled as Ronald answered. And you are. Rahamad kept on going with different descriptions. You are that. You are this. Ronald stopped answering, and Rahamad also stopped speaking. Ronald was then struck with the truth. He mumbled with a hollow voice, I see. Why didn't I know that before? The reason why a prince is still a prince even if he is wearing a bum's clothes. The reason why no one can truly be naked. The reason why Rahamad said of all that. Ronald now understood. He said, we don't just wear one piece of clothing. Rahamad nodded. Ronald now realized what the clothes were. It wasn't ego or a personality. Clothes were the core elements that formed beings. The clothes were themselves. We are beings created with countless clothes. Rahamad mumbled Ouroboros. Then that means you are the clothes of Gestalt. They are particles of Gestalt himself, Jaehwan answered instead. Rahamad was looking at Jaehwan now. Ronald then became pale and shook. That was the reason why these people were Gestalt and also not Gestalt. Rahamad. Why did Gestalt disappear after taking all of you off? Does that have to do with Gestalt's part? Jaehwan didn't miss a vital point in the long story. There was one thing Rahamad didn't speak of in the long history of the depth. There was one thing that he failed to describe. Jaehwan now knew why Anderson sent him here. He lost to Machina 2 months ago, and the only thing that could fight against one of the parts of the three ancient gods was another part from them. You always exceed our expectations. You are right. We became this because of the Eye of Jeshult, the last part of the three ancient gods, a weapon that could fight against the Machina. Jaehwan realized that he had finally reached the end of the long questions. This time, Rahamad was the one to ask him a question. "Let me ask you this time." Jaehwan felt strange. It was always him who asked. Jaehwan nodded. "Jaehwan, what do you think metamorphosis is?" Jaehwan couldn't answer. He didn't understand metamorphosis yet. He understood everything about clothes and Ouroboros, but the metamorphosis was different. It's hard to explain, but isn't it taking off clothes, dividing the being? Jaehwan remembered the voices he heard as he went through the process of taking off his clothes. He realized that it was the voice of his many clothes stored deep within. Rahamad asked, "Then, why do you think we continue doing so?" Jaehwan hesitated and answered, "To increase world power." "You do not get it yet. Then let me ask you this. Why do you think that metamorphosis increases your world power?" Jaehwan didn't have an answer to that at all. If unclothing was to remove a being from within, metamorphosis should have decreased the world power. Rahamad then said, "The answer is this. Metamorphosis does not increase your world power." "What do you mean?" "You are right in saying that metamorphosis just divides your being." "What?" "As you know, there are only two ways to increase world power in depth. Take it away from other gods, or gain followers who believe in you." That was impossible. If those were the only ways, then how did Jaehwan increase his power through metamorphosis? Wait. Then how did Gestalt increase his power? He didn't kill anyone. Jaehwan remembered what Anderson said. There was the song of a naked god who had not killed anyone. If the song was true, then Gestalt never killed another god to steal world power. Did he gain the power through followers? Rahamad did not answer. Instead, he began singing a short song along with the other warriors. Lonely naked god. Without a single friend. Without a single friend. They were gloomy lyrics, but the melody was so bright and happy. It seemed like the striking irony was trying to say something. Jaehwan became confused. No followers, then how? If faith can be there even without a follower. Jaehwan then realized. Gods received faith from followers to increase their world power. The faith was something to be given by others. It was an emotion given by a being that had no relation to itself. Then who was this being? It was simple. Someone other than me. Jaehwan looked at Rahamad. Rahamad was smiling sadly. Gestalt was a god who never took a world or forced his own upon others. What did he do to increase his power? Jaehwan knew the answer now. He looked at each one of the people here. Gestalt gave up and made himself a follower. You are Gestalt and a follower of Gestalt. The secret of Gestalt, that was the loneliest faith in the world. Chapter 164 God of Madness 11. Chapter 164 God of Madness 11. Making himself a follower. What did that mean? Does he believe in himself? Ronald and Caravan seemed to be confused while listening. What did it mean to divide itself? Whatever it was nothing like believing himself. The only one who could imagine what it was like was Jaehwan. He looked down at his hands. Then the reason why my world power increased is... Jaehwan remembered the voices of his clothes. Were they also beings that were pulled apart from him? Were they here somewhere in this world, sending him faith? If that was what happened, it was terrifying. Jaehwan became concerned if he had done something irreversible. Rahmad said, "Do not worry. You will not turn into one of us." It seemed like he was assuring Jaehwan. As you might guess, the metamorphosis doesn't divide your spirit. It just exists within you. Then why? The reason why spirits are divided materialistically is because they took off too many clothes to make the real body disappear. Rahmad continued, "The number of clothes increases as time passes and you gain more experience. However, Jaehwan took off more than the time he lived. His metamorphosis speed had exceeded his time." Rahmad then paused and looked around. Many of his people were looking at him. "Our number decreased as time passed, but we had a lot more before." Rahmad reminisced about the people who had disappeared. Jaehwan asked, "Why did Jaehwan take off so many clothes?" "Because of the war. It was expected, but it was hard to imagine. Jaehwan must have been at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Maybe millions. He should have had countless clothes. But if he had to take all of that off to exchange it for his world power, it meant he was that desperate. The enemy was that much stronger that he did not even realize that he himself was disappearing." Jaehwan became unsure. If Machina was that much more powerful, then he thought he couldn't defeat Myad. He mumbled without realizing Machina was that strong. "What are you saying?" Caravan interrupted. "Are you saying you became like this by fighting Deus? You said the war." "I don't know what you are saying. The three-god war wasn't a war against the three ancient gods." Jaehwan and the others became dumbfounded. What was this then? Who did they fight that resulted in a giant site to be laid in ruins? So, I guess the wrong story is still being considered as the truth. That nightmare from 900 years ago also had it wrong. "Nightmare from 900 years ago?" Jaehwan quickly asked. "Are you talking about Mulak Armelt?" Rahmad nodded. "I see, so you do know him." It seemed like he expected it. "I can feel his clothes within you." It seemed like he was talking about the record of the depth that Mulak had left. Jaehwan asked, "Why did he come here? What did he get from here?" Rahmad then became curious. "That's weird. If you have his clothes, then you must have his memory. The memory is not complete." Rahmad looked at Jaehwan with understanding and spoke. "That nightmare was the first to go through that pool. He took Eye of Jaehwan from there." Jaehwan then became dumbfounded. He expected Mulak to have visited the place, but he never thought the man had gotten something. "The Eye of Jaehwan has already been taken." Ronald and Caravan also seemed to be shocked. Ronald's expression made it look like all had been lost. "What is going on?" Rahmad asked, but no one answered. He then smiled, realizing something. "I see. So, you all were here to get the Eye of Jaehwan." That's. Ronald shook his head and tried to deny it, concerned that their intention would make Rahmad uncomfortable. Jaehwan answered instead. "Yes." It was a simple answer. Rahmad didn't seem to be mad either. "Then you have nothing to be worried about." "What do you mean?" "You already have the Eye of Jaehwan." "I do." "You do not know." Rahmad continued, "Eye of Jaehwan is not a part that has a physical form like Machina. Everyone who understands Ouroboros can use it." Jaehwan then looked down at himself doubtfully. His body did become much lighter and had increased world power, but he did feel like he had gotten the part. He then unleashed his world power to look at his unique world. It was still barren and dark. Nothing changed. It looked like Rahmad could also see the unique world, and he turned toward Jaehwan's direction and spoke. "You think nothing has changed? It is natural. Nothing did change. What's all this nonsense? I don't know why, but you already had the Eye of Gestalt. You just didn't know how to use it. Ramad then looked up to the sky, to the giant eye at the center of the dark sky. Jaehwan then suddenly felt like everything underneath his waist had disappeared. You see the eye there, do you not? Then, I'm not sure if you know, but the only one who can see the eye is the eye. Jaehwan felt as if he was struck with lightning. Something was awakening within him. Open your eyes. You can now see. Jaehwan's left eye began to shine brightly in white light. In his iris, some weird symbol was spinning there. It was not a circle, however. A snake biting its tail. Ouroboros. Ramad then shouted. Why yes, that eye is the eye that allows you to see through every clothing, the destroyer of all laws and illusions, Eye of Gestalt. Jaehwan now realized. His unclothing and questionnaires were preparation for him to understand the Eye of Gestalt. He looked inside him by using the Eye of Gestalt. He was filled with familiar voices. Why, what are you looking at? Are you taking off again? In the next moment, his world power doubled. His clothes provided him world power through faith. This was a power of the Eye of Gestalt. Jaehwan now was able to unclothe himself anytime he wanted, increase his world power. Until his clothes were no more, he did not have to worry about running out of world power. Ramad smiled satisfyingly. I assume you have more questions, but I won't tell you any more. You won't need any answers. Jaehwan did not ask why. He knew why already, as he now began to look into the record of the depth by using his Eye of Gestalt, looking into Mulek's clothes. The clothes began to talk of the story of one who began to climb up the tree of imagery to stop cultivation. It was a long story filled with despair and sadness, but there was faint hope. Jaehwan had heard the story a long, long time ago. Chapter 165 God of Madness 12. Chapter 165 God of Madness 12. In the deep darkness, there was a strange crying sound. Every spirit in chaos knew what this crying was from. The spirits were busy running away once they heard the cries and never came back. It was because these were cries from dead men. Today, their cries were different. It seemed like they were in pain. Something twisted them within the darkness and exploded. Then the cries stopped. It's boring. The darkness spoke, and all the dead men within the darkness flinched. There was no way that they could fight against the one who spoke in this space. Boring. Soul King Catastrophe, the master of Dead Man Palace, felt that it was strange that he had said such a thing. It had been so long since he felt this kind of feeling. He had a guess as to why he was feeling such human-like emotion so suddenly. It was probably because of the recent link. The beings that were connected by the link shared each other's emotions. Unlike Catastrophe, who had no emotion left in him, the humans had many and various emotions. That was probably what made him feel needless emotions. Puny human. Catastrophe did not like this at all. He made me do all this stupid work, and disappeared. He looked at the giant summoning circle placed down in the darkness. It was not here a few months ago, as it was originally at the Palace of Reincarnation instead of Dead Man Palace. Catastrophe still remembered the voice of the human who offered to install this summoning circle. Kill everyone that is summoned here. That's my deal. It's not much to you anyway, is it? I think you'll feel bored being stuck in this darkness all day. Of course, that human was Jaehwan. Thinking back to it now, Catastrophe was not sure what made him accept such a deal. Well, this does make it less boring, he thought as he looked down at the summoning circle. It was quite fun to kill the generals being summoned here as they died at the Great Lands. It was also fun to play interesting games with all the generals that were summoned. The Great Lands was at war because of Jaehwan's general massacre before he left Chaos. Darkness controlled the 9th region, and the other lords began attacking the region. Thus, Catastrophe had fun killing all these generals that were sent up. However, that was over now. No generals had been summoned for the past few weeks. It wasn't definite, but he could only guess that the lords of the Great Lands had probably realized something. As for Catastrophe, he lost his only hobby. And it's been a while since I lost a link with him. Catastrophe then looked up as he remembered the human's face. It had been 3 months since he lost the link with Jaehwan. Why did it have to break now? He felt something being cut, and after he realized it, it was too late. He tried to take control, but it was all too late. The link that was made by facing him had been broken. There was no way for it to happen. Even if Jaehwan was against an enemy who could cut the link between Catastrophe and Jaehwan wasn't that easy to break. If it was broken, then there was only one possible reason, and it was also the worst possible reason. Return of the Machiner. That was the only possible way to break Catastrophe's link, which was made by one of the 3 ancient gods. Of course, there was a way to recover the broken link. Actually, 2. One was to use the Eye of Gestalt. When using the setting stored within the Eye of Gestalt, the link could be recovered right away. But it had not been long since he went up to depth. There was no way for Jaehwan to get his hands on the Eye of Gestalt so quickly. Then, that only left the second choice. The second way to recover the broken link was to just wait. The way Machina destroyed the link was not permanent, and the destroyed link would be restored given enough time. The only problem was whether Jaehwan could survive until the link recovered. Maybe I should've taught him various things before sending him up there. It was too late now. Who would have thought that Jaehwan would face the enemy using Deus Machina? Hell take care of it, Catastrophe thought as he remembered Jaehwan's lonely unique world. Yes, he was going to find the answer. Catastrophe could feel it. That's when he felt something. The summoning circle began to shine. It was the signal that dead generals were being summoned. Pray. He thought it was a good opportunity to kill time. He could enjoy killing these generals, the link would soon return to normal, and then he'd find out what was going on. But then, Catastrophe became tense. There were more than just 1 or 2 of them. And they were all more powerful than average. What are they? Catastrophe quickly gathered all the dead men within the palace. It probably was no help considering the power of the ones being summoned, but it was better than none. It was not like Catastrophe to become nervous at a few generals. If it was before he was sealed away, he could have killed at least 10 or 20 of them easily. It was different now. Maybe 3 or 4, that was his limit. They were that powerful. Wait, these ones. Catastrophe felt his guess was right as their world power became apparent. There were only a few who could have this much world power. Soon, the light turned off and a total of 11 figures appeared. The world power of the 11 pressured the Dead Man Palace. The dead men panted in fear. These were lords, each with the power to finish chaos individually. Even if Jaehwan came back, there was no way for him to face these generals. Even if one of them escaped the Dead Man Palace, chaos was done for. Their voices then came from the darkness. Oh, so the Palace of Reincarnation really did disappear. Yeah, now I realize why no one returned. It's been so long since I last came here by dying. I thought everyone would just feign death. You all succeeded in killing yourselves. After a while, someone's voice quieted everyone down. Let's cut out the noise. The master of this place awaits us. Then they appeared through the darkness. The one at the center had the most powerful world power. Catastrophe knew who he was. He was one of the lords who sealed Catastrophe along with Big Brother, and he was the ruler of the 9th region of the Great Lands. Long time no see, Catastrophe. The Lord of Darkness, Jaehwan, was standing along with 10 other lords. I guess I might not be able to keep the promise with him. Catastrophe smiled within the darkness. Chapter 166 Rupture 1. Chapter 166 Rupture 1. Before the fall, every living being who lived in the Great Lands and Chaos believed that the Great Lands was the land of the living, and Chaos was the land of the dead. Of course, this wasn't an entirely wrong assumption, as the Great Lands did require a physical body for one to live there while spirits lived in chaos. But to strictly confine the matter about the land of the living and the dead proved to be dangerous, especially by the beings that lived there. Some said the following: labeling these lands for the living and the dead is the worst deed that the lords of the Great Lands had ever done. It was true. Because of that label, countless beings considered the land of the living as the ultimate land to live in, and they dreamed of revival through the fruits. It was the beginning of beings who thought the Great Lands land of living as true life. This longing for true life became the cornerstone to the lords' petty schemes in keeping the Great Lands in its warring state, and they successfully utilized the longing to maintain a stable number of generals for thousands of years skipped. And from what has been uncovered, most of these thoughts were the outcome of the scheme of the lords of the 12 regions. Their faithful followers brought many famous words from the remote lands to glorify the land of the living, and its spirits skipped. This is the darkest part of our history. Today, we consider the body to be just a form of a prison. From the world before the fall. Poet Euphrates. Episode Rupture. In a palace somewhere in the 8th site Caspian, there had been some weird tensions brewing in Highseeker, the newfound capital of Rupture. It was very apparent in the captain's meeting room where the captains were gathered. It's today. Yes, today. 4th Captain Kashim and 5th Captain Mile spoke almost instantly. They seemed to be determined. Then, someone entered the room. 4th Captain. 2 regular members entered. The first one who came in was very handsome and had thick eyebrows. The only downside was that he had a big scar on his cheek that he seemed to have gotten recently. 4th Captain. Is it true? Why are you here? Is it true, sir? The man ignored Kashim's question and asked again. Kashim frowned and asked back, what are you talking about? The lords. Are they really coming here? You are being rude, Jaehwan, Mile interrupted instead. Jaehwan then took a step back, understanding his impolite behavior. After the simulation, Jaehwan was a bit more careful around Mile. Mile also glanced over at the woman who came with him. Soil. You're here too. Yes, 5th Captain. Mile was known for her beauty, but she was still no match for the woman. Han Soil's beauty was outstanding. Mile read Soil's frustration along with Jaehwan's concern and sighed. Yes, it is true. Lords are coming here today. Here. Yes. Jaehwan seemed to be troubled. The lords were coming to the land of Rupture. Is it war? No. Then, I would say that it's a treaty. Jaehwan shouted in disbelief. Impossible. Treaty with the lords? That was not possible to understand, nor was it possible to accept either. They were at the top of the food chain in cultivation, and an enemy of all products. There was nothing to discuss with them. Jaehwan gritted his teeth. I didn't join Rupture for this. Of course, Kashim answered this time. I know how you feel, but the lords are strong. We can't just fight them because we are blinded by our rage. Kashim looked down at the tea that Mile poured for him and continued, Our final goal is Big Brother. We have to put aside our differences for the greater goal. What are you talking about? The lords or Big Brother are all same thing in the end. Kashim looked as if he didn't hear what Jaehwan said, and Jaehwan snapped at him. Are you making fun of me? It had been 2 months since he had passed the simulation, and during those 2 months, Jaehwan had undergone many missions as a member of Rupture, gaining a lot of knowledge about depth. And among the knowledge he gained, he learned of something that he had not even thought of before. I know that the Great Lands is the first site of the depth that Big Brother controls. The Great Lands, which everyone thought to be the center of this universe, was actually only a site of the depth. There was no land of the living, and the body was the only thing that showed differences between the first site and the others. The lords are Big Brother's vicegerents. You are saying that we will work with them to fight their master. Kashim smiled. Seems like you've been busy. I know enough, sir. Yes, you are right. Lords are vicegerents. But you see, Kashim sipped on the tea and continued, it doesn't mean that the lords and Big Brothers are one. What are you? I assume you know this already, but you sir resigned from the second captain position. You sir left Rupture. This was a very famous incident that everyone knew. Jaehwan also even saw her when he first joined Rupture. The woman was as beautiful as Seoil. He just didn't realize his first meeting with her was the last. Why are you talking about that now? I thought you pick up on it. How disappointing, Mile answered. It seemed like she realized what Kashim was trying to say. Jaehwan thought about it. Big Brother and the lords went same, but what did that have to do with you sir leaving Rupture? Then, Seoil spoke. Sharing the same world doesn't mean you both share the same bowl. You are right. Good job, Seoil, Mile answered, and Jaehwan then realized why Kashim spoke of Sir. Sir had left Rupture, but she still had Rupture's unique world, Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses. Even if she had the same world, she decided to walk a different path. You mean not all lords are fine with what Big Brother is doing? Yes. You're so slow, Kashim laughed. It didn't seem to make sense at first. Of course, our master isn't like Big Brother. I was just making an example. Whatever it was, it did seem possible. If some lords were against Big Brother, it was better to work with them to fight against Big Brother than going at it alone. But I can't accept it. Chapter 167 Rupture 2. Chapter 167 Rupture 2. Here comes the stubborn again. In not being stubborn. It's a matter of justice. What are you talking about? We cannot accept the smaller evil just because we are against the greater evil. Rupture is not that kind of place. Jaehwan spoke fiercely, and Kashim became silent. Jaehwan believed Kashim understood what he was getting at, but Kashim smiled bitterly. You are still young. You have not experienced enough of the world. No, it's not about that. I am. Yes, it is. Jaehwan felt as if he was being trampled upon. Kashim spoke to him. A dream requires sacrifices for it to become real. As you know, there is no perfect justice in the world. Yes, that he knew. Jaehwan knew that. But he would have said differently. Jaehwan remembered someone else. When everyone said no. When everyone gave up on the present. The man did not give up and pursued his justice. It was Yunwen's best friend. What had happened to him then? Did he clear the tower in the end? No, that's not possible. Yunwen felt sad. He knew how the world worked. One man who did not give up could change the world. Yunwen shook his head to shake away all his sad memories. Kashim was speaking. You are speaking of selfishness disguised by your justice. You know there's nothing you can do as a mere member, and you are pushing us to do something because of your helplessness. Yunwen couldn't object. He thought maybe Kashim was right. If you say so, what about Soil or me and Mile, who here doesn't want to be just? Yunwen glanced at Soil. Her emotionless face didn't show any expression. She had been in that state ever since the simulation was over. You talking about that now will not. That's enough. Sure, Yunwen understands. Mile quickly stopped Kashim as he was beginning to get angry. Kashim shook his head and sipped the tea as he continued, if you don't like where Rupture is going, become powerful. Bro, even if you have such a noble dream, there's nothing you can do if you don't have the power to do it. No one will care about a mere member's thoughts. Kashim then stood up and walked out of the room. Silence fell in the room and Mile spoke up. Yunwen, I didn't think you were so stubborn. I know Kashim might sound pushy, but he has a point. You know that. Yes. Yunwen answered reluctantly and Mile smiled. Everyone knows what you are talking about. We all know, but there is no other way. Yunwen wanted to ask, why do we have to do it if we know that it's wrong? If they really knew, then they should not have done it. But Yunwen couldn't ask. Deep in his heart, he too knew why they had no other way. He knew that not everyone could be like him. That's why Yunwen hated himself at this moment. Thank you for your understanding, Yunwen. Mile tapped on his shoulder and walked out. Even after a long time had passed, Yunwen stood there wordlessly, biting his lips. Soil looked at him for a bit and then disappeared also. That is every new recruit that we have had in the past half year. Center of Highseeker, Office of the Master. There was a man sitting across from Mayad who was reading through documents in a plush chair with his legs crossed. The man's name was Imai Kazuki, the third captain. 12. I thought there'd be more. Those 12 are the only ones at the third step. There are more below that. Mayad nodded and Imai thought to himself. Damn girl, I wonder where she went off to. This report was originally second Captain Usur's job, but it was passed down to Imai after she left. Mayad asked, so, are there any particular ones I have to pay attention to? Yeah, a few. Especially the woman on the first page. Mayad then went back to the first page. There was a name written down there, Han Soil. She's a tough one. She went through simulation 520 times and stayed to the end for 518 times. Even after she finished the third stage awakening, she never hesitated to kill faces she knew. She will become a great warrior. Really? Mayad seemed to be surprised. The simulation was to recompose the great disappearance that happened 700 years ago through the tested's memory, to forcefully awaken them. It was simulation, but Mayad knew how terrible it was. It was because it was Mayad who had planned it. It was fake, but it was still hard to kill people one knew in order to survive alone. Most people were mentally broken after their first 10 tries and required another 10 simulations to get used to it, and then another 10 times to get the hang of it. Rupture referred to the 30 times as an adaptation period. The 30 repetitions were required to take the first step into getting Rupture's unique world Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses. Yet, Han Soil did not require an adaptation period and cleared the simulation 518 times. That is amazing. Yeah, she's my favorite. Imai smiled and glanced at Soil's photo. It was a very slight second, but Mayad saw Imai's lust-filled eyes. Mayad smiled bitterly and flipped over the next few pages. And then he stopped at some page. Oh, him. Imai glanced over at the name and hesitated. There was Kim Yoon-won. Mayad asked, what happened? There was a problem during the simulation. Problem? Why was there anything wrong with the simulation? That did not happen before. The simulation was very important within Rupture. If there were any problems, it should have been reported already. No. He was being stubborn until the end. Stubborn, Mayad asked. Yeah. He didn't kill his friend too until the last part. Meaning he never cleared it. No. Mayad then looked at the report again. A total of 1954 tries, all fails. It was an inexplicable challenge and an equally inexplicable fail count. There was no one like this before. Mayad became curious. And why was he passed? Because he was awakened. When he failed the 1954th simulation, he suddenly became a third-stage awakener and opened a unique world, without finishing the simulation. Imai nodded. Yeah, he did become a third step, and he also got the Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses, and Mile just past him then. The boy was successfully awakened without finishing the simulation, and he got the unique world. It was very interesting to Mayad. By the way, this man. Mayad then remembered something he had been missing. He completely forgot about it because he had been very busy. Mayad narrowed his eyes. Am I this man? It was then that someone knocked on the door. Who is it? I'm reporting here right now, Imai shouted angrily, but the knocking did not stop. Imai walked over to the door and opened it. There was an officer panting at the door. He flinched at Imai's angry face but shouted, Master, the lords are here. Chapter 168 Rupture 3. Chapter 168 Rupture 3. When the meeting first started, Yoon-won didn't think the meeting would go well. The Great Lands and Rupture were sworn enemies. Former captains of Rupture had killed many generals and even lords at times. Why would these lords want to talk with Rupture then? Yoon-won's concerns grew to the peak once he faced the Dark-Aped Man. They are the lords. It was as if the meeting room itself was becoming dark. As Yoon-won faced the Dark Man's eyes, he felt chilled to the bones because of his fears. Talking with them, it was impossible. They were here to fight a war. Yoon-won was sure of it and didn't realize that his hand had moved over to his sword. However, the Lord seemed to be interested in Yoon-won, who was not backing down at his presence. More powerful energy was about to be unleashed, but that's enough, darkness. A voice stopped him, and the Lord of Darkness Jaehwan smiled. It's been a long time since I saw you, Rupture's slut. I see that you still are as vulgar as ever, Mile snapped coldly. Yoon-won was shocked. It seemed like these two had met before. Jaehwan glanced over at Yoon-won and Soil standing at the corner of the room and asked, Who are they, new captains? No, they are secretaries. They will be recording the meeting. I see. I thought they were too weak to be captains. Yoon-won bit his lips. It was true. He was barely withstanding the energy that the Lord was unleashing. People started sitting down within the meeting room. From the center seat to the left were Rupture's 3rd, 4th, and 5th captains, and to the right were the 4 lords of the Great Lands. Yoon-won checked their names. 1st Region, Lord of Forest, Ilines. 2nd Region, Lord of Destruction, Siegfried. 4th Region, Lord of Dragons. Varkant. 9th Region, Lord of Darkness. Jaehwan, Leader. For I thought there were 11. Jaehwan was wondering why, but Jaehwan began speaking. A while ago, I sent out my boys to find you ruptures at the Great Lands. I didn't know you hid yourselves within depth already. It's been a long time since we moved. You were too slow. I snapped at Jaehwan coldly and silence fell. Their eyes met, and they were each checking another's power. Jaehwan realized that it was a battle of world power. It was Varkant who broke the silence. Where's the sickle girl? I need to teach her a lesson. His voice was so calm that it was hard to believe that he had been challenging the others with his powers. Jaehwan realized the lords had gotten the upper hand from the fight. Imai frowned and said, "Sickle are you talking about, sir? I heard she's the one who killed the former Lord of Dragons." He was a fool though. A commander becoming a Lord PFFT. Varkant, who was a half-dragon and half-human, scoffed. He had become a lord about 400 years ago. Kashim answered, "Sir has left Rupture." "Really, that's a shame." Varkant seemed to be very disappointed. "Maybe he really was here to fight Sir. They are all terrifying. Were these the ones I tried to fight?" Jaehwan couldn't even guess who powerful his captains were, but he had a rough guess through the rumors he heard. And from the rumors, Imai was the strongest, then Kashim, and then Mile. Kashim's world power was rumored to be at about 3 million, so the other captains should have been close to that. Then, just how powerful are they? The captains didn't seem to be comfortable, and it was likely that the meeting would lean in favor of the lords. Jaehwan felt like it was hard for him to breathe after the captains had failed to overpower the lords with their world power. Jaehwan looked at each captain and asked, "Oh, and where is Myad? You should not call that name so easily. If he doesn't come, there is no meeting. The master gave us permission for this meeting." Nonsense, Jaehwan scoffed. "You all have no right to hold this meeting." And at that moment, everyone flinched. Even Kashim and Imai became pale from the terror. Jaehwan's world power began to explode and Kashim gasped, "So, that's why the war stopped. You have been hiding your powers. I had planned to reveal it, but not this soon. Thanks to the weird one who made a mess at Chaos." "You are talking about the General Massacre." "General Massacre." Jaehwan did not know what that was, and he just jotted it down in his notes. Jaehwan nodded. "Yes, I had empty spots for my commanders, and these hyenas began rushing in." Jaehwan then glanced over at the 3 lords next to him and smiled. His vicious smile even made the lords look away. Jaehwan then realized that Jaehwan was the strongest of all the lords. It took some time to persuade them. "I mean, we didn't even have the fruits and these fools were coming at me like crazy. Wasn't it, Siegfried?" "Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about what happened then," Siegfried answered frantically. "It was terrifying world power. Who can fight him? Can master or one of the 8 gods of depth?" Jaehwan wasn't sure. "So, where's Myad?" "He's not coming, Jaehwan. He's not here." "Where did he go? Was he too scared to come?" Mile then became infuriated. "Shut up. It's not like all of you are here either. If all of 11 came, Myad would have come. But just 4 we are the ones who are offended by this rudeness." Jaehwan became terrified. Speaking so fiercely against that terrifying lord, would it not anger Jaehwan? However, Jaehwan's expression turned awkward. "That I can explain. We were planning to come. All 11 of us." "Explain, and what will that be?" "Don't play games, girl. You all must know. Mile then closed her mouth. She blinked for a few seconds and spoke. So, Catastrophe did not let you guys pass easily. Catastrophe. The gatekeeper blocking the way from chaos to death, and one of 3 ancient gods. Jaehwan gritted his teeth. No, he didn't even plan to let us pass. Why did you not tell us before? We didn't think that he would try to stop you. Catastrophe normally doesn't care about letting the lords passing through. Don't lie. There's no way that you all did not know. So did you fight Catastrophe head-on? Jaehwan became silent, but it was not hard to guess why. 5 out of 11 died. And 2 were too injured to come with us. Chapter 169 Rupture 4. Chapter 169 Rupture 4. The captains then looked at each other. If what he said was true, that was a great loss for the Great Lands. Varkant added, but we still have the power to kill all of you here. Mile ignored him and asked Jaehwan again. And Catastrophe? He has been temporarily sealed. 11 of us attacked him and we couldn't kill him. We still needed the Lord of Steel and the Lord of Gold to hold his seal from breaking down even then. Jaehwan found it hard to believe if what he was hearing was true. These lords and captains were so powerful beyond his imagination. As powerful as these beings were, that required 11 lords to barely seal it off. Jaehwan continued, I believe we have paid enough to meet with you. Are you still forcing us to prove ourselves? We have taken enough losses to even ask for compensation. Do you want something? Give us the fruits. That will be included in our treaty. We cannot hand them over to you just like that. Jaehwan became serious. Just like that, you said. A world power was unleashed and the captains all pulled out their weapons. Jaehwan scoffed. Yes, this was how it should have been. I was a fool to even try to talk with you. Jaehwan became dizzy from the world powers filling the room. Even Soil was vomiting blood that turned into silver right after. They were at the brink of war. Then, a man appeared in the meeting room. Jaehwan glanced over at the man. He had some kind of old rag on himself. But he wasn't the master as Jaehwan had hoped. Oh, so you have no wish to talk things out. As he spoke, the world power disappeared from the room. The man's world power pushed everything away. Some lords even became pale from his power. Jaehwan was also shocked. It proved that the man was that much more powerful. Why are you here, Butter? Butter. Jaehwan realized that he had heard the name before. It was from one of his books he read when he joined Rupture. Wait, Butter, one of the 8 gods of death. The 8 gods of death were the most powerful gods. The official name was the 7 gods of death, but it became 8 after Myad became the ruler of the 8th site, Caspian. Butter, the god of reincarnation, was the 6th god. But why is he here? Jaehwan didn't know why. Whatever he was, why was a god here, at the meeting table in Rupture? Of course, there were still a lot of empty seats around Rupture's table. From Myad's seat, the second captain's chair empty and another one too. Jaehwan then became shocked from realization. Butter smiled. I'm an awakener. You didn't know that. Awakener. Jaehwan was also shocked. Wait. Yeah. You're probably right. The second man in Rupture, and second strongest man. The captains all put away their weapons and greeted Butter. Been a while, Butter. Long time no see. You're late, Butter. Yeah, I'm sorry. Butter then passed by the captains and got to his seat. He then sat down in the first captain's seat and looked at Jaehwan with a smile. So, can we begin the meeting now? Jaehwan gritted his teeth. The first captain of Rupture, Butter, the mysterious first captain that Jaehwan did not know of. He was one of the 8 gods of death. Shall we begin? After recovering everything within the record of the depth, Jaehwan finally opened his eyes. All of the history, along with its long and epic story, filled him and calmed his mind. You're awake. When he opened his eyes, Ronald, Caravan and the entire long, living race surrounded him. Jaehwan asked, "How long have I been asleep?" "Almost a month. The great warrior said you would wake up today." He was right. A month. Jaehwan realized he had spent much more than expected for reading Record of the Depth. But it had to be done. Just by reading all those memories, Jaehwan was able to enter an entirely different world. Jaehwan now seemed very different. Ronald, Jaehwan's follower, felt this the most. He also noticed a certain emotion that had grown within Jaehwan. He seems lonely. It was as if he had found a secret that this world had hidden and he was the only one who could know. Ronald wanted to ask what truth Jaehwan had found, but he couldn't ask. There seemed to be some kind of wall between them. Ronald felt like Jaehwan was now an entirely different being. Soon after, Jaehwan and the others were at the entrance of Forest of Madness. Jaehwan said his goodbyes to Long, Living Race and Rahmad for the last time. What he was talking about wasn't obvious, but it seemed like he promised them something. "I never thought I would get out of this place after 100 days, Caravan commented as he threw away his scrubbing glove. He now had recovered his link with Ignis through Jaehwan's help. His world power after recovering the link didn't fall behind Jaehwan's at all. "You grew a lot too. Feels like my world power." I just repeated Ouroboros. "Yeah, I wonder what it actually means." "I don't even want to know." Ronald saw Jaehwan walking toward them and asked, "Are we going now?" "No. We need to wait for someone." Who are we waiting for?" Ronald became surprised. Jaehwan said, "My friends." Ronald became worried if he made a face that might have been rude, but he couldn't help it. A friend? Jaehwan had no friends. He was alone ever since he came up to death. That's when he met Anderson and Ronald. And Caravan. If he had a friend, only the 2 of them were here. But other friends, Ronald felt as if he had been betrayed and asked, "Who are you talking about?" "They'll be here soon. I can feel it." And at that moment, a giant shadow-like figure appeared from the sky. Caravan screamed. What is that?" There was a giant ship in the air, a ship that colored in pitch black. Ronald remembered he heard the name of the ship before entering the Forest of Madness. There were the pirates who called themselves the Fallbringers. "Cheesy name," Jaehwan laughed. As they saw the name, Ronald remembered he was right. The name of the ship was Jaehwan. It was Fall. Jaehwan. Master. Voices came from the sky. Ronald felt the emotions within the voices. It was the voice of longing and waiting that Ronald knew very well. The voices of ones who had waited for one person for a long time. Jaehwan then saw the people running toward him, 2 men and 1 woman. As he saw them running, Ronald became lonely. They were in the same place, but it felt like they were in different places. Ronald then realized what was most important thing in human relationships. This was a wall of time. A wall he could never break. Was this the wall he had been feeling all along? He wanted to meet Anderson so much. His instincts told him that he could never cross that wall. He felt as if he was being swept away into darkness, into loneliness. And at that moment, "What are you doing?" A voice saved him as if it was nothing. "Let's go." Jaehwan's large hand grabbed his shoulder. Ronald realized he was overcoming a wall so easily. He also realized something was going to begin now. Ronald looked back. He couldn't see the long, living race saying their goodbyes anymore. They were getting further away from the forest. He had learned a lot within the forest, and he left many things there. He turned again toward Jaehwan's people. Just like wearing clothes, one was gone and a new one had arrived. Ronald then thought he understood a bit more about Ouroboros. He wasn't sure if he was understanding it correctly, but he didn't want to hide this feeling. He closed his eyes. He could hear Anderson's song. It was a warm song that she sang to him before. A poor naked god. As he walked back home alone, he thought about it all along. At least one person. At least once. As Ronald heard the song, he had mumbled the word for the last time. Ouroboros. Chapter 170 Rupture 5. Chapter 170 Rupture 5. After exchanging names, Jaehwan, Ronald, and Caravan was taken into the ship along with Chungha, Carlton, and Serwan. Jaehwan asked, "Old man, what happened while I wasn't here? How did you find me?" "Heh, is that all you've got to say after all this time? Oh, you wanted a hug? Never mind." Chungha smiled and gave a short summary of what happened. He began from when they were taken apart from Jaehwan, and decided to move on their journey after waiting for Jaehwan a bit. Then they were beat up by hundreds of middle-ranking gods, and then tens of high-ranking gods. They also went to the Nightmare Union at the 5th site with Serwan's help to build the pirate ship called the Fall. Then they traveled all parts of depth, killing notorious low to middle-ranking gods, while gaining world power, and they ended up with a nickname of the Fallbringers. Chungha also got his hands on one of the parts from an ancient god, and it increased his power by a large margin. That's when they heard Jaehwan's news a few months ago, and finally went after him into the Great Forest. It was short but long, 2 years and 3 months. Chungha spoke most of the time, while Jaehwan listened. Carlton and Serwan seemed to be nervous while they listened. Jaehwan made sure he checked each of their powers while he was listening. They've grown in power. He was astonished by his friends' powers. All of them, including Serwan, was much stronger than what they were like 2 years ago. Serwan was a nightmare, so it was hard to tell, but at least Chungha and Carlton looked they could take on most high-ranking gods. Jaehwan realized what kind of fear they had brought upon these gods, and how many they had fought. Chungha laughed. "Har har. We should have a duel sometimes. You will be shocked to see my unique world." "Oh, that would be fun." Ronald watched them talk to each other jokingly and thought, he looks just like an old man. Ronald also heard about rumors about these Fallbringer pirates. They were notorious pirates who had been appearing on the eastern side of depth. He was curious about how scary these 4 people were, but they seemed to be nice. "I heard there were 4 though. Is it 4 including Jaehwan?" "Of course, they were just not scary looking, and not close to just being ordinary men." Carlton, the blonde guy, was one of the most handsome men Ronald had ever seen, and Serwan, a nightmare, was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Ronald was at a loss for words at his first sight of a nightmare. "So, that's a nightmare." Ronald glanced over at Serwan for a few seconds, and then turned to Chungha. It seemed like they had finished talking. Ronald figured it was a good time to speak up. So were you with Jaehwan since chaos?" "Yes, my child." Chungha spoke with an unusual and dignified voice. It seemed like he was glad to see an innocent boy like Ronald in depth. As Ronald began to speak, Serwan and Carlton also began speaking up. They wanted to speak since a while ago, but the awkward feeling toward Jaehwan stopped them. They had longed to meet him for a long time, but they were not sure about how to start. Jaehwan. It was especially so with Serwin. Unlike Chungha or Carlton, she was not actually Yeehwan's friend. She was more close to being an enemy. Serwin was now realizing that the emotion she had built up during the past 2 years was not actually permitted. That's why she became afraid. What if Yeehwan shunned her out now? What should she do with her affection that she built up alone, and why was she, a nightmare, trapped with such emotion? Yeehwan looked at Serwin. What is it? It's... Go on. His voice was cold. There was no friendliness or kindness, but Serwin found herself feeling relieved. Relieved? How could she feel relieved by a cold voice? Har. Why did she have tears in her eyes? Why are you laughing? No, it's nothing. With those short words, she realized that this man was Yeehwan. No matter how the world turned and how many years had passed, he was Yeehwan. She then realized what she had to do. If he was Yeehwan, then she just needed to be Serwin. She took a short breath. Her 2,000 years of life made her find her calmness just by taking a breath. She smiled and said, I was looking forward to seeing you naked, but you aren't. She thought it was a good topic to joke around with, but Yeehwan responded seriously. I am naked. What? I am naked. Serwin quickly scanned Yeehwan from top to bottom. To her eyes, Yeehwan was wearing a dark blue long coat. She even checked the inside of the coat, but Yeehwan had simple vest and pants on the inside. Are you trying to make a joke? She knew Yeehwan wasn't the type to joke around, but there was no other way she could think of. Yeehwan said again, it's hard to explain. Anyway, I'm naked. Yeah. If I have to put it into words, he's in Ouroboros state. It was Ronald who added to Yeehwan's words. Serwin raised her eyebrows. And what is that, kid? Ouroboros is Ouroboros. Serwin smiled at the confident answer. Kid? Yeah. You want to get whooped. Serwin threatened expressionlessly, and Ronald quickly hid behind Yeehwan. Yeehwan then grabbed Ronald's shoulder. A black coat-looking cloth appeared upon Ronald's body. It was the same design as Yeehwan's. Serwin asked in surprise, What did you do? How did you do that? Is it a setting? Similar, but different. What Yeehwan did was by using the Eye of Gestalt. After getting his hands on that part, Yeehwan had been freed from just putting on clothes. That was why he said he was naked even when he had clothes on. But he didn't want to go into the details on such a complicated issue. Serwin began to ask, what happened during all this time? Ronald interrupted her again. I said it's Ouroboros. Chapter 171 Rupture 6. Chapter 171 Rupture 6. Is everything Ouroboros to you? It was Caravan who covered his genitals at the word since he was still naked. He smiled awkwardly at Serwin. It's quite complicated. Like you said, it's kind of a lore-type setting. And you are. I thought I introduced myself. Sorry, I wasn't interested. Caravan was disappointed. In Caravan. Vicegerent to Ignis. Oh, right. Serwin, who seemed to be uninterested, soon turned to Caravan in shock. Wait, you said Ignis. Har, yes, so you know. Caravan smiled triumphantly. Serwin tensed up at the name. Of course I do. Ignis. HMPH. Caravan widened his shoulders. See, this is how famous Ignis the Flame is. Caravan then glanced over at Ronald. Ronald frowned as he looked back at Caravan. In the opposite direction, Chungha, Carlton, and Serwin were talking amongst themselves regarding Ignis. It seemed that they were all shocked by the fact that Caravan was Ignis' vicegerent. So, you are something, I guess. Har, it's too late to recognize that now, boy. Caravan cackled, but Ronald pointed at Caravan's genitals. But you're still naked. Caravan then saw the people's eyes looking in that direction and blushed. It doesn't matter. I just said you're naked, that's all. Ronald answered with smirk, and Caravan frowned. He didn't realize it when he was in the forest, as everyone had clothes off, but now that they were back out, everyone had their clothes on. Caravan just forgot that it was weird to not have clothes on. He felt ashamed. It was especially hurting to feel Serwin's disgusted look. Damn it. Jaehwan and Ronald also had their clothes on. Caravan lowered his shoulders in disappointment. This was no way to glorify his god, Iggy's. Hey Jaehwan. Caravan asked for help. Can't you clothe me with your power too? But the help did not come. You are not my follower, so it's impossible. It only works for your followers. Yet, Caravan wondered if he should abandon his god just to get out of this shameful situation when Ronald cackled. Why are you so ashamed of being naked? Didn't you say being naked was the real way just a few days ago? Shut up. You look like a naked god. It's so cool. Caravan's body was shaking in anger with his reddened face as Ronald mocked him when someone walked over. Carvin was then covered by a coat. Please, use this. It was Carlton. Thank you. Carlton became so thankful that he even teared up. He was wary of Carlton since he looked like a sissy, but it seemed like he was the nicest man in this group. Carlton smiled. It's nothing. You must have a hard time if you are a vicegerent to Iggy's. What? Huh? Caravan asked. Did something happen to Iggy's? Didn't you said you were a vicegerent? It was a foolish question. If something happened to his god, Caravan would've known about it. Yes, I am. But... Caravan frowned, thinking of how he should explain what had happened. So, the link not having been recovered fully was... Caravan's link between Iggy's had not fully recovered. The link to share world power and the setting was established, but the link to communicate was still unstable. The only words he had heard from Iggy's a few hours ago was this: "You fool, where have you been all this time?" He should have guessed that something was wrong back then. Caravan then thought about how surprised Chunha and his friends were when they found out that Caravan was Iggy's vicegerent. Were they surprised for another reason other than the fact that Caravan was a vicegerent of high-ranking god? Caravan explained shortly. His link had been broken and it was now recovering, but he cannot communicate with his god yet. That was why he did not know what happened to him. Carlton understood what happened quickly. I see. So that's why. Yes. Caravan thought this sissy was actually smarter than he thought. Carlton then said, then you might be shocked to hear this. Did Iggy's get hurt? Caravan thought it was a stupid question. Gods were beings above beings. There was no way to hurt gods. No, there was a way, but that was. He should be fine. But this might be a bigger problem than Iggy's getting hurt. A bigger problem. From what I know, Iggy's was a ruler of the third sight. Is that right? Yes, Caravan answered dumbfoundedly. And in the next moment, Caravan guessed what Carlton was going to say. The third sight no longer exists in depth. Wait, are you saying? Carlton's calm voice turned into despair for Caravan's ears. Rupture attacked the third sight a month ago. The third sight has fallen. Chapter 172 Rupture 7. Chapter 172 Rupture 7. It had been 3 months since the meeting with the Lords was held. 3 months as a period of time that could be long but also short. These 3 months had been hellish for Death and all living beings in it. Sir, Yunwen couldn't hear being called upon as he looked up to the sky of Ragnarok, the fifth sight. "Sir." "Oh, yeah." He then turned. His lieutenant was standing next to him. "Am I really a squad leader now?" Yunwen was still unfamiliar with the position. 24th Squad Leader, Kim Yunwen. It was due to Rupture's unique system that allowed Yunwen to be promoted in such a short period of time. Rupture, a group of awakeners, had a difference in ranks due to awakening steps. It was due to having a huge power difference between different steps that third step awakeners would automatically become squad leaders or higher. "What have you been thinking, sir?" It was his lieutenant, Adele, who spoke to him. Ale was a second step awakener who joined the depth invasion along with Yunwen. "Just the usual," he commented as he observed the countless defeated spirits. There were spirits on the verge of being evaporated into silvery dust. They were vicegerents to the fifth sight, or the ones who followed all kinds of gods from Norse or Greek mythology. The beings who once had the power to call thunder or drive out seas were now at the brink of becoming the nutrients for the tree of imagery. Save me." A few spirits reached out to Yunwen in fear. Yunwen almost moved his hand unconsciously to help, but stopped. His men were watching. Soldiers who had been finishing up the spirits moved on and finished them. Yunwen couldn't tear his eyes away until the body turned into dust. Then came the sound of thunder. "Those lords are crazy," Adele mumbled in astonishment. Yunwen nodded. "Yes, they are." At the center of Ragnarok, at the Palace of Olympus, there were gods using all of their settings to fight to their last breath. There were 2 lords and 1 captain against one of the 8 gods of depth. They were against the god of the fifth sight, Kronos, the god of time. Kronos, who had taken control of his vicegerent, was using all of his power to control time to fight back with incredible speed. But even if he was so powerful, he was still alone. It was impossible to win while being outnumbered. "Don't you think it's weird?" "What is, sir?" "That." They saw Olympus, the palace, being destroyed from afar. The forest giant setting of Lord Eliones destroyed the palace, and Lord Siegfried's setting Graham's blade destroyed Kronos' law-type settings. It was then that Miles struck a blow at Kronos. Kronos screamed. The 8th god of depth kneeled. Dell said, "It's not like we're seeing that for the first time." He was right. It wasn't their first time seeing this, but it was something that was hard to get used to. "However, I am getting used to it." During the past 3 months, Yunwen had seen the destruction of countless sites. Beginning with the 3rd site while Ignis was vacant, they had destroyed the 4th site, Syndrome, which was controlled by Pest, the god of disease. And then they came to the 5th site. "I'm sure the 2nd site is being attacked. But I heard it's hard because the dragon god Droyan is there." "Droyan, the one that uses dark dragon flame setting?" "Yes, sir. The 1st and 2nd captain are there." "I heard the 1st captain alone isn't enough." Yunwen remembered what happened in the meeting room 3 months ago. 1st captain of the Rupture, Butter, the god of reincarnation. He was one of the few 8 gods of depth who could fight against 2 lords alone. He was the one who had stronger power than Jerome of Darkness, the strongest lord. Who would have thought that Butter was the 1st captain? The appearance of Butter was shocking news for all low-ranking awakeners of Rupture. The meeting turned upside down after Butter appeared, and every condition was in Rupture's favor. "Oh, I heard you were a secretary at the meeting then." "Yes." Dell was curious. "Then, do you know what exactly they talked about that day?" "I do." Yunwen remembered the topics of the meeting. he could still remember it clearly. There were three main topics: the alliance of great lands and Rupture, asking the Lords to help with Rupture's depth invasion attack, requiring the Lords' inaction when attacking Big Brother. Adele became pale as Jaehwan spoke of those words. Is it okay to tell me that? Everyone will know soon. You are my lieutenant, so don't worry. Adele then bowed. Don't thank me. It's nothing. Adele then continued, I heard about the alliance between the Lords. But it is surprising to hear about asking them not to fight when we fight against Big Brother. Actually, we decided to talk to them about that. Allying with the Lords. Jaehwan didn't think it was right even then. But considering the master or captain's point of view, it was understandable. It's for the greater good. Jaehwan wasn't really sure what the greater good actually meant. His only guess was that it was to destroy Big Brother. Yes, that was important. Everything that happened was because of Big Brother after all. But was that enough to justify everything? Jaehwan wasn't sure. I see, Big Brother. So that was our condition. Yeah. What did those Lords ask in return? If Rupture had conditions, then the Lords must have had conditions too. It was obvious, but Jaehwan was surprised by Adele, who had calmly listened to his words. He then thought he should tell Adele about what went on that day. It was a decision that was hard to understand. Even if Adele was his lieutenant, it was against the order to tell him everything happened that day. Jaehwan himself couldn't understand his question. Yet, he still thought he should talk. He had to. Thinking back now, Jaehwan maybe guessed that something was coming. Telling Adele gave Jaehwan an important motive to go onward. And after a while, Adele made a comment. I see. So it was that. Jaehwan became nervous at the calm and careful voice. It was as if he was a kid waiting for his homework to be graded. Providing fruits, not interfering with the reconstruction of the Palace of Reincarnation, and help cleanse chaos. Yeah. Jaehwan sighed with relief that he had given accurate information. Jaehwan wasn't really sure what the conditions actually meant and the gravity of the situation, since he did not have much knowledge about chaos or the Palace of Reincarnation. Adele added, It's bad. Bad. Yes, sir. It's bad. How bad? We might not have the word human in Rupture anymore. It was not an exact description, but Jaehwan felt the seriousness of the Lord's conditions. I didn't know it was that bad. I was more shocked by the last condition. Last condition. As the meeting progressed, Jaehwan was most enraged by the last one. That one was something he could not just ignore. It was about the cultivation. All products cultivated onward from cultivation will be divided up in a 11 ratio between Rupture and the Great Lands. Jaehwan couldn't accept this. It made sense to get help from the Lords to fight Big Brother. It made sense to provide them whatever they required Rupture to do for the greater good. But what was this divide products? Didn't that mean accepting cultivation? Jaehwan remembered 5th Captain Mile talking to the enraged Jaehwan in a low voice. I know what you are thinking. I know. But think about what we have to go through to defeat Big Brother and the Lords eventually. But Rupture can't just stop being Rupture. We must make sacrifices for greater change. The cost of our pride can bring the change. Jaehwan hated himself for not being able to speak out loud. He felt as if he had been denied everything. Adele nodded. I see. Chapter 173 Rupture 8. Chapter 173 Rupture 8. It was a calm voice. It was so calm that it was hard to accept. I see. Is that all you have to say about this? I didn't have any other things to say. Didn't have any other things to say. Jaehwan tried to say something, but stopped. There was someone crying in the distance. Soldiers were gathering prisoners. These were the lost ones who had abandoned their gods. They were the ones who were shaking in fear of death. They were weak spirits with merely 50-ish world power. Jaehwan spoke as he glanced over. I have watched this for every single day during the past 3 months. I believed that what I am doing what is right. Everything will be all right in the end. If I wait and wait, then the end that everyone can be proud of will come. You did. But this came to my mind one day. A prisoner was being trampled by a soldier. 2 helpless hands shook. As he watched, Jaehwan said that all of this was the actual end. And with all of this going on, there will never be an ending that I wish to see. Jaehwan maybe wished that Adele, who was facing the outcome of rupture, losing humanity, might agree with him. But what was next was unexpected. No, sir. The end has not come yet. It hasn't come. No, sir. If we defeat Big Brother, everything will be solved. Jaehwan opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. So, you were thinking of that also? He felt disappointed. Jaehwan spoke again. But how can Big Brother bring back lives? Can people be healed from their wounds? Adele answered immediately, maybe so, sir. If we reach the beginning of the nightmare after defeating the Big Brother, we can control everything in this world, maybe even time. Time? Yes, sir. We might receive the power to turn back time. The Tree of Imagery could possibly do that. Turn back time. Jaehwan became enraged. He recalled the memories of what happened at the Tower of Nightmares and shouted while gritting his teeth, that doesn't solve anything. Even if we can turn back time, and it really turns people back to normal as if they were never wounded, it doesn't change the fact that they were wounded. Even if they don't remember that period of time really existed. Do you know what I'm saying? That people, those times. Jaehwan stopped talking. His emotions were getting in the way of making out what he was trying to say. I see. So, you think of it that way, sir. Why? Jaehwan felt like Adele's calmness seemed to be different from a while ago. Adele took out a cigarette and lit it as he spoke. Sir, if it's okay, may I talk about my story from the old days? Go on. When I first joined Rupture, I had similar thoughts as you, sir. We didn't join the Rupture on our own will, but I thought Rupture was the only group that could change the system. Yes, I did think that back then. And you don't know? No, sir. But why have you still at Rupture? Jaehwan stopped asking. It seemed it was rude to ask even if he was a superior. It's simple, sir. I was here for too long. Too long. Jaehwan felt like the word meant a tragedy. I was in Rupture for 700 years. I saw many things and lost many things. I saw the things I valued change during those times. I saw things lose humanity again and again. 700 years. Jaehwan gasped at the unimaginable amount of time. He knew what happened 700 years ago. Elle was the survivor of the Great Disappearance. Dell continued, maybe it could've changed. If it was before everything disappeared, before we gave up on everything. No, not yet. You are not yet. Jaehwan stopped talking in the midst of his words. He felt it was irresponsible to say such a thing. He did not know about Adele's 700 years. He did not know one bit about his pain, suffering, and sadness. Adele smiled. You sound like my friend. Friend. I had a friend who I loved talking to. She once told me too that I'm not late, that I should go with her. Go with her? Jaehwan became curious. Is she not her friend anymore? No, sir. She left Rupture while ago. She's on her way to find her own path. A great decision. Jaehwan felt his heart sink. There was no leaving Rupture. The only way to leave was to die. But Adele didn't seem to mean that his friend had died. There was only one person who left Rupture alive. Wait, the friend you're talking about. What nice words to hear. Not late, not yet, but I know. I know myself more than anyone. I am too late. El then stopped to find his breath and added, for someone else, it might not be too late yet. Silence fell. Jaehwan asked in a shaking voice, "Are you telling me to leave the Rupture?" "I have not said anything, sir." Jaehwan looked around. There were soldiers of Rupture and prisoners. Their hands reached out for help, and they were trampled upon mercilessly. Jaehwan stuttered, You should. Oh, can't you do anything alone?" Jaehwan became silent. Can he go? Can he walk past all of those soldiers to where he wanted to go? No. Did he know where he needed to go in the first place? Jaehwan turned his back toward Adele, and took a step, and then another, and another. It was terrifying. He was afraid of his world, even if it was hard to accept being destroyed. Even then, unlike his fist that was clenched, he couldn't move any further. He turned back to Adele again. But when he turned halfway, he remembered someone. Someone's back. Jaehwan looked at the back. He had trusted and followed that back. He began walking toward it without realizing. He kept on moving toward the back, across the battlefield. Some soldiers glanced at Jaehwan. Jaehwan looked down to the ground at prisoners laying there. Hands were trampled upon. Jaehwan looked down and kneeled to grab the hand. Everyone was looking at him now. Adele spoke from behind. "Oh, and this is for telling me about what happened at the meeting. My friend went to the seventh site." The prisoner turned into silver dust and Jaehwan stood up. Then he began to move. There was no more hesitation in his walk. Jaehwan spoke without turning back. "Goodbye, Adele." Adele answered, "So long. I hope we meet again." "I hope not, as we will be enemies then." Both men smiled and Jaehwan kept on walking. He saw his friend's back again. The back was talking to him. It told him that it's okay, and he should follow. "No." Jaehwan shook his head as he walked. "This time, I will go ahead." And he walked past the back of his friend and left the battlefield. Chapter 174 Rupture 9. Chapter 174 Rupture 9. Seventh Sight of Depth, Epoch. You, sir, who was leaning on the terrace of the central palace Edmund looked down onto the site's landscape and remembered a paragraph from the book she read. This place's time has been stopped. Gods, spirits, and everything else. Just like the name, beings who gave up on thinking have gathered here. It was a paragraph from the book written by the god of mischief, Pierre, assuring despair. God of mischief Pierre. He was a weird god who spent his entire life helping the low-ranking gods of depth. You, sir, who knew Pierre. Almost all gods who had lived long enough within depth knew him. He had written many books that helped many new gods. The book, Assuring Despair, was the last book Pierre wrote, and it was about the seventh sight, Epoch. As the rumors said, Pierre found the seventh sight and wrote his last book here before facing his last moment. The last paragraph in the book said this: "Where the hope of depth falls." You, sir, thought about what that meant as she watched. People talking to themselves amongst the quiet scenery came to her ears. Two men were talking to each other. "Hey, you know it too, right? Depth is crazy right now. It is crazy. I wonder where the world is heading. It's over. The world will end. Yes, it will. Then, goodbye. And to you too. The two men parted ways, and after 5 minutes, they returned to where they met again and started over. Hey, you know it too, right? Depth is crazy right now. It is crazy. I wonder where the world is heading. It's over. The world will end. Yes, it will. Then, goodbye. And to you too. They spoke the same way and parted ways, only to return after 5 minutes again. It was a never-ending discussion. You, sir, felt sadness as she heard the words. There was a certain emotion that was long lost from these men, a despair that was very old, or a shadow of something that was once called despair. The seventh sight. Epoch. Every being that lived within this place was like those two men. The discussion that Sir witnessed now was happening in all places within the seventh region. These beings repeated the same thing at the same time every day as if they were mentally ill. And they actually were patients. Epoch, the name came from the disease that these spirits and gods were suffering from. Epoch was a disease that made one stop thinking and refuse the future. Gods and spirits who had gotten the disease, Epoch, notwithstanding the thousands of years of their lives, wandered around for a long time until they gathered in one place. Hence, the name came afterward. Epoch. It's similar to the isolation of awakeners, but also different. If isolation was a disease where awakeners closed their ears and eyes against the influx of information, Epoch was a disease where one would lose oneself in an influx of despair because not closing their eyes and ears. Sir then turned to the last page of Assuring Despair. Epoch. Where the hope of depth falls. This was the last sentence Pierre wrote, and the sentence that Sir had to refuse. She was here to find the last hope of depth that still existed within the seventh region. That was why she was here for the past 3 months, for that very hope. It's time. Sir then moved to the throne room, to the ruler of the seventh sight. He wore white clothes and had pale skin from top to bottom. He was even white from his hairs to his eyebrows. Sir frowned when the man spoke. It's been a while, sir. Been a while. I saw you yesterday. Stop giving me that bullshit. Still, it's been a while. You said that yesterday too. Good to see you again. I think I heard that 100 times during the past 3 months already. I see. Ugh, you're giving me a headache. When will you stop repeating yourself? The man laughed, but Sir did not even smile. Anonymous. Are you copying your people? You are not suffering from Epoch. She knew about the man. Actually, there was almost no one did not know about this man. The depth called him God of Madness, Anonymous. He was one of the 8 gods of depth, the ruler of Epoch. I have to gain his support. When Sir left Rupture and parted ways with the Fallbringers temporarily, she came directly to this site. Anonymous was the only one who had the power to fight against Rupture at the moment. Sir was sure of it. If he put his hand in, there was a chance at this unfair fight. But it was hard to persuade this man. Sir was getting stressed talking to Anonymous, who had been avoiding her request for 3 months. Phew. Sir took a deep breath and decided to be patient. This needed time, and she knew it. I talked yesterday too, but I'll tell you this for last time. Go on. Rupture has started invading depth along with the lords. You know this, right? Yes. 3 sites have been attacked. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And from my intel, the 2nd site is on the brink of collapse too. I see. No, you don't see. Don't you get what is going on here? Sir's voice filled the empty room loudly. Who do you think Rupture will go after? It's here, your 7th site. They will not come here. Sir's expression changed. Why do you think that? Anonymous did not answer, and Sir scoffed. Oh, because you were part of Rupture once. No, I should say, because you were the founder of Rupture. There were 3 men who started the Rupture. Myad, the Master, and First Captain Butter. And there was one more. It was Anonymous. They are not coming. No, they will. They will destroy your site and take you back to Rupture. Aren't you even worried it was you who took me out of Rupture in the first place, wasn't it, to fight against them? It was one of the top secrets of Rupture, but Sir, who was a captain, knew this. She was not the first one to leave Rupture alone. There was a powerful awakener who had done it long before her. The man abandoned his name as he left the Rupture and became anonymous. Yet, he was still so strong that he became one of the 8 gods of death. You, Sir, shouted angrily. We have to form an alliance now. I have a crew. There are a few gods and awakeners who will oppose Rupture, and I've gotten into contact with the Second Sight's followers too. If it's with you, not even Rupture can. It's pointless. It's not pointless. Anonymous then slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. That is strange, Sir. Chapter 175 Rupture 10. Chapter 175 Rupture 10. What is? Why are you against Rupture? They are still bent on defeating Big Brother. It doesn't change even if they are working with the Lords right now. You have no reason to stop them. Sir flinched. Those words were something she had not heard from Anonymous during the past 3 months. He was asking a new kind of question to her. She felt anticipation and concern at the same time and answered, The Master cannot defeat Big Brother. Anonymous then realized something quickly. Is that your premonition? Yes. The one you created for me. You know it's not certain. But it's usually right. Anonymous then thought for a bit. Even if you are right, that's not enough. Not enough. Even if Master cannot defeat the Big Brother, that doesn't give you a reason to leave Rupture. The Master is one of the only few beings who can see Big Brother. Even if you have seen the premonition, he is the only chance against Big Brother. That's when Anonymous glanced at her. For the first time, he laughed. You saw a different hope. Don't change the subject. Who is it, the new hope? It's not important. What's important is to stop Rupture. We cannot have unnecessary sacrifices. Unnecessary sacrifice. Anonymous said, You sound very human-like. Yeah, I was surprised that I was still a human. Interesting. Anonymous chuckled and said, I knew that the Master will not defeat Big Brother. I too have the premonition. He will instead choose to become our ruler of depth instead of defeating Big Brother. You knew then why. But we have no reason to stop him from doing that. What? If we don't destroy Big Brother and the system, nothing will change. As you know, Big Brother is a monster that not even the Master can defeat. I am not sure what hope you have seen, but no one can defeat Big Brother. No one. Sir flinched at the certainty of Anonymous' words and what despair it held. He continued, and whether it be the Master, the 8 gods of depth, or anyone else, the Master of depth always changes. It's just a part of a great cycle. It's not the first time a mass massacre has happened within depth. It is just another incident from history. And you will just watch it happen. Nothing will change anyway. It will as long as we don't give up. The world can change. It's not too late. We stop Rupture and grow stronger. And when we do, we fight Big Brother and... Sir was shocked by her own voice. She was surprised that she had such passion within her still. How had she found such hope When was she always trapped within her despair? Sir knew the answer but tried to not think about it. Anonymous laughed. Seems like your 700 years wasn't long enough. But you will know if you live tens of thousands of years. There is despair too long to hope for a change. Damn it. You sound like my friend. Sir remembered her friend Adele, who she met for the last time when she left Rupture, a friend who refused to leave with her. He too had the same eyes as Anonymous right now, but Anonymous' expression turned weird. Friend. Huh? Sir became confused and Anonymous smiled. Actually, I had a friend who talked exactly like you. Like me. Yes. There was a friend. Did he have a friend? Sir did not ask, but she listened to his story. There was a nightmare who came to me once. We wanted a similar world and became good friends. He was a unique one, however. He was a nightmare, but he talked against the cultivation. He also considered himself a criminal who made a tower. A nightmare who was against cultivation. He talked just like you. That the world can change if we don't give up. Sir realized who this nightmare probably was. Before she could speak, Anonymous continued, he was a nightmare, but he was more powerful than any of the gods I knew. He was only one who collected 2 parts of 3 ancient gods. 2 of them. Was he such a powerful nightmare? Sir couldn't believe it. This part is not widely known. Hundreds of years ago, he had the same goal as what Mayad has now, and he left for the nest to Big Brother alone. So what happened then? Don't you know what happened? It happened hundreds of years ago. No one heard of him coming back. The world did not change. The world did not change. It was apparent what that meant. Even the being who had hands on 2 parts of the ancient 3 gods failed to hunt Big Brother. Sir then suddenly came to realize the depth of the despair that Anonymous faced. This poor old god had given up on all hope when the nightmare failed. He had accepted the fact that nobody could change this world forever. But, if no one can defeat Big Brother, then it doesn't matter who becomes the master of death. It doesn't matter. Sir became hopeless at the voice. She couldn't fight back her hopes against such giant despair. She felt like her hopes were nothing against such failures and foresight. He was right. No matter who became the master of death, it wasn't going to change anything if the system was still there. History would repeat, and she was just a small particle within the history. But she was human. She existed here as a human, and stood here as a human. That's why she had to defend herself. However, she couldn't think of what she had to say. That's when an explosion came from outside. Powerful world power was pressing down on the entire palace. Sir became pale. I told you they are here already. But it was faster than expected. She heard that the 2nd site was going to go down soon, but she guessed it might take more time for Rupture to come to the 7th site. She took out her weapon, Thunder Demon. There was no choice but to fight. At next moment, the door to the throne room burst open and a man and a boy appeared. Whoa, Jaehwan, you're so bomb. There was the voice of a noisy boy and the man. Sir was shocked. You, how did you? It was impossible for him to be here. No, he couldn't be here. Why was he here? It's been a while. And there was her hope. Chapter 176, Rupture 11. I think we have things to settle later. Ho. Wait outside, Jaehwan snapped coldly, and Sir backed away toward the door. Why was she afraid of him? Sir shouted in objection. Wait, what are you? Be quiet, miss, it's important now. It was Ronald. Sir was shocked by the powerful world power within the boy. Who was this boy? Then she heard a familiar voice from behind. Ugh, he started again. Jaehwan, I told you to go slower. He hasn't changed a bit. 3 people were walking over the vicegerents of epoch that had fallen behind the door. Sir frown. Teacher. Sir, I didn't know you were here, Chung-ha smiled. He was followed by Carlton and Serwin. These were pirates who were called the Fallbringers, and the people whom Sir had spent the last 2 years with. She then found the ship outside the window. By the gods, did they bring that giant thing all the way here? Sir became angry. Why are you all here? Didn't I say I can persuade Anonymous? It's not up to us. We just followed him. Then you should've stopped him. He can't come here and just destroy everything like. But Sir couldn't continue as Jaehwan began talking as he walked over to Anonymous. Are you Pierre? Anonymous was shocked. Who are you? Pierre, the god of mischief. Right, I know your face. Sir became dumbfounded. She glanced between Anonymous and Jaehwan and thought, Pierre, what was he talking about? There was no way. Anonymous then asked, how do you know my real name? Sir screamed in shock, Pierre. Anonymous, you were that Pierre. What, who's Pierre? Teacher, don't you know the god of mischief, the one who wrote there? As Sir and Chung-ha began to shout frantically, Anonymous asked Jaehwan again. I asked how you know my name. Your friend told me. Jaehwan tapped on his head as he spoke. Mulak Armelt. Anonymous was shocked once again. It had been so long since he was this shocked after he had earned premonition. Every future event was shown to him, and he just needed to choose the best or sometimes the least worst. Yet none of the futures he read showed this man appearing in front of him. And Mulak, how long had it been since he heard the name Anonymous? No, Pierre mumbled in reminiscence. Do you know Mulak? I've never met him, but he's the one I know best in this world. Pierre narrowed his eyes as he glared at Jaehwan. He was the most powerful god in terms of law-type settings, but he couldn't read this man. Nothing came up on his premonition, and nothing came through his eye of the truth. Is he outside the system? But that's impossible. Pierre asked, so, the one who knows Mulak. Why are you here? I thought about getting help from you. Are you a friend of Sir's? Pierre glanced over to Sir. She was startled. As I've already said to her, I have no intention to. I didn't ask you to help me yet. What you just said. I need to see if you are worthy enough before asking for your help. Pierre opened his eyes wide and laughed. The maniacal laughter made Sir and others flinch. What an arrogant! But Pierre couldn't finish his words as Jaehwan's powerful world power swept away his voice. Pierre felt he had felt this world power a long time ago. Is this true? A long-lost memory came back to him. Butter, Mulak, and the naked gods. The great forest and the hot springs. Memory of going through metamorphosis. Great warrior Rahamad sends his greetings also. Rahamad. Pierre shook with shock. Jaehwan continued, he wanted me to ask if you are still doing metamorphosis. And, from Jaehwan's left eye, the shadow of a giant snowstorm was spinning. If you were lazy in your training, you must pay the price. The energy began to fill the room. It was the energy of the fall. Pierre quickly stood up with a pale face. He was no longer able to just stand aside. Soon, his eyes turned also. The bright shine of world power filled the entire room. Moments later, Jaehwan and his friends were outside the Edmont. Sir, who was still dumbfounded, asked, so what happened back there? Can anyone explain? Chung-ha answered, do you want a long version or the short version? Short. HMPH. It's hard to make it short. Then why the hell did you give me a choice? Chung-ha laughed and began to speak. It was the long version. After hearing the long story, Sir stopped Chung-ha since she was annoyed. Okay. I see that you are glad to see Jaehwan again. HMPH. But listen, if I understood correctly. Chung-ha nodded, and Sir explained what she understood. So, what you're saying is that all of you went to the Great Forest just to find him. Yes. And you met Jaehwan, one of the three ancient gods. It's Jaehwan who met him, not me. And what are you talking about, having power from Jaehwan and the part? I don't know exactly. I just heard from Caravan. Sir turned in shock. Caravan vicegerent of Ignis. Yeah. When did you find him? I have been looking everywhere for him. He was with Jaehwan. What ugh, is this all true? Chapter 177 Rupture 12. Chapter 177 Rupture 12. Sir became dumbfounded and Chung-ha shrugged. Sir asked again, so, where's Caravan now? He went to the second site. He said he needed to save his site. What, and you just let him go? He can be a great help to us. Ignis only has one vicegerent. Don't worry. We promised to meet again. Sir grabbed her forehead at Chung-ha's words. Do you really know what's going on here? Do you know how powerful Rupture is right now? There are 4 lords, and 3 captains, and 2 of the 8 gods of death, and the other gods who might be helping. I know, we're desperate. Then, but we are not doomed, Chung-ha smiled. Here he comes. Ask him yourself. And people turned to the entrance of Edmund. Jaehwan was walking out of the palace just like how he appeared. Sir mumbled to herself. Damn it. So, he's the only one I can trust after all. Sir hesitated for a bit but spoke to Jaehwan carefully. Hey, what happened? We fought. Are you serious? She guessed that when she felt the world power storming from within. A fight against Anonymous. It was easy to guess the outcome for Sir, but they were teleported out of the room by Pierre as he kicked out everyone except Jaehwan from his palace. Fort. Sir checked Jaehwan's body. There was no trace of any fierce battle. Jaehwan, you don't seem hurt. Did you really fight? We didn't fight to the end. Oh, I see. So, it seems he will be of help. The subject seemed to have changed, so Sir frowned. She dumbfoundedly looked at Jaehwan. She just realized something impossible had happened. Wait, what do you mean? Did Anonymous say he will help us? Under a certain condition. Sir bit her lips after counting how many times she had been shocked today. What did you just do there? I was in this damn place for 3 months trying to persuade him. I told you. I fought him. And then what did you win? Even if you became strong, you can't. Then, a boy appeared from behind Jaehwan. He smiled. He can't win. Huh. Sir knew the boy right away. It was the brat that talked back to her earlier. Ronald, were you with him? Yes, Sirwin. I am not sure why, but Pierre's setting did not work against me. Maybe it's because I am Jaehwan's follower. So you all were outside. Everyone realized it from Ronald's boastful words. Har. It's a shame you all didn't see that. Really a shame. Carlton jumped up to him immediately. Ronald, did you see him fight? What, you saw it? Kid, did you really see? Sirwin and Chung-ha also joined in with their questions and Ronald became really proud. Of course I did. Okay, go on, explain. That stuck-up bastard doesn't talk much. Ronald began to explain excitedly what he had seen. Sir then felt something. Wait. Jaehwan was looking at something beyond the region. In that sight, Sir felt as if Jaehwan had gone very far. Hey, did you defeat Anonymous? Ronald was still talking. So, naked Jaehwans came out, mixed themselves all over and thrust naked Jaehwans. What are you talking about, Ronald? Chung-ho and Carlton were confused. Serwin also spoke with excitement. So what happened next? So what did those naked Jaehwans do? What did he thrust with? It was Ronald was very excited and he went over all his descriptions. So the clothes shot this way and that way and the naked Jaehwans went to that naked man and a man's fight. Serwin gasped in astonishment and Ronald nodded proudly. Yeah, sort of. So Pierre could only be persuaded. Hell yeah. Sirher narrowed her eyes. She couldn't get half of that nonsense. Clothes flying around naked what? Did he see some illusions? He does have good imagination, I guess. And what is that stupid nightmare girl doing? Saying she understood. Sir shook her head as she sighed and turned to Jaehwan. Jaehwan was still looking far out. Sir called out to him, Hey. You said Anonymous will help us under a certain condition, right? Yeah. And what is that? That. Jaehwan pointed his finger toward a place and Sir turned to the direction. What do you mean that? That's her. She felt as if she had been struck down by lightning. She felt like she was shivering. It was one with the most powerful world power she had ever faced until now. World power so hostile that it seemed to have spikes protruding everywhere. Oh no, that's... Sir felt the other friends coming toward her. They too were now looking toward the direction Sir was looking. So the rumor was true. Rupture really is working with them. We have to run. They knew it instinctively. The enemies that were approaching weren't beings that they could face. They were the vicegerents of the strongest god in the tree of imagery. Lords of the 12 regions. And there was the most powerful one among them. Jaehwan. Even if you have become powerful, you cannot fight them now, Chung-ha said as he saw giant world power approaching, destroying everything in its path from the far border of the outer 7th region. Jaehwan shook his head. No, I am not running. What? Pierre promised to help us if I defeat them. Jaehwan pulled out his sword. Chung-ha became silent as he looked at the lone sword that was pulled out. I see. So it has come down to this now. Everyone realized the silent determination. There was no running anymore. It was not an option. It was, old man, it's time to fight now. And at that moment, Chung-ha realized he had been waiting for these words for the last 1,200 years. I can't call him kid anymore. Chung-ha felt like he was going to cry, but he held back. Yeah, let's go, Jaehwan. Chapter 178 Rupture 13. Chapter 178 Rupture 13. Pierre looked down at his left hand as he looked at the world power approaching from outside the window of his throne room. His left hand was burnt to black soot by Jaehwan's world power. It was the first wound he had ever gotten since he had become one of the 8 gods of death. It had been so long since he met an opponent who could harm him in any way. He looked up to the sky. In the sky of the 7th site where hope had crouched away, a faint moon hung up in the sky. But that moon was not always a moon. It was a star to someone and a sun to another. And to someone else, it was an eye. Big brother. People called that a star, a sun, a moon, and an eye. Nobody knew what it was actually like, but the only thing that was known was that only a few awakened ones could see them. It was a star to Myad and a sun to Butter. The shape in which Big Brother appeared was as the individual's personal feelings toward it. When Pierre found out that Myad saw it as a star, he realized that Myad had no intention of fighting Big Brother at all. and did was butter. A sun, it was worse than a star. Those two didn't consider Big Brother negatively at all. Pierre then asked himself, what about him? The same. He had to admit it bitterly. A star, a sun, and a moon. All the founders of Rupture called to fight Big Brother, but they understood the need more than anyone. With them as leadership, it was impossible for a true revolution to happen. What they wanted was not the destruction of the system, but a creation of another. Pierre checked his left hand. The pain came to him, bringing back his old memories. There was the feeling he had when he didn't see Big Brother as a star, a sun, or a moon. And it was the shape that Jaehwan saw Big Brother as. The disgusting shape was striking. To see that there was an awakener who considered Big Brother in such a way even to this day. It was weird. Pierre wasn't sure of the small fire that had started within his heart. Just to burn such feeling by peeking into someone else's world, just by knowing that there was someone who had not given up on this world yet. You have found a good hope, sir. Pierre smiled as he laughed. Dust was kicked up from the plains. Countless soldiers appeared through the large portals. Vicegerents from all kind of gods appeared, but they had fatigued expressions. It wasn't certain if this advance was due to their own will or others. No, they knew very well that this was no one's will. This war was filled with void and emptiness to an unfathomable point. Yet they had no language to talk about their emptiness. They were just prisoners in this long war. They fought as prisoners and fought until they died. And the march did not stop. At the forefront of the war were the awakeners of Rupture. They were the warriors who had fought against various sites, defeating any enemies that got in the way. Maybe it was because of them that many of the vicegerents who surrendered were able to move on. Rupture's goal was so clear and determined that it even persuaded their enemies. If believed by many, it became the truth. And the truth gave power. Power formed the world, and there it was. Rupture only had the last sight of depth left. The world of Cinabro was waiting. Is that the place? Jaehwan asked. I answered, yeah. Epoch appeared in front of them. Jaehwan looked around the quiet scenery of Epoch and spoke disappointingly. So it was true then. It's a loser's sight. I heard the god that rules this place is an old member of Rupture. You couldn't get to him. He is not Rupture anymore. I answered coldly, and Jaehwan cackled. Really? So your proud, bloody, unique world isn't so perfect after all. You already have two levers. I cursed to himself, but held back from speaking out loud. He couldn't argue with a lord right now to hinder the operation. Jaehwan glanced over at the soldiers moving into the city and asked, are we going in also? No. Well, wait. Why? Anonymous is a formidable foe. We wait until reinforcements arrive from the second site. Lord Varkant interrupted them. Bar, how can a god be that strong? You don't know about Anonymous. We have two lords, no gods can fight us. Besides, we have. Varkant became silent as he looked at Jaehwan. I understood what he was trying to say. The Lord of Darkness Jaehwan was the most powerful lord among all 12 lords. Darkness the strongest. It was him who put an end to the war on the Great Lands quickly and played a vital role in resealing catastrophe. He was the best vicegerent of Big Brother and the most powerful lord of all. Jaehwan agreed. HMPH. No, he's right. We better wait. Huh. Varkant became curious and Jaehwan cackled. I think we can have some fun here. It might be better to watch what's about to happen before we go. Jaehwan was looking toward one of the areas at the outer region of the seventh site. I turned and grimaced. Jerome laughed. You guys at Rupture are so amusing. How many could a man kill without becoming insane? 10,101,000. Yunwen thought he would never know as he could not find out himself. Nobody spilled blood, but he felt like he could smell the blood even now. He could never forget the moment he was awakened. Great Disappearance Simulation. In that simulation, Yunwen saw countless faces. They were those who climbed the tower with him. Some betrayed him, while some died before they got to know Yunwen. But they all had one goal at some point. They were all walkers who tried to save humanity. But in that simulation, they were no longer his friends. They tried killing each other and also attacked Yunwen. Yunwen watched these people trying to kill him and sometimes they cried in agony. Please, please. Sometimes they begged. FCK Yawu. Sometimes they were enraged. He fought them time after time. He killed them again and again. He knew they were fake and that they were recreated by his memories, but he felt his mind changing as he killed them over and over. It was as if the world he knew was breaking down. Ethics, justice, and all that within him had been crushed and thrown away. And what was left in him was madness. That madness told him this. The human you believe in is the remnant of the system. The humanity you were forced into is just a shell. As he repeated all the unethical things he could imagine, he got out of the shell called human. He overcame the system that surrounded him. Repeating it 1954 times in the simulation allowed him to achieve that. Killed, and killed. Yunwen then stopped at some point. No. This is not right. It's not right. It was when he saw one of his friends that he stopped killing the friend he trusted the most. A human who was closest to being justice. That friend was charging at Yunwen with a sword in his hand. If I need to go through this much to gain power, Yunwen gritted his teeth. I will give up on becoming an awakener. The sword struck his stomach. That was the 1954th simulation. It was a terrible and painful memory. He felt his sight being distorted and in next moment, he woke up with a sharp scream. Ugh! His entire body ached. He got up and looked around. The lands were barren, and there was the shape of a giant site that was faintly visible from afar. I was knocked out. He looked down at himself. He could still walk and fight. He still felt that the people trying to hunt him down were still around. I didn't know they would come this fast. A week ago, he left Rupture after he spoke with Adele at the 5th site. He got away from the battleground as fast as he could and avoided doing any suspicious activity after he got out of the war zone. He didn't even use large portals conceal where he was going. But Rupture quickly came after him as if they knew where he was heading. It was different than what they did to you, sir. Originally, it was equally as hard to get out of Rupture as hard it was to get in. Rupture killed without mercy if there was a traitor. That allowed them to keep complete secrecy within Rupture. If I can only meet up with you, sir. If it wasn't for Adele, he would not have taken the chance. He would have hidden somewhere to seek out another chance, but he couldn't. You, sir, was at the 7th site. It meant that his destination was already set. You, sir, and the Fallbringers. Those were the forces that opposed Rupture. That was the only hope Yunwen had in this world now. Yunwen wanted to know what the person who left Rupture before him was thinking. He wanted to ask why she left Rupture. Was it because of the same reason? Was she thinking of justice? Do they still have hope to ask about what is right or wrong? After walking for a while, Yunwen saw the 7th site coming into his view. But the excitement soon turned into despair. I am too late. Walls were being destroyed, sending particles everywhere. The Rupture Army was already in the city. End part 3.